एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है आपका 3 जनवरी 2025। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का लाइव एनालिसिस। जिन लोगों ने भी लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। फटाफट से नेचुरल गैस को देखें। और दूसरा आपका सिल्वर का चार्ट है फॉरेक्स का। नेचुरल गैस देखो, कल वो अपने ऊपर वाला एक एफईजी था, वहां से वापस आया था फिर सेलिंग में। एंड अर्ली मॉर्निंग एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था उस एफईजी के, तो फिर वहां से एक वापस सेलिंग आई, वहां पर एक नया रेजिस्टेंस भी क्रिएट कर दिया है। एंड काफ़ी कंटिन्यूसली गिरा है। ये आपका एक बहुत पुराना रेजिस्टेंस हुआ करता था, इसका गैप अप हो गया था, तो ये एक सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर रहा था। फिर एक दिन गैप डाउन हुआ और फिर परसों जो न्यूज आई थी उसकी वजह से सीधा ही चला गया रिटेस्ट करे बिना। तो ये रिटेस्ट लेवल पर है फिलहाल के लिए, राइट नाउ। तो थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर चाहो तो बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हो। नीचे भी एक लेवल है रिटेस्ट का, ये भी एक रेजिस्टेंस था, इसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ है। एंड ये रिटेस्ट किया नहीं है, तो ये और ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है। ठीक है, 290 292 इज़ अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट। सपोर्ट कहना ही सही रहेगा, बट हम उसको रीटेस्ट मानेंगे तो वो अच्छा लेवल है। यहाँ पर भी ले सकते हो, बट थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना। ऊपर एक एफईजी है 310 के अराउंड, वहाँ से वापस थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। अगर इस एफईजी के ऊपर निकल गया तब फिर थोड़ा हो सकता है मार्केट अराउंड 314-15 के आसपास जाने की कोशिश करे। दैट इज़ ऑल्सो अ वेरी गुड एरिया फॉर सेलिंग एज वेल। तो ये है लेवल। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल को देखते हैं अभी। लेट्स सी द क्रूड ऑयल एज वेल। सिल्वर को देखो, थोड़ा हाई लेवल पे अगर सेल करना चाहो कर सकते हो। लो लेवल पे थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बहुत बड़ा है, एंड ये रेजिस्टेंस ऐसा नहीं है एक बार टेस्ट किया है, दो तीन बार टेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर। वन टाइम, टू टाइम, ये थर्ड टाइम आया है यहाँ पे। थोड़ा सा मुझे यहाँ पर नीचे दिख रहा है ना, एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे आया नहीं था, तो हो सकता है नीचे एक बार इस लेवल को टच करने आए ये 29.44। तो कुछ इस तरह से गिरे तो फिर यहाँ पर वापस बाइंग का प्लान हो सकता है। अच्छा लेवल है नीचे बाइंग के लिए भी 29.45। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया अबाउ $30, तो फिर तो ये सीधा 30.50 तक ही जाएगा। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइज, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया। अभी टाइम है वैसे मार्केट ओपन होने में। बाकी अगर डेटा को देखोगे तो 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है, और फिर 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट का डेटा, 8:30 पे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का डेटा, और 9 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री। आज लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना। बाकी वैसे देखोगे तो मॉर्निंग से नेचुरल गैस 4% से ज़्यादा डाउन है। ठीक है, दोनों ही एफईजी हैं ऊपर हमारे पास। जब तक ये इस नी वाले 313 के नीचे है तो इसको बेरिस ही मानना। इसके ऊपर निकल गया थोड़ा बुलिश हो सकता है, अदरवाइज 313-14 के नीचे इट इज़ बेरिस ही है। थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग जरूर आ सकती है सपोर्ट एरिया से, पुल बैक वगैरह, बट 314 के 15 के नीचे बेरिस ही है प्राइस स्टिल। एंट्री भी है, ध्यान रखना आज नेचुरल गैस की। वैसे एक बार देख लेते हैं एक्सपेक्टेड कितनी है। लास्ट टाइम -93 आई थी, इस बार -127। लास्ट टाइम से भी कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग कम आता है डेटा तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस एक्चुअली में। डेटा पॉजिटिव हो जाएगा अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आया तो। लेट्स सी सम न्यूज एज वेल। फिलहाल के लिए ग्लोबल मार्केट, अभी यूएस मार्केट तो बंद है, ओपन शाम को ही होगा। और कोई न्यूज अभी चल रही है तो फिर देखते हैं क्रूड ऑयल को भी। हाँ, एक सेकेंड।
Want to know where stress is showing up in the $20 trillion commercial real estate market?
Or how the clean energy transition is actually being financed?
Or why childcare is so expensive and why so much of the global economy is going into reverse? Then you're in the right place.
I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal.
Together we host the All Thoughts podcast.
Twice a week, we bring on the perfect guest to break down all these odd, interesting, complicated finance topics and more.
You can look us up wherever you get your podcasts.
The Odd Lots podcast from Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
Good morning, I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Here are the stories we're following today.
Karen, we begin with the latest on the deadly New Year's Day attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas. The FBI has found no evidence linking the attacks. It says the New Orleans attacker appeared to have drawn his inspiration from Islamic State. Christopher Raya is Assistant Deputy Director for the FBI.
This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. At this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas.
Still, FBI Assistant Deputy Director Christopher Reyes says there were similarities. Both suspects had military backgrounds and they rented their vehicles through the same car-sharing app, Turo. Investigators do, though, believe that both men acted alone.
Well, Nathan, President Biden addressed the incidents yesterday, saying he stands with the people of New Orleans.
People of New Orleans are sending an unmistakable message. They will not let this attack or the attackers' deluded ideology overcome us.
President Biden says he's directing the FBI to continue looking for any link to foreign terrorism. President-elect Donald Trump sought to draw links between the attacks and border policy under Biden in a post on social media, despite the suspects being U.S. citizens.
Well, meantime, in Washington, Karen, lawmakers are gearing up for a big vote on Capitol Hill. The House of Representatives names a new speaker today as the new Congress gets underway. And President-elect Trump says he's going to lobby Republicans to back the current speaker, Mike Johnson. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Amy Morris in Washington.
The message from Speaker Johnson?
We need to stay unified so we can save the country, and I think that's an important message.
Well, Trump acknowledges some lawmakers in the party have reservations about allowing Johnson to retain the gavel.
I think they'll support Speaker Johnson. Almost everybody likes him. Others are very good, too, but they have 30 or 40 people that don't like him, so that's pretty tough.
The party will hold a narrow majority in the incoming House, and Johnson is facing criticism from ultra-conservative lawmakers after backing a temporary spending bill that failed to include the president-elect's demands for lifting the debt ceiling. Some Republicans are worried that a clash could hamper efforts to enact Trump's agenda. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Amy, thank you. We do have another major political note this morning. Sources tell Bloomberg News that President Biden will block the sale of U.S. steel to Japanese-owned Nippon Steel. And Bloomberg's John Tucker joins us with the details. John, what's the reasoning behind this?
Yeah, good morning, Karen. The president has argued U.S. Steel should remain American-owned and operated. He's never said outright that he would block the deal. The White House planning to announce the decision today. And now, ironically, the future of U.S. Steel is actually in question. The company may have to restart the sale process, and they could struggle to find a buyer for the entire company. Cleveland Cliffs, which is based in neighboring Ohio, they pursued U.S. Steel before Nippon Steel won the bidding, but it has since bought a Canadian producer, so they're probably out of the picture. The acquisition first announced 12 months ago. That became a political flashpoint during the election. Some worried the sale of the American company to a foreign entity would amount to a national security risk. The $14.1 billion deal may now wind up in court. At U.S. Steel shares this morning, pre-market, they are down over 8%. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Meanwhile, back in Washington, we're learning more about reports of a hack at the U.S. Treasury Department. Sources tell Bloomberg News Chinese state-sponsored hackers broke into the computers of senior Treasury leaders, accessing unclassified material stored locally on their computers. The hackers were said to have accessed drafts and notes for policy decisions, itineraries, and travel planning documents, but did not compromise Treasury's email system or classified systems.
Well, we're turning now to the markets, Nathan, and U.S. stock index futures are higher as the S&P looks to snap a 5-day losing streak. Investors get some hints on the economy today with figures on U.S. manufacturing due out, and longer-term traders are searching for policy clarity from a second Trump administration. Ed Yardeni, president at Yardeni Research, tells us despite political instability, he remains optimistic about U.S. equities.
I've been in the stay-home camp versus go global since 2010. In other words, from a U.S. perspective, I've been recommending that U.S. investors overweight the U.S. relative to the global economy. And oh, by the way, for global investors, I've been basically saying the same thing. You want to overweight the United States.
Ed Yardeni with Yardeni Research says the strength and resilience of the U.S. economy gives him optimism about stocks in the coming years.
Meanwhile, markets overseas, Karen, China's onshore yuan has weakened past 7.3 per dollar. That's the level China had been defending since late last year. The breach reflects concerns over China's economic struggles and a widening bond yield discount to the U.S. It could signal the People's Bank of China is looking to accommodate mounting growth pressures through a weaker currency.
Well, Nathan, turning to some individual U.S. companies now. Shares of Tesla, they're up 1.3% this morning. That's after the EV giant announced annual sales drops for the first time in more than a decade. Bloomberg's David Welch says it's a growing concern for the car maker.
Tesla has more competitors. In the U.S. now, GM has a lot of EVs out. Hyundai and Kia do as well. And then in China, of course, they've got big competition with BYD and the other domestic players there. So Tesla no longer has this stranglehold on the market. That's been happening for a while, and I think it's gathering steam.
Bloomberg's David Welch says slumping sales for Tesla come despite a year-end push that sent deliveries to a record in the fourth quarter. Time now for a look at some of the other stories making news in New York and around the world. And for that, we're joined by Bloomberg's Michael Barr. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. If you ask the Port Authority and the MTA, it's happening. New Jersey drivers soon will pay more if they go to Manhattan. The Port Authority announced that new congestion pricing rates will go into effect starting this Sunday. It will affect any driver entering from 60th Street in Manhattan and below, all the way down to New York's Financial District. However, a judge will issue a decision today on whether to stop the tolling plan. The hearing today is at 3 p.m. And New Jersey lawmakers aren't giving up. Tom Bracken is with the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce.
The slap in the face that New York is giving us to ask us to pay for their metropolitan transit financial shortfall is absolutely disgusting.
Audio courtesy of ABC7. The MTA fired back at New Jersey lawmakers, saying in a statement, nobody in their right mind should take transportation advice from the New Jersey politicians who have woefully failed to manage transit in their state. Police in Southern California say 2 people are dead and 19 others injured after a small plane crashed to the roof of a furniture manufacturing building. The accident near the Fullerton Municipal Airport in Orange County caused a fire and prompted the evacuation of at least 200 workers. The FAA and NTSB are investigating and say the aircraft is a 4-seat single-engine aluminum airplane. The NTSB's Elliot Simpson.
It's a kit-built airplane. It's a very popular airplane. There's about 1,100 of them have been built, and about 11,000 Vans aircraft have been built. So it's a pretty popular kit-built airplane.
The NTSB's Elliot Simpson also says shortly after takeoff, the pilot called for an immediate return to the airport. At the White House, President Biden presented 20 Presidential Citizens Medals. The recipients include former Wyoming Republican Representative Liz Cheney, who served as the vice chair of the House January 6th committee. Biden applauding the honorees and says they have performed exemplary deeds of service for their country or their fellow citizens.
Our democracy begins and ends with the duties of citizenship. That's our work for the ages. That's what all of you, and I mean this, all of you embody.
Also receiving the award, Democratic Representative Benny Thompson, who chaired the January 6th committee. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump says those who were on the committee should be jailed. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg Karen.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's gonna taste like nothing anyway. Just don't do it.
What we've made here is inspired by shark skin. Yeah. It is much more simplified than actual shark skin.
Drilling industry has come up with some of the most creative job titles.
Yeah. Tell me more.
You could imagine tool pusher,
no,
driller, motorman, mudlogger.
It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, brought to you by Tri-State Audi. Here's John Stashower. John, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. The expanded college football playoff now down to the field it used to be. 4 teams remain, and they are 4 of the 7 winningest teams in college football history. A week from tonight in Dallas, Texas will play
देखोगे नेचुरल गैस बिल्कुल ही नीचे लेवल पे है, लास्ट ही लेवल है, आप मान के चलो थोड़ा बहुत रीटेस्ट करना होगा तो कर लेगा यहाँ से, नहीं तो फिर अगर ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं करता तो फिर ये लेवल काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा 290 292। याद रखना ये रीटेस्ट लेवल है, कोई सपोर्ट नहीं था, एक रेजिस्टेंस था, उसका 2-3 बार ब्रेकआउट हुआ है। परसों का प्राइस सेक्शन थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ था उस वजह से। फाइव % डाउन है, थोड़ा नीचे और आया अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन लेवल पे तो ये लोअर सर्किट पे चला जाएगा सीधा। पर भी रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड है, 2 बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, काफ़ी बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है, तो लोअर एंड पे थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना है, थोड़ा हायर लेवल पे आने का वेट कर सकते हो। क्रूड अभी देखा नहीं है तो क्रूड का लेवल भी अभी देखते हैं, 5 PM होने वाला है ना।
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Marin Talks Money. Follow Marin Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, brought to you by Tri-State Audi. Here's John Stashower. John, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. The expanded college football playoff now down to the field it used to be. 4 teams remain, and they are 4 of the 7 winningest teams in college football history. A week from tonight in Dallas, Texas will play Ohio State the night after a semifinal game in Miami. Penn State against Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish took on Georgia in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, and this was how the second half began.
Here's a kick to start the half. Jaden Harrison might get a chance here. Going to bring it out from his own 2-yard line. Cuts it inside, takes it out to the far side, across the numbers, along the far sideline. Jaden Harrison hits the Jets across midfield. 40, 30, 20, 10. It's a touchdown. Yes! Kickoff return from Jaden Harrison.
98 yards. Notre Dame Network. Irish won 23-10. Notre Dame scored 17 points in a 54-second span. The 4 teams that had first-round byes all lost to the teams that won in the first round. At the Garden, a win for the Rangers. Pair of first-period goals stood up. 2-1 over the Bruins. Ends the Rangers' 4-game losing streak. At UBS, same score. Toronto topped the Islanders. Capitals lost to the Wild 4-3. Good win for the Nets. 113-110 in Milwaukee. 26 points for Cam Johnson. 33 for Jason Tatum. Celtics won at Minnesota 118-115. Golden State blew out Philly by 34. Steph Curry took 8 3-pointers, made all 8. The Thunder beat the Clippers. That's 13 wins in a row for Oklahoma City, who tonight will host the Knicks. They've got a 9-game winning streak of their own. This will be the second game that Knicks fans who have Optimum Cable will not be able to watch due to the dispute with the MSG network. Pro Bowl rosters out. The Ravens led the way with 9 selections. The Lions had 7. Washington's Jaden Daniels, only the 4th rookie quarterback to be named. Giants' Dexter Lawrence named for the 3rd straight year. The Jets one of only 4 teams without a Pro Bowler. John Stashower, Bloomberg Sports. Karen and Nathan.
Coast to coast on Bloomberg Radio, nationwide on Sirius XM, and around the world on Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Daybreak.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Hager. The scenes are getting back to normal, but the investigations continue into the deadly New Year's Day truck attack in New Orleans and Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas. President Biden says he has directed authorities to accelerate their probes into both attacks.
We're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the explosion in Las Vegas. As of now, they've just been briefed. They have not found any evidence of such a connection thus far.
President Biden spoke from the White House. For more on this and all the political news this morning, we're joined by Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries. So, Bill, we just heard the president say that they've found no credible link between the attacks at this point, but these incidents do share some pretty striking similarities. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. It is a really unusual situation. Both of these attacks taking place on New Year's Day. The suspect in that New Orleans attack, an Army veteran who rented his vehicle on the app Turo, and had served at what was known as Fort Bragg at one point and had been in Afghanistan. The suspect confirmed dead in the Las Vegas attack shared basically all of those same attributes. They were both in Afghanistan in 2009. They had both passed through, he had passed through Fort Bragg and also rented the Cybertruck on Turo and then drove it to Las Vegas. That said, at this point in an investigation, police and federal officials would have looked through phones and computers and things like that. I think ultimately what they're finding is that there was no communication between these two people. They don't seem to have anything in common besides what they did on January 1st.
Just the fact that in the Cybertruck incident, the suspect in that case was an Army Green Beret, that has to be sending a shudder through the Army for a situation like this to take place.
Oh, absolutely. He's Army Green Beret. He was appears to have been on leave from his base in Germany. I think we still are waiting for a lot of details in terms of what his possible motivations would be. Investigators saying that he appears to have died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound seconds or just moments before that fire and explosion took place. They have not actually concretely identified him through DNA or those things, but they did find his identification and other belongings that they linked to him in the truck. But there's going to be a deep look at sort of what was going on in his mind, what has been going on with people he talked to in the days and weeks before this took place.
And while the president has been focused, of course, on these incidents over the last couple of days, we know now that he's been focused as well on his decision over whether to allow the U.S. Steel takeover by Nippon Steel to go forward. And it looks like that decision is no.
That's right. It looks like I think the president had until early next week to make a final decision after that Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States issued its report to him. But we know from our reporting that the White House is planning to announce this decision most likely today, Friday, and that he is going to reject it. Now, we signaled all along that he was likely opposed to this deal, this $14 billion deal. It's been hanging out there for, I think it's been more than a year now. But this will mean that he kind of puts a final nail in the coffin of it. There was an effort by the companies involved to try to make some changes at the last minute. That doesn't appear to have convinced the administration to support it.
Now, this is a victory for the United Steelworkers Union. It had been opposed to this deal going forward, but the rank and file had kind of broken with the leadership on this, right?
That's right. They local workers had signaled support for it. Local officials had signaled some support for it. The company had worked a couple times to try to revise the deal to make it more appealing. We knew before the election that it was a very difficult political. It had slim chances of passing before the election, but there was some thinking that after you got past the election and people didn't have to worry about the votes so much, that maybe either President Biden or President-elect Trump, who also opposed it, would change his mind. That hasn't happened.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak, your morning podcast on the stories making news from Wall Street to Washington and beyond.
Look for us on your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern each morning on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
You can also listen live each morning starting at 5 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg 1130 in New York, Bloomberg 99.1 in Washington, Bloomberg 92.9 in Boston, and nationwide on Sirius XM Channel 121.
Plus, listen coast to coast on the Bloomberg Business app, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto interfaces.
And don't forget to subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. It's the latest news whenever you want it, in 5 minutes or less. Search Bloomberg News Now on your favorite podcast platform to stay informed all day long. I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Join us again tomorrow morning for all the news you need to start your day right here.
News, bringing minutes every weekday. The streets of New Orleans before midnight on New Year's Eve. Just hours later, a US Army veteran flying an ISIS flag from his truck plowed into the crowded French Quarter, killing 15 people. The suspect has been identified as Shamsud Dinjabar, a 42-year-old US citizen from Texas who once served in Afghanistan. He was killed in a shootout with police.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
Police Chief Anne Kirkpatrick describing how the attacker drove around security barricades in an attack officials say may have been carried out with the help of others. Kimberly Strickland was just 20 yards from where the truck hit pedestrians.
Like, you just heard this squeal and like the rev of an engine and then this huge loud impact and then the people screaming.
Around 30 people were also injured. Police have found weapons and a potential explosive device inside the vehicle. US President Joe Biden called it a despicable attack, adding that all resources are being made available for a full investigation into the incident, as well as the explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas.
Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans.
That explosion in Las Vegas happened just hours after the New Orleans attack. The driver was killed and 7 others injured. Videos taken by witnesses inside and outside the hotel show the vehicle exploding and then flames pouring out of it.
I just heard a boom.
Oh my God.
In this video, taken by Jeffrey Miller, black smoke can be seen rising in front of the hotel. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Sheriff Kevin McMahill described what they found in the back of the truck.
So those are gasoline canisters, they are camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars.
The FBI says it's investigating whether the Vegas blast was an act of terrorism. Former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has resigned from Parliament. Gallant was fired from the government in November by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after months of disagreements over the conduct of the war against Hamas in Gaza. Energy is being restored in Puerto Rico after a grid failure on New Year's Eve left nearly all of the island without power. Incoming Governor Jennifer Gonzalez has said on social media that she's forming an energy task force to address the frequent blackouts. The Fiji government says police are investigating incidents involving 2 crew members of Virgin Australia Airline who were allegedly victims of rape and theft in the early hours of New Year's Day. The crew members were in the popular tourist destination of Nadi on a layover before they were supposed to fly off the following day. A gunman who killed at least 10 people in a rampage in a small town in Montenegro has died from self-inflicted injuries. The gunman, identified by police as Alexander Martinovic, died after attempting suicide near his home in the town of Cetinje. Donald Trump's impending return to the White House and his plans for hefty import tariffs, tax cuts, and immigration restrictions is setting the tone for the new year on markets. Chinese stocks in particular fell heavily, as did the yuan, which weakened to its lowest level against the US dollar in almost 14 months. Trump's talk of tariffs in excess of 60% on imports of Chinese goods has coincided with central government pledges of proactive policies to promote growth this year, muddying the outlook for an economy that has struggled for momentum. It's the end of an era. No more Russian gas to Europe, after the expiry of a 5-year transit agreement between Russia and Ukraine, and a reversal of fortune for Russia's energy giant, Gazprom. Dmitry Zhdanikov is our EMEA Energy and Commodities editor. So, Dima, what does this mean for Gazprom?
I mean, it's enough to look at their financial performance in 2023 to see the real impact. They've posted a loss of $7 billion. They haven't had a loss since 1999. Just to remind people, 1999, Putin was not even in power back then. So for Gazprom, it's a massive problem because they used to supply dozens of countries in Europe and they had great plans to expand worldwide, supply liquefied gas from America to Asia, and all these plans are now essentially in ruins. They have also these pipelines, the pipelines that connect Russia with Europe. The tens of billions worth of infrastructure. This is which is just buried in the ground.
Conversely, it's ended up as a big win for the US, right?
It did. I mean, not intentionally, but the US is the biggest winner in all this because they've replaced most of Gazprom's gas in Europe with supplies of liquefied gas because the US gas industry is booming. It's very ironic. Gazprom dismissed for many years the might of US gas industry, saying they won't be able to compete. Well, it turns out they are the ones who displaced all the Russian gas in Europe. And the US role will only be rising. In December, Trump said that he will be pressing the EU to buy more US energy or face tariffs.
Gazprom has recognised that the loss of major EU clients has adversely impacted its business, but says it plans to grow exports to Asia to compensate for the loss. Donald Trump wanted to start his second presidency without having to worry about the debt ceiling. Things didn't go his way. And so here we are, once again, with the United States pushing up against its legal borrowing limit and everyone having to fret about a potential default by the world's biggest debtor. Outgoing Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says government officials may have to take extraordinary measures by as early as January 14th to prevent that happening. But what exactly is the debt limit? David Lauder covers the Treasury and breaks it down for us.
The debt ceiling was created by Congress in 1917 when the United States entered World War I. So up until that time, any borrowing that was done by the Treasury Department required a specific act of Congress. They had to go back and ask for permission every time they wanted to sell bonds, and this was not a very efficient way to borrow the vast sums of money that were needed for the war effort. So Congress authorized the Treasury to go to the debt markets at the optimum times to raise money, as it saw fit. But in exchange for this, it set an overall cap on the amount that could be borrowed. So to go above that level, the president would have to go back to Congress for permission. And so that became the debt limit that we know today.
How is it used?
So in terms of doing what it says on the box, which is to limit the debt, it has failed miserably. For the most part, debt ceiling expirations have been used as leverage by Congress to extract spending concessions. And it's usually been the Republicans that have used it as a bargaining chip. So in recent years, it's been a message of cut spending or else we will force a default on the payment obligations of the U.S. government. It's an artificial construct that a lot of policy experts view as needless friction for the global financial markets and financial stability, but it never seems to go away.
And if you want to dive more into debt, check out an early episode of Reuters Econ World podcast. Our very own Carmel Crimmins talks to Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman about why he isn't worried about a US debt crisis. There's a link to the show in the description of today's pod. Our recommended read today is also a recommended watch, as nuns in Nepal show off their martial arts skills at the reopening of their nunnery. The site, belonging to the 1,000-year-old Drupka lineage, has been closed since the pandemic. There's a link to the article and the video in today's pod description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player, and we'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
Like a beat.
That unique that's arpeggiation, right?
That song, The Way I Are, would peak at number 3 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. Critics were into it. That memorable synth line felt like a peek into the future. When I talked to Timbaland earlier this month, he told me he's always tried to embrace new technology in his music production. For The Way I Are, he and his team experimented with mix effects and synthesizers.
I just found the sound and I'm like, ooh, that's a dope pattern. So it's still my taste.
Timbaland made that song in his 30s. He's 52 today. A lot's changed in music production since. New tools have introduced new questions about how the over $28 billion recorded music industry makes its core product. And artists, whether they're making songs in their bedrooms or at a big-time music studio, have had to grapple with those shifts. Today, Timbaland is an outspoken advocate for the tech that he thinks is going to most change the music industry next: AI.
I look at it as an amazing tool that I wish it was available in my early 20s or 30s.
Timbaland says that AI tools help him focus on being a better artist, and that, at the end of the day, he's the one pulling the levers, the one with the vision. But as AI changes the way music is made, labels, artists, and listeners are left wondering, who stands to benefit from these tools? And who has the most to lose? Today on the show, how AI broke through in the music industry, the sticky questions it raises, and where it could be headed next. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. Ashley Carman covers all things audio for Bloomberg. And she says, right now, there are three major ways AI is starting to show up in the industry. The first is the most obvious and perhaps the most controversial: generative AI.
I think AI was bubbling up for a while. Real prognosticators in the space saw it coming. They were like, yeah, this is going to be something where you can generate a song at the tap of a button, and this is going to eliminate the need for commercial libraries, for example. You know, the background music you hear on Netflix, or you license maybe a catalog of songs and you can just use them royalty-free for eternity. But then I think what started to really bubble up was more of these use cases where, yes, you could generate a song at the tap of a button, but actually maybe you're going to use it in a way that is going to allow you to either use someone's likeness to get some attention for your song. You're going to distribute that song on streaming services and try to get streams.
When you say someone's likeness, their musical likeness or their physical likeness?
Voice, musical stylings, sound, essentially. So that's kind of more of the side where you see the labels and other rights holders kind of racking their heads about this. Like, what are we going to do?
One of the more high-profile cases of this came in 2023, when an anonymous creator released a hip-hop track called Heart on My Sleeve. It was generated using AI, but you can hear how it's designed to sound a lot like the artist Drake.
And the song sounded like Drake and The Weeknd had collaborated. And when it came out, I think there was all this speculation, like, is this a real song from Drake and The Weeknd? Like, we didn't know it was coming. It's a surprise drop. Certainly sounds like them. Eventually, when it was realized that it's an AI song. That just kind of started this whole conversation around AI in the music business, because Drake and The Weeknd are both signed to Republic, which is owned by Universal Music Group. Universal Music Group very much vocally said, we're concerned about AI. We don't want AI songs to overwhelm the streaming services and essentially take market share away from human artists.
The song went viral. It even looked like it was on track to chart, but then it started disappearing from streaming platforms one by one. UMG wouldn't comment on it directly, but it issued a statement saying that training generative AI on music from their artists violated copyright law, and that music platforms have a, quote, fundamental legal and ethical responsibility to prevent the use of their services in ways that harm artists, unquote. But some artists are embracing AI-generated music. Just a week after Heart on My Sleeve was released, the singer-songwriter Grimes, who's been a vocal proponent of AI for years, invited fans to make music using AI versions of her voice. But she asked them to register the music on her website so they could split royalties 50-50. It was an example of the conflicting ways different players in the industry feel about AI and how fast those perspectives are evolving. Fresh off the copyright controversy around Heart on My Sleeve, UMG has also been promoting what the company sees as more responsible uses of the tech.
2024 was a really big year for AI.
Ashley spoke to Michael Nash, who's the executive vice president and chief digital officer at UMG, about the second main way AI is being used in music production: behind the scenes to clean up recordings, and in the studio by engineers who mix and master work. He told her about how UMG revived old music by the Beatles, a band the label represents and whose members aren't all alive to re-record.
The story there is recordings in 1977 by John Lennon were used to produce some singles in the 90s, but there was one track now and then which wasn't possible to use because the piano part was like kind of banging over the vocal and becoming intermingled in a way that the vocal track was not previously usable.
They used AI to extract John Lennon's vocals from this old recording that they had and essentially make it sound really nice and use it in the song.
So no part of that vocal was AI generated, but it was AI excavated.
It's now nominated for a Grammy.
Michael told Ashley that UMG is also interested in exploring another type of AI music product, the third category of AI material that's cropping up in the industry: content tailored to a specific listener.
There's an interesting component around kind of hyper-personalization where the consumer can use the AI technology to customize the music listening experience.
Sony Music Entertainment, one of UMG's competitors, tried this last fall. The company worked with David Gilmour from Pink Floyd to offer fans a personalized AI track and artwork, remixed from portions of the album.
So the idea really was, you're a fan, you want a special experience, you want to feel like you really own that album in a different way than anyone else. So you would get customized artwork based on your prompts as well as a song.
But whether there's consumer demand for this is another question entirely. Right now, the industry is in the spaghetti-at-the-wall phase of AI, trying things out, seeing what sticks, and making case-by-case decisions about what feels ethical. Coming up after the break, how companies like UMG and musicians like Timbaland draw those lines, and the legal battles that could define them more clearly. If you ask Timbaland, AI is just like any technology he'd use to help him make music, but more powerful. And he's been leaning into it. In October, he announced a partnership with Suno, an AI music generation tool.
It's like going to the record store, picking out samples. And when you get that right sample or that right record, it allows you to get more creative.
But Suno also lets users create whole songs. You just put in keywords, click a button, and generate a track. To understand how tools like Suno really work, Ashley and I gave it a test drive ourselves. Have you tried this before?
No, let's do it.
Okay, what should we make a song about?
Should we try to do like a Christmas song?
Definitely. A Christmas song
about New York
and the beach, because I wish I was at the beach.
Okay.
In the style of
Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey. Create a song. I'm so excited.
I've been trying to keep up with how quick this is moving on the Bloomberg T-Live blog. Fast developing story. Give us the latest.
Well, the attempt by the investigative office of corruption essentially has failed. They went there this morning, led by a reported team of about 20 investigators. There were also separately about 2,700 police officers surrounding the residence in Central Seoul of the president, where President Yoon is said to be holding out, if you will, surrounded by his own security apparatus. More than 1,200 supporters are said to be there in support of him. Also, a reported military unit providing security as well for the president. Now we've gotten news in the last half hour or so that CIO, which is the Corruption Investigation Office that was leading this investigation following the Seoul Western District Court arrest warrant that was issued on Tuesday. Basically, the CIO has 1 week to fulfill that warrant and serve the arrest warrant to President Yoon. That's what they attempted to do this morning, but they faced resistance from his own security apparatus. We're getting statements essentially saying they've called off that attempt to serve him the arrest warrant, and they say that they deemed that it would be impossible to do so because of the security apparatus. They also expressed deep regret over President Yoon's stance. So we're at, again, a bit of a standstill on this political crisis. The markets kind of cheered a little bit this morning with the Kospi up because they seemed to think that investors did that, everything else was the bad news over the last month. Keep in mind, this is 1 month to the day after that surprise martial law order was issued by President Yoon that triggered this whole crisis. So it's already been priced in pretty much over those last 30 days. But the market rallied a little bit thinking that there might be a conclusion. Well, we got ahead of ourselves. There's going to be no conclusion today. That arrest warrant, though, expires on Monday. So we'll have to see whether another attempt will be made.
भाई गाइस क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल भी काफ़ी देर से सपोर्ट पे ही रुका हुआ है, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे। 6250 पर ही अटक गया है। 15-20 मिनट पॉइंट ही मूव कर रहा है ऊपर। डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है, देखते हैं वहां तक जाता है नहीं जाता है। 6300 या फिर नीचे ब्रेक कर देता है, बिकॉज अगर 6244 के नीचे ब्रेक होता है तो फिर सीधा मार्केट के पास जो कल सपोर्ट बनाया था 6180 190 वाला, वही एक सपोर्ट है जो टेस्ट अभी होना बाकी है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। लग रहा है शायद 630 का ही वेट हो रहा है, नहीं तो अभी तो आ जाना चाहिए था इसको। बाइंग थोड़ा स्लो ही आती है, बट कुछ ज़्यादा ही स्लो आ गया ये। ऑलमोस्ट आप देखोगे तो 245 से साइडवेज पड़ा हुआ है सपोर्ट एरिया पे। थोड़ा देर और रुका तो ब्रेक डाउन ही हो जाएगा। लेकिन नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज है। कैंडल कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई जरूर बना रहा है, लग रहा है। साइडवेज चला जाएगा। नेचुरल गैस भी, इन्वेंट्री भी है नेचुरल गैस की, ध्यान रखना आज के दिन। क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा बहुत मूव कर रहा है 6,280 तक देखते हैं, फिर उसके बाद चेकआउट करेंगे ऊपर और जाता है या नहीं जाता है। वैसे तो इसको डे हाई तक एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वहाँ तक जाना चाहिए 6,300 के अराउंड, वहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस ले सकता है या फिर नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे आ जाए और करंट सपोर्ट के अलावा। ऑलमोस्ट पहुँचने वाला है 6,280 तक। पहुंच चुका है 6280 के अराउंड। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है, देखते हैं अगर ये होल्ड करता है तो फिर एक फाइनल टारगेट 6300 रखेंगे, नहीं तो यहीं से रिवर्स करेगा तो वी विल सी दैट। नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट पर रुका तो है बट कुछ खास मूव नहीं कर रहा है अपने लेवल पे, रीटेस्ट पर ही है बट नॉट मूविंग दैट मच। रेजिस्टेंस लेना स्टार्ट कर दिया 6280 के अराउंड, देखते हैं ये थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस है, ज़्यादा नहीं। अगर ये नहीं रुकता है तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि एग्जैक्टली आ जाए रेजिस्टेंस एरिया में तो बेटर रहेगा। ठीक है, अगर ये होल्ड करता है अपर लेवल पे तो फिर 6300 का ही एक टारगेट है, वहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वहाँ से फिर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे वापस क्रूड में। क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट नहीं लगा, क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट एक सेकेंड। अच्छा ये दूसरा लगा दिया चार्ट, एक सेकेंड यार। इस चार्ट को देख लो क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस से देखते हैं, अगर यहीं से रेजिस्टेंस लगा तो यहीं से सेल कर देंगे, नहीं तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है 6300 के अराउंड, वहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान है एक। काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ था सपोर्ट एरिया पे, अब थोड़ा बहुत मूव आया है, 2 बजे आ गया था 230 के अराउंड। इन्वेंट्री है आज बिल्कुल, टुडे इज़ द इन्वेंट्री डे फॉर नेचुरल गैस में इन्वेंट्री है। नेचुरल गैस में अभी कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, और था एक रीटेस्ट पे काफ़ी देर रुका, बट अब मुझे लग रहा है निकल जाएगा, कोई नया लेवल बनेगा तो देखेंगे। नीचे एक सपोर्ट जरूर है, ये बहुत अच्छा, 292 वहाँ देखेंगे बाइंग का, नहीं तो बीच में देखते हैं कुछ नया रेजिस्टेंस अगर बनेगा तो वी विल ट्राइंग टू सेल फ्रॉम देयर। इसमें लोअर सर्किट भी लगने वाला है, ध्यान रखना, 6% पे लोअर सर्किट लग जाएगा, 5.62% डाउन ऑलरेडी हो चुका है। सेशन ओपन होगा अभी 6:30 पे, 6:30। बाकी डेटा देखोगे 8:30 पर एक डेटा है एंड देन नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री शाम को 9 बजे इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। यार और कोई मेजर न्यूज़ तो है नहीं जिसका कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा मार्केट पे इन्वेंट्री के अलावा। देखेंगे कुछ अगर न्यूज़ आती है इसके अलावा। इट टुक द रेजिस्टेंस ले लिया इसने यहाँ से। थोड़ा और ऊपर जाके लेता तो बेटर रहता। वहाँ पर ना एक बहुत ही स्मॉल सा एफईजी बना हुआ है एक्चुअली, वो जो ब्लू कलर की लाइन ड्रॉ करी है 6286, मतलब 1 पॉइंट का ही कह सकते हो, 1 पॉइंट या उससे भी छोटा एक एफईजी है, जिस वजह से वो लास्ट टाइम भी वहीं पर रिजेक्शन लेने की कोशिश मॉर्निंग पे करी है उसने। बायर्स आप प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना है, कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, थोड़ा ऊपर जाता तो मज़ा आता है, वैसे 35 पॉइंट 30 पॉइंट के आसपास ही है बस। बाकी अगर ये नीचे ब्रेक डाउन हुआ तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट पे प्लान करेंगे। बड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करके आया था मार्केट, क्योंकि ब्रेक करना होता तो इजीली ब्रेक कर देता है वैसे। लोअर सर्किट पर ही है ऑलमोस्ट, नेचुरल गैस 5.62%।
spending I think we're about to do. I mean, let's keep in mind that this debt ceiling, the most recent government shutdown fight, President Trump just wanted to get rid of the debt ceiling altogether. I think that tells you a bit about how he's thinking about the coming year. We also have the Senate Finance Chair, Senator Crapo, talking about using a baseline where they just assume all of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act provisions are extended. So saying we're not spending money, even though they're spending $5 trillion. So look, I think that we're going to have $6 to $7 trillion in deficit finance spending come out of this Congress.
Do you think we're underestimating the extent to which they're willing to use tariffs as a way of offsetting some of that spending?
Yeah, look, and this is something I've heard from making the rounds on the Hill over the past few weeks is I think that there's going to be a lot of talk about tariffs and a lot of counting of future tariffs against this. I think that they're going to be really some gamesmanship, as there always is with budgets, around how much they're going to, quote unquote, earn from tariffs. And they're going to try to count some out-year tariffs as well, because there's still an awareness there that they don't want to front load the tariffs because of the economic impact. So is there a way that they can say, maybe we'll count, expanding tariffs in years 3 through 10 as a means of being a budgetary offset. So I think we've just got to keep our head on a swivel because there's going to be some pretty ridiculous budget gimmickry that we're going to see over the next few months.
And this is going to be gripping, that's for sure. Must-watch TV. Isaac Boltanski of BTIG. Isaac, thank you. We had this conversation yesterday with Stuart Kaiser of Citi. What year are we going into here from a policy perspective? 2017 for markets, low volatility, everyone thinking about tax cuts, or 2018, Volmageddon, tariffs, and then Fed policy got dicey as well by the end of that year.
Yeah, and you start to ask the same question that everyone's been asking, sequencing, right? What do you get in terms of sequencing? I just wonder, as I'm listening to Isaac Boltanski speak, maybe this is why real yields are as high as they are, because they're sniffing out deficit spending and that potential volatility that comes with the expectation of tariffs to pay for all sorts of stuff that is getting priced now, even though the tariffs aren't going to come until 2046.
4 to 5 trillion just to extend TCJA. I mean, these are serious numbers.
I love the gimmickry that he was talking about. I will say with the debt ceiling limit, there was a fantastic article by David Malpass in the Wall Street Journal over the break. I highly recommend people read it. It was about why it's a fallacy.
We'll get David on the program sometime soon to talk about it. Equity futures right now on the S&P up by 0.2%. Tesla in focus. Up next on the program, we'll catch up with Tom Narayan of RBC as Tesla's annual EV sales drop for the first time in more than a decade.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
somebody wants to use your product, Zepbound, how much does it cost a month?
You can buy Zepbound direct from Lilly for $3.99 for the starter dose.
$3.99?
No.
Okay. No.
This is a valuable innovation, David.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
11 years ago, I bought a Bitcoin on this set.
It was $800.
Yeah, $800, but I spent the Bitcoin on beer and groceries and gas and video games.
And
I wish I had kept it. I wish I would buy a Harley today if I had.
Yeah, but you probably
Bitcoin.
wouldn't be a TV anchor, and you probably wouldn't still be on this
True.
set. And what a joy that
I'd be my feet in the sand and a beer in my hand.
Don't miss the next Open Interest.
Equity futures bouncing back from 5 days of losses on the S&P 500. We are higher by just 0.2% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100, inching higher as well, up by 0.3. With 2 hours until the cash open, let's get you some morning movers and say good morning to Manus Cranny. Good morning, Manus.
Jonathan, very good morning. Maybe the real money turns up next week. Either way, U.S. steel is under pressure. What will U.S. steel become if, as we understand it, the Nippon bid is blocked by the Biden administration? Nippon pay over $500 million in a slice-off fee. But what can save U.S. Steel? They have 11,400 employees. J.P. Morgan says that this company has a strong standalone valuation, but they're going to have to make some very tough decisions. Downsizing perhaps the old furnaces, cutting jobs, closing plants, moving the headquarters from Pittsburgh across to another center. These are all the issues that are going to face U.S. Steel at the moment. No deal for steel, and it looks under pressure. Roll it forward, have a look at Stellantis. In Europe, you're seeing car production in Italy down by 46%. 46% drop in production there. Here in the United States of America, we know there's a debate over access to those credits for EVs, but it's going to become tougher for hybrids, and the access for Stellantis and others, VW, it's going to get tighter. And this is about domestic sourcing. So next week, the rules change. Stellantis, part of their production line, loses access to the credits. Then you move to the much bigger debate for 2025, those bigger EV credits and who survives. Now, when it comes to dog food and pet food, no, I haven't got a dog, but this is a tail wagging 2025. I love that tagline from Wolf Research. Price target $42. Look after the doggy. Look after the dog. Never mind your health. Never mind your teeth. Look after the dog. Price target $42. 24% upside. Sales growth is underestimated in the market. I like that, Jonathan.
Never mind
tail
your
wagging
teeth.
2025.
Never mind your teeth. Where's this going?
The teeth are good. The teeth are good. For a European, great. The teeth are good.
Your teeth look great. Manus, thank you.
Thank you.
Stock is up by 2.6%. Never mind your teeth.
Well, why is it one or the other? Why does the dog have to get fed instead of my teeth having some good care?
We need a conversation with Manus after the show. A little bit later this morning. Under surveillance this morning, President Biden is set to block Nippon Steel's $14 billion takeover of U.S. Steel. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the White House will announce the decision later on today. Manus went through the stock move. We're down about 8%. Elsewhere, I wanted to talk about this story. Then we all did. Meta Global Affairs President Nick Clegg stepping down. He will be replaced by his deputy, Joel Kaplan, a prominent Republican voice at the company who has argued forcefully against political speech restrictions. Clegg was a strategic hire back in 2018 thanks to his time and experience in European politics and led Meta's lobbying efforts.
Yeah, so Nick Clegg previously was the leader of the Liberal Democratic Party over in the United Kingdom. He ended up as deputy prime minister under David Cameron, a real kind of unity person, and who actually probably was tainted because of some of the compromises that he ended up making. A real shift, though, given the fact that that was considered the lobbying effort that was most crucial for Meta at the time, given some of their challenges and some of the hacks and things that have happened. Now Joel Kaplan Kaplan, who is a prominent Republican. He was the advisor. He was the deputy chief of staff to President George W. Bush, raises this question of how much they are putting on the front burner the importance of lobbying President-elect Donald Trump, and how much of a shift of tone that really will be for this company in terms of content and in terms of moderation.
There's so many different angles to all of this. There's a regulatory angle. I also think there's a consumer angle as well. On the regulatory angle, for a long time, these major tech firms have cloaked themselves in liberal values because they were afraid of the regulatory impulse of the left. And I think they're waking up to reality that they also need to be equally afraid of the regulatory impulse of the right, which is why you're seeing shifts like this. But I'd extend this conversation to the consumer as well. We've seen this at Target, at Budweiser. The most important business lesson came decades ago from a basketball player, and it was Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan turned around and said, Republicans buy sneakers too. We've talked about this before on this program. These companies have woken up to a more, I would say, assertive, conservative consumer at a time where we've had much of the last decade catering towards just the consumer on the left. Now they've got to wake up to that too. So the winds are changing all over the place. And I think it's a really interesting moment for business.
I would agree. I think that the business of social media, though, is unique in terms of how do you create an honest-to-goodness town square? How do you create real discussion with open conversation where people actually are not just stuck in echo chambers? That is going to be a challenge for some of these potential platform owners, given the fact that we've seen that time and time again. Is it going to be a pendulum that shifts from one side to another, or do you just basically make it a free-for-all? How do you do this has been one of the quagmires they've been grappling with.
I think because companies went too far in one direction, and we saw, particularly following the election, that many of these companies are offside with the centre of gravity in the country. I think many of the CEOs that run these companies find them offside with the centre of gravity in the country, and as a consequence, maybe even offside with the centre of gravity inside their own company. So you think about a range of initiatives, whether it's DEI, whether it's climate change, all of those things, you're beginning to see shifts on those fronts as well. So for corporate executives, they've got to confront a whole range of issues, particularly post-election in this country and beyond.
Can they afford to stay out of it? And the answer is probably not if you have President-elect Donald Trump who wants to be catered to. And that, I think, is maybe what we're seeing with this latest move from Meta. I think it's a larger conversation. I think that there is a question also about whether individual industries are going to have to face this in a different way, whether it's moderation or whether it's the products that you sell in a store.
That's certainly the latest on the tech front. Let's turn to this one. Tesla's Cybertruck will now qualify for up to $7,500 in US tax credits, part of a reshuffling that disqualifies other EVs for federal subsidies. The change coming as part of President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, tightening domestic sourcing requirements for battery parts and raw materials.
I'm sure that this is incredibly environmentally sound. It just highlights this question around what the goals of some of these subsidies are. What's fascinating to me, okay, this is the subsidy that was meant to produce both some support of American vehicle makers as well as electric vehicle makers. Who are the ones that benefit from this? Right now, you have some that are getting taken out of the subsidies. You have the Cybertruck being granted this. You have cars from Hyundai and Kia who have the right sourcing agreements to be eligible for these EV credits. It just sort of goes to the question of what are the actual accomplishments of some of these programs versus the goals and the discrepancy there.
Yeah, and how environmentally friendly are some of these vehicles that are being produced?
That Cybertruck is, I'm sure.
My goodness. OK, we'll get back to this story in a moment, but let's stick with Tesla. The EV maker's annual vehicle sales dropping for the first time in more than a decade. The company also recording its first ever drop in annual shipments from its Shanghai plant. Joining us now to discuss is Bloomberg's David Welch. David, welcome to the programme, sir. It's an interesting moment for this company because really the analysts were caught off guard by the company itself at the end of last year, really boosting the forecasts around auto sales. What went wrong here?
Okay, Tesla's just hitting a point where their market for selling EVs, and I'm talking globally, is very mature, and they've got a lot of competition. Past few years, when we've seen these meteoric growth rates from Tesla, there was good competition in China, but it was still ramping up, and there was almost no real competition in the U.S. Yes, you had Ford with the Mach-E and the Lightning. GM wasn't in production in earnest. Hyundai and Kia were just kind of getting started, and nobody else really had much. Now you've got almost a dozen models out there from General Motors. You've got a pretty good number from the two Korean brands. And, that's posing real competition for Tesla. And really, You mentioned the Cybertruck earlier. Tax credits will help it, but it's a niche product, right? It's still pretty expensive. It's obviously, to a lot of people, pretty strange looking, not a mass market vehicle. So really, Tesla's lineup has had 4 of the same vehicles for, going back a decade now with the Model S that kind of look the same, haven't had major overhauls in design or styling. The cabins aren't super luxurious or nice. They haven't changed much there. The technology's gotten better. But the lineup hasn't been freshened, so you kind of get a leveling off in sales at a time when the competition is tougher. China's going to be very tough for them to get market share because of BYD and the domestic automakers over there, not only subsidized, but having some great technology and great products as well. So it's just really tough for Tesla to continue growth and gaining market share without expanding the lineup. And I think that's what Elon Musk is really talking about. You'll have some sort of cheaper Model 2 type vehicle this year, and that's where, if he's going to get some sales growth, it's going to be from that model and maybe discounts on the others.
David Welch at Bloomberg, one of the very best, really pointing out what we've talked about quite a few times on this program, that this is one of the most competitive industries, the most competitive markets anywhere on the planet, China and autos.
I thought you were going to say, pointing out the somewhat strange look of the Cybertruck, which I would say some people say is a feature, not a virtue. Weren't you the one who said it looks like some kid just drew a car in first grade?
A long time ago. When they first released the pictures of it, yes. When they first released the pictures, I said it looked like what an 8-year-old might have drawn if they were drawing the car of the future. And then I saw the order book and the amount of people that wanted one. So I was wrong, and the consumer ultimately proved Tesla's designers right.
Honestly, simple shapes work, That's all I could say. I saw a lot of them in Florida when I was there.
Certainly eye-catching when you see them driving down the road. Tom Ryan of RBC's with us now. He's got an outperform rating and a view on the Cybertruck, an outperform rating on Tesla with a 313 price target. Tom, good morning and Happy New Year. It's good to see you.
You got it.
What went wrong yesterday?
I think we're what happens every quarter. We go too into the detail and the weeds on these numbers. Let's just take a step back. They did 496. Consensus was at 508. Buy side, I think, was higher at like 520. And people were looking at the monthly data. The first 2 months of the quarter were actually pretty strong. We have Europe and China data, which wasn't that bad. Let's remember, they don't produce as much in China anymore because of the tariffs, because they sell a bunch into Europe. So, in the grand scheme of things, I actually had a 496, so they actually didn't miss my number. Just saying. But I think the expectations was just a little high. This year, I keep forgetting, it's 2025 now, we're going to have this new model, right? Whatever they call it.
Sure.
And I don't know, what if it looks like the Cybercab, which a lot of people like that aesthetic. I don't think that looks anything like the Model 3 or the Y, So it's for the first time, as your colleague said, in years, you could get something that looks different, that is different, and most importantly, price different. The biggest critique that people have when buying an EV now isn't really range anxiety anymore. It's price. They're too expensive. What happens if we do get a lower priced car? So I don't know. I tend to think this is just an expectations miss as opposed to something that we should be worried about.
What's Tesla's secret for being able to sell into China at a time where there's increasing divergence for every other company?
Yeah, I mean, they have the software. Remember, that was the issue the German OEMs have, especially Volkswagen in China. The number one thing the Chinese consumer wants isn't necessarily like your 0 to 60, your speed, or even driving performance. It's the software, it's connectivity. That's probably the biggest feature. And there is a tech halo effect. I talked to a lot of investors in China, and they say basically like, the German OEMs kind of lost their luster. It's kind of like my dad's car. But Tesla still gets that halo effect of being youthful. If you look at the kind of the wealthy consumer in China, they tend to skew younger than in Europe and the US. So I think that probably helps. It's kind of tech halo effect.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, there's this real tension right now developing, and Elon Musk is such an interesting character because he's both a lobbyist to the president, or direct voice to the president of the United States, while also being a major presence in China. How does he become sort of the Tim Cook, the sort of ultimate diplomat where he maintains his place while there's an increasingly hard line, ostensibly, from the Trump administration?
I mean, he's been able to do it. I mean, the German OEMs had to do a JV, with the Chinese players. Tesla didn't have to do it. They were able to negotiate and sell directly and produce locally there. The other thing, and I think this will become more and more important as the year develops, is FSD. I encourage both of you guys to try it if you haven't already. And Elon talks about getting approval in Europe, but also China. FSD is a game changer. It's now hands-free in the US. If that holds on and we don't have a competition in China for something like that, again, tech. That's really, at the end of the day, people are going to buy the product if they like the product, regardless of the politics.
Tom, is it a winner-takes-all if a Waymo comes out and does it even better? And ultimately, they are doing it quite well. Is it a winner-takes-all?
No, definitely not. No.
Why is that not the case?
This is such a big market.
Yeah.
I mean, the robotaxi market, I guess is what you're talking about, will be, I've seen forecasts up to like $10 trillion potentially at some point. There's so many players in this. Now, is it going to be a lot of software players? Maybe not. Maybe it's only a handful. But I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you have the service in operation, it's not winner take all with Uber, right? You have Lyft, you have Bolt in the UK, you have others. There'll be multiple players, but the quality, the cream definitely will rise to the top, and you'll have fewer of them.
So I've got some questions as well about how to value the company. And it's difficult because it's certainly got the multiple of a growth company, but the underlying business hasn't provided the growth, and that's been true for quite a while.
Sure.
So if that was your view on the stock for the last 12 months, you certainly lost money and didn't make it because you were on the wrong side of the trade. What is driving this stock? Yesterday it was vehicle sales, and for the most part of the year it hasn't been vehicle sales. What drives this name? What drives the multiple?
Yeah, this is clearly a narrative stock. I mean, it's up, 35% since the election. Yesterday it pulled back, 5%. So I think a lot of yesterday's move was just more of taking profits.
An excuse to sell.
An excuse to sell, exactly. Like I said, it wasn't really that bad of a number. I think the valuation is based on narrative. It'll be based on this new car that we see this year. It could be based on FSD. What if they just cut the price to $50 a month from 100? All of us will buy this thing, right? And now your multiple re-rates because it's an autonomy stock. I mean, there are things that could happen that change everything. It's also a narrative, even though I don't think this should be viewed as a massive catalyst, but what if there's regulatory federal dereg of self-driving, right? That's a narrative piece. You can put a huge valuation on autonomy. So I think it'll be news headlines like that, and it could be something with this new car or FSD take rates increasing.
Got a lot to talk about in 25. Tom, it's good to see you.
Got it.
Tom Naran there of RBC. The stock is bouncing back by just 0.1%. With an update on stories elsewhere, with your Bloomberg Brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. The Biden administration is weighing rules that could limit or ban Chinese drones in the U.S. over national security concerns. The Commerce Department is seeking comments with a March deadline. That would leave any final decision to the incoming Trump administration. U.S. lawmakers say two Chinese firms, DJI and Auto Robotics, control 90% of the global drone market. President Biden is awarding 7 former U.S. Army soldiers and 8 public safety officers presidential medals. Veterans of the Korean War and the Vietnam War will receive the Medal of Honor for going above and beyond the call of duty. Members of the Nashville Police Department and 2 New York City firefighters are among the recipients of the Medal of Valor for their courage. Rolex has raised prices on some of its models after gold's value surged last year. Some of its most popular models, like the yellow gold Date and GMT Master, are 8% more compared to last year. The Swiss watch brand typically raises prices once a year on January 1st. Price changes usually indicate demand, material, labor costs, and inflation. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes. Up next on the program, the yuan under pressure.
We think the path of kind of least resistance, so to speak, is for dollar CNY to continue to move higher. Our forecast for this year sees dollar CNY moving up towards the 750 level. But to be honest, the risks are very much that we could see an even bigger move lower for the renminbi this year.
That conversation up next, live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
Grim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा बहुत मूव तो कर रहा है. लेट्स सी ये निकलता है ब्लू कलर की लाइन के ऊपर. एक फाइनल टारगेट ये रहेगा ऊपर 6300. वहाँ से वापस सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे. नेचुरल गैस रीटेस्ट लेवल पे था, काफ़ी देर रीटेस्ट करने की कोशिश करी बट फाइनली ब्रेक तो कर दिया. अब इसका भी रीटेस्ट में सेल मत कर देना, ठीक है. ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है जिसका ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हो रहा है. ये ऑलरेडी एक सपोर्ट था जिसका ब्रेकआउट हो चुका था, तो रीटेस्ट एक बार पहले कर चुका था, दूसरी बार करने की कोशिश करी. अब उसका ही ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है तो रीटेस्ट का रीटेस्ट नहीं करते. लेवल के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो इस लेवल को रिमूव जरूर कर सकते हैं. कोई नए लेवल बनेंगे तो देखेंगे. देयर इज़ नो अदर लेवल राइट नाउ इन नेचुरल गैस, तो इसमें कोई ट्रेड भी नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, ठीक है. रीटेस्ट का रीटेस्ट प्लान नहीं है, ध्यान रखना. कोई रीटेस्ट का रीटेस्ट मत कर देना. यहाँ पर सेलिंग कर रहे हो कि ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हो गया सेल कर दो, वो ट्रेड यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है. कोई नए लेवल बनते हैं तो विल सी दैट. लोअर सर्किट लगा था वो भी ओपन हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, तो अब लगेगा तो सेकंड लोअर सर्किट ही लगेगा. रामेश जी हेलो. 6:30 होने वाला है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की भी ओपनिंग है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग. मार्केट थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल हो जाएगा 6:30 पे. ऐसा लग रहा है शायद इस बार. मैंने कहा ना नेचुरल गैस से मेरी साइड से कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा. वही एक रीटेस्ट लेवल था, मार्केट ने थोड़ा बहुत रुकने की कोशिश जरूर करी थी, उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं हुआ. वो काफ़ी देर रुका, ब्रेकडाउन कर चुका है, कैंडल क्लोज कर चुका है रीटेस्ट के नीचे, तो कोई नए लेवल बनेंगे तो देखेंगे. मेरे साइड से कोई ट्रेड नहीं है. क्रूड ऑयल में चल रही है बाइंग, थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है. यहाँ पर ये रुक रहा है, यहाँ पर 6280-85 के अराउंड. इसके ऊपर निकले तो बेटर है, फाइनल टारगेट मिल जाएगा. हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना. यहाँ से फिर वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे इस एरिया से. नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी है, ध्यान रखना, एट 9:30.
This will implode their plans. The other way their plans could be imploded is if there's capital flight. if they signal to the market or in an unsure way, let's say, or an undecisive way, how much they are willing to let the yuan depreciate, you could see flight out of the yuan. You could see capital flight. It could derail investment plans in China. It could make the cost of capital for private capital higher as a result because they're not getting the capital in flight they want. That could also derail growth. So there's a balance here. You want to allow exports to become more competitive, especially in the face of U.S. imports, but you don't want capital to become too expensive either.
There's a broader question here, especially as we see the dollar appreciate versus basically everything. It's not just a UN story. Is there a breaking point where the dollar becomes too strong? Is there something that you're watching to really understand whether there's sort of a self-limiting characteristic to some of this rally?
There really isn't a self-limiting characteristic to the dollar, with the possible exception that U.S. export balances, the current account deficit in the U.S. gets too wide, and people lose confidence in the ability of the dollar to continue to strengthen as a result of that, because there are too many, there's too much flight out of the dollar through the trade balances. But I would say that this is a narrative that is going to continue into the early part of this year. And what I mean by that narrative is the U.S. exceptionalism or the American exceptionalism narrative. And it's not just about better growth in the U.S. It's not just about higher interest rates in the U.S. It's also about the U.S. asserting itself geopolitically and strategically. This Trump doctrine, or this Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, if you will, where the U.S. wants to expand its presence
hoping a vote of confidence from President-elect Donald Trump would give him the boost needed to remain Speaker of the House. But it's anyone's guess how Friday's vote is going to go, since just 2 GOP defectors could block Johnson from the job. Joining us now, Yahoo Finance's Ben Worschkel. So, Ben, what's going to happen to Johnson, and why is this being so closely watched? What are we learning from all of this?
Yeah. One of the only things we know right now is that Johnson's got a kind of long day ahead of him. The vote's at about 12 noon tomorrow, and the situation, as you mentioned, is he can only lose 1, maybe 2 Republicans in his caucus can vote against him, and he can still become Speaker. So he basically needs unanimity. Trump's endorsement did change things a bit. It moved some undecideds into his camp, but right now he's got one. Thomas Massie of Kentucky, who's a definite no on Mike Johnson, and we've got about a dozen House Republicans who are kind of undecided at the moment. And what we've seen about in the last hour is a whole bunch of this group go into the Speaker's office on Capitol Hill for a meeting. It's a meeting that it appears to still be going on now, and there's clearly going to be a lot of back and forth there right now. What this group wants are concessions for how the Congress will operate in the year ahead, which will matter for a whole lot of these issues, rule changes, key committee assignments, things like that they're going for. The question is whether Johnson can do it, whether he's willing or able to make these concessions to get basically everyone on board. And we won't know that until tomorrow about noon when they start.
Ben, another piece of Congress's business, the debt ceiling already making Donald Trump antsy. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this is one of a whole host of issues that the Speaker's race this week will impact. There's the debt ceiling, there's energy, there's border security. The debt ceiling is the one that obviously the markets are watching closely, and it seems to have really gotten the most under Trump's skin because it's been something he has made very clear on since winning the election. He wants the debt ceiling off the table. He doesn't want to have to deal with it. He tried to get it off the table in December. Even last week, he had another post to say it needs to be done before he takes office. He has been sort of roundly ignored on that, and it's clearly going to be an issue that he's going to face all the way through the spring. What we do know at the moment is that it's beginning. The debt ceiling was formally put on today. Treasury Secretary Yellen says that what are called extraordinary measures start in about 2 weeks' time, and then it's anyone's guess as to when it goes. One analysis says mid-June is when the final deadline will be, which would be an actual government default. But that'll be a moving target. And so Mike Johnson, as one of the million issues he's dealing with this week, is sort of how does he fit that into everything he wants to do in the next few weeks? He said he wants to make it a reconciliation bill and have a lot of cuts with that. That's a lot easier said than done because it requires getting a consensus. And if you can't get the consensus to be Speaker, this is going to be even a harder lift for him for sure.
Taking a look at stock performance within presidential cycles, obviously we are heading into the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump, heading for his second term in office. So I want to take a look at stock performance within presidential cycles. And by the way, this does include the first year of a presidential cycle, even if that means that the person is coming into office for the second time. So this would apply to the Trump administration coming up here for the second time here. Stock performance in the first quarter of the first year tends to be the worst quarter for that sitting president. It's up about 0.1% of the time. So typically that's not going to be very good for the market here. Obviously, you get bigger returns in the quarters following. You can see that outperformance heading into the second quarter and the fourth quarter of those years. And then you can see more performance to the upside in the later years of a presidential cycle. So what does this mean for investors? Well, typically you do want to look at those technical factors as an indication of what the market performance could look like. But I think Jared put it really well when he was talking about the Santa Claus rally. It looks like we are on track to not get that Santa Claus rally this year. From a technicals perspective, that would indicate that we're going to have a tough January. That means we don't get the January effect, which is supposed to mean that you don't get a good year for stocks. But just look at 2024 as an indication of why that trend doesn't always come to fruition. We saw a tough Santa Claus rally. We didn't make it in 2024, and then we saw stocks up over 20% in the end of that year. So clearly, the technicals can be a signal of what you can expect for the market, but it doesn't always come to fruition. Having said that, did just want to point out that first quarter of the first year of a presidential cycle does tend to be a bit bearish, Brad.
The U.S. dollar is surging, but how long will the rally last? Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman joins us now with a closer look with our chart of the day. Julie.
Yeah, the dollar's one of the topics du jour, right? You were talking about it with our Josh Schaefer a little bit earlier. This is a look coming to us via the Wall Street Journal of the dollar's value versus a basket of currencies, and then compare it with the 20-year rolling average. It is also, by the way, inflation adjusted. The big takeaway from this chart is that we have seen the dollar go up over really the past decade, and again over the
गोल्ड और सिल्वर तो मैंने बता दिया था आई थिंक गोल्ड के लेवल बनाए नहीं है सिल्वर बता दिया था सिल्वर रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था सिल्वर ऑन रेजिस्टेंस एरिया सिल्वर रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है ऊपर थोड़ा बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस है 2 बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है थर्ड टाइम आया है यहाँ पे सो इट इज़ अराउंड रेजिस्टेंस जोन और नीचे सपोर्ट आपका वही 29.45 के अराउंड है एक गोल्ड के लेवल अभी बनाए नहीं है थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा गोल्ड के लेवल्स बनाने में सिल्वर ऑन देयर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया इन 15 मिनट फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है याद रखना सिल्वर फॉरेक्स चार्ट दिस इज सिल्वर फॉरेक्स चार्ट
From here, it gets a little more complicated because on the one hand, some of those conditions I was just describing are expected to remain in place in terms of the U.S. economy continuing to grow, perhaps at a faster pace than some of its developed market peers, and the Federal Reserve leaving rates higher for longer. So that could potentially be supportive of the dollar. On the other hand, you hear some currency traders talking about reversion to the mean, in other words, because it's already been rallying for quite a while. And there's confusion over President-elect Trump's policies and what effect they could have on the dollar, just like we've been having these debates every day about the effect that they could have on the economy and on inflation from things like tariffs, from things like deportations. So, too, could it have an effect on the dollar. Further complicating that is Trump himself and his attitude towards the dollar. He has said in the past that he doesn't like a strong dollar because it makes U.S. goods less competitive around the globe. So what happens to the dollar going forward? You know, we don't quite know, Josh. So we're going to have to, like with so many things, potentially watch what happens in Washington.
We will. Thank you, Julie. It's interesting, Ben. Why do people own Bitcoin? When you explain that to your friends and family, you know it's referred to even here on Yahoo Finance. You'll see it's referred to it as a cryptocurrency, but it's not a currency, Ben. So do you own it for the trade? Do you own it for the portfolio diversification? What's the role it plays?
Yeah, it's interesting. So, you know, we've been early in the space as it relates to kind of dealing with customers and Bitcoin allocations, you know, going back to 2019. And so what's interesting about that is we've heard, you know, a lot of different kind of takes on Bitcoin. You know, at first it was, you know, digital store of value, you know, then it kind of moved it, you know, people looked at its correlation to risk assets, which increased post 2020. And we think that's here to stay. They started saying, all right, it's trading more like a high beta tech stock. You know, is it an inflation hedge? Well, not one-to-one, you know, if you look at a correlation analysis, but over longer terms, it's, you know, it's definitely kind of that store of value as it relates to, fiat instability. So I think it's a combination of everything. You know, I think it's interesting when you look at some of the big buys recently. I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see more central banks, not necessarily in developed markets, but in the developing markets, start to actually aggressively adopt Bitcoin is part of their treasury. You know, there is a technology component. Anytime somebody says, yeah, it doesn't do anything, it's, you know, it's a Ponzi scheme, you know, you don't have to point too far to show real world use cases. And like I said, I think that's only going to increase as we start seeing, you know, more innovation in the space, again, particularly as it relates to the intersection of AI. But it's, you know, it's its own asset class, and it's, to some people, it's a pure store of value. To some people, it's a long-term inflation hedge.
29.45 देखो ये 29.45 पॉसिबल आना एक बार चाहिए मार्केट को, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो सपोर्ट है मार्केट ने लिए हैं ना, ये थोड़ा सा डीप लेवल से लिए नहीं है, तो एक डीप लेवल तक करेक्शन मिल जाए तो बेटर है। बट याद रखना ऊपर भी जो रेजिस्टेंस है वो ऐसा नहीं कि ये पहली बार आ रहा है, 2-3 बार ऑलरेडी टेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर। ये एक बार टेस्ट किया, सेल ऑफ आया, फिर टेस्ट किया, लोअर लो बनाया, तो एक बार लोअर लो बनाया तो इसलिए थोड़ी बहुत जान तो बची होगी, सेलर्स बचे तो होंगे थोड़ा बहुत, बट वो कहाँ से एग्जैक्ट रिजेक्शन लेंगे वो देखना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा हायर लेवल पे जाते हैं या फिर थोड़ा नीचे से ही निकल जाते हैं। नॉर्मली बॉटम को टच करने की कोशिश जरूर करते हैं सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे। कल में कहाँ से सेल करना है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बनाया है देखो 6305 टू 6312, ये एक रेंज है रेजिस्टेंस की। यहाँ पर भी थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है प्राइस, वहाँ तक एग्जैक्टली आ जाए तो बेटर है, क्योंकि अगर ये यहाँ से नीचे आया है ना अब की बार, अगर ये लेवल होल्ड करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा इसके लिए, क्योंकि ये ऑलरेडी बहुत डीप सपोर्ट लेके जा चुका है यहाँ पर, चांसेस आर वेरी लेस कि फिर नीचे आया तो ये होल्ड करेगा, तो बेटर है ऊपर ही चला जाए, यहाँ से रिजेक्शन लेके ना गिरे, ऊपर से रिजेक्शन मिल जाए तो बेटर है। देखेंगे टारगेट कितना बन रहा है सेल साइड पे। बाइंग में एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही चलना है इसमें, ठीक है। एज ए साइड यहाँ से रिजेक्शन नहीं मिलना चाहिए ज़्यादा, यहाँ से वापस नीचे आया तो सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो जाएगा नीचे मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। एक्चुअल गैस में कोई सपोर्ट है क्या बाइंग के लिए कोई सपोर्ट है क्या? मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है फिलहाल नेचुरल गैस में करंट लेवल पे। कोई बन जाए तो देखते हैं। वो एक्चुअली यहाँ पर ना जो गैप अप गैप डाउन हुआ ना उसने पूरा चार्ट ही खराब कर दिया है। यहाँ तक सब कुछ सही था, यहाँ तक ये मोमेंटम बिल्कुल बढ़िया थी। ये जो गैप डाउन हुआ यहाँ पे, चलो ये गैप डाउन भी चलता, उसके बाद जो ये बाइंग आ गई सडनली, उसकी वजह से यहाँ पर दो तीन जो प्राइस एक्शन है वो बिगड़ चुके हैं। फॉरेक्स में हो सकता है प्रॉपर बनाओ, एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो रहा है लेवल बनाना, इसलिए मैंने छोड़ दिया है। अननेसेसरी रिस्क नहीं लेते। थोड़ा क्लियरिटी दिखेगी तो देखेंगे। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है बट काफ़ी दूर है। चाहते हो तो लगा देता हूँ मैं, बट सपोर्ट मुझे भी कुछ खास दिख नहीं रहा है नीचे। एक वो सपोर्ट था, गैप डाउन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस बना, उसका भी थोड़ा सा ब्रेकआउट होके नीचे आ रखा है, फिर अगले दिन वो बड़ी सी कैंडल न्यूज़ की वजह से ऊपर चली गई है। आई डोंट नो फिर से वो सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा नहीं करेगा, विच इज़ अराउंड 294-95। तो कंफ्यूजन है, तो जहाँ पर कंफ्यूजन हो तो छोड़ देना चाहिए। कल वीकली एनालिसिस करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे। हेल्थ सही है थोड़ी बहुत, रिकवरी मूड, रिकवरी मोड ही ऑन है। ऑन। याद रखना नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी है आज 9:30 पर। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 50 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। गोल्ड का चार्ट, गोल्ड में लेवल ही नहीं बनाया अभी। गोल्ड में थोड़ा वेट कर सकते हो गोल्ड के लेवल के लिए। मैं एक्चुअली नेचुरल गैस की सपोर्ट ढूंढने में अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम पे सपोर्ट ही देखे जा रहा हूँ, कहीं दिख ही नहीं रहे कुछ। उसी में टाइम निकल जा रहा है। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में भी कुछ खास है दिख नहीं रहा है। इसमें भी बहुत बड़ा गैप अप हुआ था ये एफएक्स ओपन के ब्रोकर के चार्ट में। देखते हैं अभी क्रूड के चार्ट भी सॉरी गोल्ड के चार्ट भी देखते हैं 7 PM के बाद। एक बार नेचुरल गैस का कोई सपोर्ट देख लें एटलीस्ट, कहीं तो होगा डेफिनेटली। ओके ये आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर में सपोर्ट पर ही है, सपोर्ट के अराउंड ही दिख रहा है। एमसीएक्स में तो कुछ भी नहीं है। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में इट इज काइंड ऑफ बैट सपोर्ट। एमसीएक्स में क्या बनाया है फिर इसमें? है सपोर्ट नेचुरल गैस में उस लेवल पे, बट मुझे एमसीएक्स में कुछ खास नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पर गैप अप गैप डाउन की वजह से। पर एक एफईजी है वो लगा देता हूँ कि उसके अलावा तो मुझे कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है। ठीक है, फॉरेक्स में जरूर है, एमसीएक्स में सिर्फ एफईजी बना हुआ है काफ़ी बड़ा। वी कैन ओनली कंसिडर दैट एफईजी एज अ सपोर्ट, अदरवाइज जब तक वो गैप अप गैप डाउन कम्प्लीटली रिमूव नहीं हो जाता है प्रॉपरली, तब तक कुछ खास कर नहीं पाएंगे नहीं तो। कह सकते हो नेचुरल गैस ऑन देयर एफईजी, काफ़ी बड़ा एफईजी है। वो जो न्यूज़ की वजह से बड़ी कैंडल बनी थी उसकी वजह से जो एफईजी बना है। देखते हैं इसका 50% लेवल ही मार्क करेंगे, बिकॉज काफ़ी बड़ा एफईजी, इतना बड़ा एफईजी तो रख नहीं सकते एज अ सपोर्ट। 286 से 300। और कोई छोटा एफईजी भी नहीं है। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा एफईजी बना हुआ है, ये काफ़ी बड़ा। इसमें अब इतने बड़े एफईजी के साथ बाई नहीं कर सकते, एसएल बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा। 50% के लेवल के आसपास देखते हैं, वहाँ पर ट्राई करेंगे थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी के साथ। अदरवाइज कोई नया सपोर्ट बनने का वेट कर सकते हो, और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है इसमें। ये जो गैप अप हुआ है ना यहाँ से, ये दैट इज अ एफईजी। सेलिंग का टारगेट देखेंगे नीचे से कहाँ पर प्राइस रुक सकता है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। सेलिंग का भी कोई ऐसा कोई टारगेट नहीं है। बाकी जो लोग बाइंग में हैं वो ज़रूर निकल जाएं। 7 PM हो गया, 1 घंटा और है सिर्फ यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में। अगर ये कैंडल यहीं या थोड़ा और ऊपर क्लोज होती है तो फिर टारगेट ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के आसपास ही रहेगा, 6285 के अराउंड। अगर एक कैंडल थोड़ा नीचे आ गई तब थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट हो सकता है, नहीं तो सेलिंग में कुछ खास टारगेट नहीं है। बढ़िया है। सिल्वर गया नहीं गया नीचे, सिल्वर भी रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था। नहीं, वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है। प्राइस रुक इसलिए रहा है, यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी है बहुत छोटा सा, बट उसको आप बड़े एफईजी के अंदर ही काउंट कर सकते हो। ठीक है, यहाँ पर भी एक छोटा सा एफईजी है, चाहो तो उसको भी मार्क कर लो, बट वो बड़े एफईजी के अंदर ही आ रहा है, तो ना भी करना चाहो तो चलेगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ठीक है, ये भी एक छोटा सा एक एफईजी है, ये तो बड़ा वाला एफईजी है, उसके अंदर भी एक छोटा सा एफईजी बना हुआ है। या फिर कैसा रहेगा कि अगर ये एफईजी भी कुछ ज़्यादा ही ब्रेकआउट बैकग्राउंड कर चुका है। काफी बड़ा एफईजी है, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, लेट इट गो, कुछ और बनाते हैं। नेचुरल गैस में देखो नीचे वो एफईजी कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा है, उतना बड़ा एफईजी लगा के फ़ायदा नहीं है। उसको डिवाइड कर देते हैं, छोटा वाला एफईजी भी है, नीचे एक और ये सपोर्ट। फिलहाल एफईजी पे रुक रहा है, लेट्स होप नीचे आ जाता है एफईजी से तो। ऊपर फिर एक रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ देखेंगे, इस लेवल पे अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है, ये भी रेजिस्टेंस है, वो रेजिस्टेंस लेके थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग ऑलरेडी वहाँ से आ चुकी है। अभी भी एफईजी के ऊपर है तो नीचे आ जाए अराउंड 294 या फिर एक पुल बैक दे दे वापस, काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऊपर नीचे कर चुका है इस एफईजी पे। देखेंगे एक सपोर्ट को अराउंड 293 94 के अराउंड। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी बायर्स निकल जाना, यहाँ पर एक सेलर्स एक्टिवेट कर सकते हैं सेलिंग की एंट्री, बायर्स एग्जिट कर देना, ठीक है। बायर्स कैन एग्जिट देयर प्रॉफिट, ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, 50 पॉइंट ही मिले हैं। सेलर्स कैन एंटर फ्रॉम हियर, टारगेट सेलिंग का हाँ कहाँ तक रखेंगे 6,285 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली. हाँ ओके. नियर डेटा 830. मार्केट अभी 8 बजे ओपन होगा, ध्यान रखना. 45 मिनट और हैं, 7:15 ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. ऑयल का व्यू, ओवरऑल व्यू तो बुलिश ही बना हुआ है सर. परसों जो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस था वो तो बहुत पहले ही ब्रेक हो चुके हैं. हाई लेवल से थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, फिर से सपोर्ट एरिया से सपोर्ट लिया है, फिलहाल अभी रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर है. बाकी जब तक अभी नीचे का लेवल होल्ड है तब तक तो बुलिश ही कहेंगे. नीचे वाला 6,240 के नीचे कहीं बेरिस होगा इंट्राडे 15 मिनट में. लेवल बनाया ही नहीं है सर अभी फिलहाल के लिए, इसलिए गोल्ड में बताया नहीं रहा हूँ, गोल्ड के लेवल ही नहीं बनाए हुए आज। सिल्वर के बनाए थे वो बता दिए ऑलरेडी, गोल्ड में लेवल ही नहीं बनाए हैं। गोल्ड के लेवल बना लेते हैं, फिर वेट कर लो थोड़ा सा। लग चुका है ऑलरेडी फर्स्ट लोअर सर्किट, अब लगेगा तो सेकंड लोअर सर्किट लगेगा आई थिंक 8% पे, सॉरी 9% पे लगता है ना, 6 7 8 9, हाँ 9% पे लगेगा सेकंड लोअर सर्किट।
Government to provide nuclear power. Joining us now is Tony Parada, PA Consulting, Sustainability and Regenerative Economist, and Yahoo Finance's very own Julie Hyman. Tony, it's good to see you. So maybe, Tony, I'm interested to get your take there on what our colleague David Hollerith is reporting, these Wall Street banks, Tony, now beating a retreat, it sounds like, from this UN-backed banking climate group, just as Trump, of course, gets ready to move back into the White House. What do you make of that, Tony?
Well, overall, I think we're seeing similar issues happen across multiple industries where a large affiliation that becomes global in nature oftentimes becomes unwieldy. So in 2024, we saw the UN Plastic Treaty break down without a final resolution. They will reconvene next year. That is a
अब सेल करें, क्रूड ऑयल सेल कर सकते हो, सेलिंग जोन पर ही है, ये एसएल है, ध्यान रखना, जाएगा तो निकल जाना, री एंट्री मिलेगी तो फिर से करेंगे, मैक्सिमम 0.5% तक ही ले सकते हैं, यहाँ से यहाँ तक कहीं पर भी सेल कर सकते हो, कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया, रेजिस्टेंस भी होल्ड नहीं कर रहा है, कल की तरह ही करना कर दे, रेजिस्टेंस तो ठीक ही है। लेट्स सी यूएस मार्केट में क्या होता है, देखते हैं, यूएस मार्केट शायद थोड़ा और मूव करा दे, बाकी नीचे टारगेट ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के आसपास का ही है, ध्यान रखना, ऐसा नहीं कि पूरा नीचे तक का टारगेट है, इस ब्लू कलर की लाइन के नीचे अगर क्लोजिंग आती है तब तो कहीं थोड़ा फिर डे लो टारगेट देखेंगे, नहीं तो इतना ही है फर्स्ट टारगेट। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 50 लाइक्स पे रुके हुए हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब टू
January
चैनल।
20th and what's ahead. I actually believe that there will be a number of positive impacts and aspects as we move into a new administration. Let's remember that these challenges represent huge opportunities for the entrepreneurs and organizations that solve them and solve them conveniently and profitably. Reduced regulatory pressure should mean more innovation and investment in those sectors.
I'm curious, Tony, as a consultant, when you're talking to American CEOs and they're outlining their list of priorities right now, how high up are sustainability and broader environmental issues? I mean, is it as high up as it was a few years ago, or no, has it kind of taken a backseat to other priorities, like AI, for example?
We don't see it taking a backseat at all. It is still on every CEO and board's agenda. And in addition to that, there's a growing realization that the lack of a climate action plan is the lack of a business continuity plan. Not having a sustainability plan in place means your company will have a higher cost of capital. It means you're equally as likely of getting put out of business by climate change as you are by your competitors. Swiss Re recently came out and acknowledged that the cost of climate damage in 2024 alone hit $310 billion. So this is as much about financial futures as it is about our global and climate futures.
So then talk to us about sort of subtopic, subsector, where you're seeing the most energy being put forth. Is it climate risk mitigation? Is it, or as a subset of that, are we seeing things like carbon capture start to pick up steam again? You know, where is the energy and dollars flowing right now?
I think we'll see two significant trends, actually three. One, increased disclosures will come into play. So as a CEO, you should expect that your CFO and compliance departments will be engaged in more and more sustainability conversations. The second, we are seeing a reinvigoration of the carbon credit market. We've seen major moves by corporations here in the US at buying those carbon credits early and at very sizable scale. And then finally, we are looking at a notion of sort of active resilience moving forward. We know times ahead will be unstable. The days of sitting back and seeing what happens are gone. You need to take an active and dynamic role to ensure that you can be resilient in the face of what will be change from multiple avenues, including climate and sustainability.
Tony, I'm curious, what is the role that AI is already playing as you see it in sustainability practices?
Yeah, like almost any technology, we see huge benefits and some potential watchouts. AI obviously is one more example of us continuing to use ever more energy and increasing that appetite. These are enormously hungry applications that we use. But on the benefit side, we're beginning to see the ability to have machine learning and AI take the data that we're collecting and begin to have some positive outputs. One great example is we're taking, for the first time ever, data that we've collated from satellite imagery to understand where methane leaks around the world are coming from. Methane is 80 times more damaging than carbon dioxide, excuse me. So the ability of AI to both discover and assess those areas and then clearly identify them is a huge advantage. In addition to that, we're also seeing AI come into place with material recovery and recycling. So the ability to look at what is coming through our material recovery facility, how do we separate and sort it at a way that's much faster than humans sitting on the line.
Tony, great to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thanks again.
When you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. The decision is official. President Biden is blocking the $14.1 billion sale of U.S. steel to Japan's Nippon Steel. In a statement, the president said, quote, U.S. Steel will remain a proud American company, one that's American-owned, American-operated by American union steelworkers, the best in the world. Ed Yardeni, president of Yardeni Research, says the move marks another shift away from the economic thinking that dominated the Biden and Obama years.
We had a lot of globalization, the idea that America's interests were identical to global interests, and we all had to work together, kind of a kumbaya.
It's 9 a.m. here in New York City on this Friday, January 3rd.
Everybody
Welcome to
pursues their own national interests, and we can talk about it and negotiate and work things out. But, we're going to push for our national interests. You push for your national interests. We'll use our economic power to get what we want and to try to cut back what we have to give in return. And that's kind of the environment we're in right now.
And that's Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research. Shares of U.S. Steel down almost 8% this morning. President-elect Donald Trump wishing House Speaker Mike Johnson good luck as Congress convenes to vote on a speaker. Trump made the comments in a post on Truth Social. Trump said, quote, a win for Mike today will be a big win for the Republican Party. Republicans hold a 4-seat majority in the House, giving Johnson scant margin for error. The speaker still must navigate factions within his own party. New details on the New Year's Day attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas. FBI Assistant Deputy Director Christopher Reyes says U.S.-born suspect Shamsuddin Jabbar, a military veteran shot dead by police, committed an act of terrorism and appears to have been inspired by Islamic State.
Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers.
Still, FBI Assistant Deputy Director Christopher Reyes said there were similarities between the attacks in Las Vegas and New Orleans. Right now, authorities believe both men acted alone. During an event at the White House, President Biden said he's assembled the entire defense and intelligence community to continue investigating the attacks.
Federal law enforcement and the intelligence community are actively investigating any foreign or domestic contacts and connection that could possibly be relevant to the attack. And so we're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the explosion in Las Vegas.
And the president says he will continue to update the public as new details emerge. In a post on social media, President-elect Trump sought to draw links between the attacks and border policy under Biden, despite the suspects being U.S. citizens. We're learning more about a reported hack in the Treasury. Sources tell Bloomberg that Chinese state-sponsored hackers broke into the computers of senior Treasury leaders, accessing unclassified material stored locally on their computers. But the hackers did not compromise the Treasury's email system or classified systems. In New York, a controversial plan to charge drivers a toll for entering Manhattan's central business district starting on Sunday is facing a last-ditch challenge from neighboring New Jersey. New Jersey goes to court today to urge a federal judge to stop the congestion pricing plan to launch, while U.S. transportation officials provide specifics from their environmental review of the project that was ordered earlier this week. In overseas markets, the onshore yuan weakened past 7.3 per dollar, a level that China had been defending since late last year. The move reflects concerns over China's economic health. It could signal the People's Bank of China is looking to accommodate mounting growth pressures through a weaker currency. In South Korea, anti-corruption investigators in the country have tried and failed to arrest impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. This after a 6-hour standoff with the president's security team. They've been slapped on cigarette packs for decades, and now the Surgeon General is calling for cancer warning labels on beer and wine bottles. We get more with Bloomberg's Nathan Hager in Washington.
The call comes in an advisory from outgoing Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. He says alcohol causes about 100,000 cancer cases each year and 20,000 related deaths. Far more, he says, than the 13,500 alcohol-related traffic crashes in a given year. Murthy says there are direct links to alcohol and at least 7 types of cancer, including throat, mouth, and liver, and more than 16% of breast cancers. The Surgeon General's advisory says evidence of the alcohol cancer connection has been rising for decades, but less than half of Americans recognize the risk. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Nathan, thank you. S&P futures up 1/3%, so are Dow futures. NASDAQ futures up 0.5%. 10-year Treasury yield 4.53%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
Of jobs, and we very well may see a warn notice from U.S. Steel as soon as today. I would imagine it takes a little longer, but you would have the warn notice. There's probably a period before they actually have.
8:30 पे आएगा डेटा भी तो यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा.
Josh, I wonder from your examination, especially as we're just weeks away from the changing of the guards in Washington, D.C., when we think about some of the investments in this industry that President Biden was talking about within their statement and really looking through some of the what they call record investments in manufacturing, more than 100 new steel and iron mills opened since Biden took office, where now we may see more investments in the same industry, but also with some other perhaps inclinations or ramifications from those countries and entities making those investments, as Trump has said, President-elect Trump has essentially kind of greenlit fast-tracking some of those approvals once we do see other entities and nations start to make their own investments towards the infrastructure within the U.S.
Right. That's where this may not be the full end of the chapter, where, because we're almost between administrations, you have President Trump just a couple of weeks ago said that anybody investing $1 billion will get expedited. So it just gets a little bit odd when the government's invested billions of dollars in foreign chip producers to come to the United States to bring their technology here, that we're not doing that same for steel. So I think there's the opportunity that under, when President Trump comes back into office, he seems more attuned to making deals, and he's been very visible to encourage investment in the United States. So we may see some opportunity come for Nippon to come back into the U.S. So they're already here with a number of facilities, but potentially they could come with a new deal here for U.S. Steel, or potentially even a JV for some of their assets.
Well, in that case, if you were seeing even more of their own capacity that comes online in the U.S., would that then further weaken U.S. Steel?
Well, U.S. Steel is actually in a really good position. They have billions in cash. They've been profitable the last few years. Prices in the U.S., though, for steel have fallen throughout all of 2024. Profits at steel mills have slowed. I think only Cleveland Cliffs is the one that has seen negative earnings every quarter. But U.S. Steel is still is doing well, and they're actually set to do even better as this Big River 2 steel mill comes on. It's a 3 million ton mill that is much more variable cost based. So it's an electric arc furnace and allows them to be much more flexible in the market and very profitable still at today's price levels versus what their typical assets are, being a blast furnace mill.
If this deal does still have potential, as you say, what could that timeline potentially look like?
Certainly, there's the immediate effect of Nippon previously talked about legal action, so that would be very immediate. But more likely, it's under a President Trump, and it would be over the next couple of months to get this type of investment deal and negotiations in the works.
Josh, thanks so much for taking the time here with us this morning on this breaking news, giving us some of the insights and analysis. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Certainly. A Santa sell-off coming to the markets to start the year, with the stocks falling for the last 5 days in 2024 and the first 2 days here. And we'll see exactly where things end here today in 2025. But the longest losing streak since April, we should note, of 2024. However, our next guest says that the bull market is alive and well, and if you don't buy now, that it could be an expensive mess. Joining us now is Callie Cox, Ritholtz Wealth Management's Chief Market Strategist. Great to have you here with us, and Happy New Year to you, Callie. First and foremost, as you think about even the valuations right now for some of the most overcrowded trades, which is essentially long Mag 7, how is it that now could be the time to buy the dip versus kind of waiting to see how things play out over these next few weeks going into the inauguration?
First of all, Happy New Year. It seems like we're in a new year, but not much has changed. That's the way it goes, Brad and Maddie. Well, you're right. The market looks pretty expensive here, but if you dig underneath the surface, there still are pockets of value, Brad. And that's what I'm talking about when I say that this market still has legs to run on. Of course, the economy is doing pretty well at the moment. There are some signs of weakness. If you look from a broad bird's eye view, corporate America is in a good position. The U.S. consumer is in a good position. And if there are pockets of value in the market, especially outside of tech, then I'd say that that's a good time to step in, especially if we see prices continue to decline from here. Because everybody knows the classic investing advice is buy low, sell high.
Where do you find that value, Callie, and how do you suss out the value of value stocks versus the risk of those stocks?
Well, that's a good question, right? Because the other argument you could make is that value hasn't worked in a really long time, Maddie. And I mean, that's also true. I mean, tech is dominant for a reason. But right now you see profits broadening out across the sector. I still think some rate sensitive sectors look interesting right now, although I'm getting a little less excited about them now that the Fed is committed to keeping rates somewhat high for a bit and inflation concerns are coming back.
All these things considered, as we're thinking about some of the core metrics that analysts are going to be grading the companies who are going to talk about macroeconomic conditions, that are going to talk about the changing of the, who's occupying the seat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue as we begin the earnings season. S&P is still looking for calendar year, or FactSet is looking for S&P 500 calendar year 2025 earnings growth of 15% here. What would need to happen in order for us to see that come to fruition over this calendar year?
Yeah, well, let me note, first of all, 15% earnings growth in a year is incredibly good. That would be the best year since 2018. And I look at Bloomberg estimates, but Bloomberg analysts surveyed by Bloomberg see profit growth across all 11 sectors in the S&P 500, something that also hasn't happened in several years. So Wall Street expects another good year for corporate America. And I think you see that driven by, an increase of sales and continued management of costs. But, you could also see a little bit of cost management through productivity as well, which is something that I'm watching, Brad. It's not something that you'll see show up in an earnings report, but something that you'll hear management teams talk about. I will put a caveat in there, though. We have a lot of policy speculation right now. We're not sure, what will be enacted and how quickly it will be enacted. So that's still a really big question mark. I expect management teams to start talking about that in this next earnings season. But for now, I'm not really factoring that into how I think about markets. It's still a question mark.
Well, I do want to talk a bit about that productivity boost that we've seen, particularly since 2020, Callie. And you do such great work on this exact topic. But I guess I wonder what the tipping point is for when productivity is good for stocks because it helps companies maybe cut costs, cut back on labor, versus when that becomes a macro problem where there's too much cost cutting in the form of cutting jobs, and then it creates an issue for the macro picture.
I think that's a big question that so many people on Wall Street are trying to answer right now, Maddie. And we can start with the fact that productivity historically has been really good for the economy and the stock market. It shows that technological innovation is sound, it's growing, and that, both workers and companies are getting what they want.
US market होने वाला है ओपन 15 मिनट इज लेफ्ट नाउ क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है बट कुछ खास सेलिंग में आया नहीं है एक्सपेक्ट है नीचे तक आना चाहिए बट ध्यान रखना यूएस मार्केट में ऐसा ना हो कैंडल ऊपर ही निकल जाए सीधा तो चाहो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हो थोड़ा सा नीचे ही है कॉस्ट से बट कोई टारगेट पे नहीं आया है बाकी अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया सक्सेसफुली तो फिर ऊपर सीधा 6400 तक का एक टारगेट रहेगा अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट सक्सेसफुल रहता है थोड़ा पुल बैक करके जाए तो और बेटर रहेगा या फिर यहाँ पर थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन कर दे इस तरह से ठीक है तो जिन लोगों ने सेल किया है क्रूड ऑयल को थोड़ा ध्यान रखना बायर्स आई होप निकल गए होंगे कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है सिर्फ 30 पॉइंट का ही टारगेट है बट वो भी नहीं आ रहा है 10 पॉइंट का एसएल इसका यूएस मार्केट क्या देखते हैं अब जिन लोगों का ट्रेड रनिंग है थोड़ा ध्यान रखना अपनी पोजीशन का यूएस मार्केट इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 8 PM 15 मिनट इज लेफ्ट उससे पहले ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना डेटा भी है 8:30 वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है उसको भी देखते हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए मिनट लेफ्ट, 10 मिनट और बचे हैं यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। यूएस मार्केट कितने बजे ओपन होगा? 10 मिनट में, 8 PM पे। क्रूड ऑयल में बता दे रहा हूँ, जिन लोगों की सेलिंग का ट्रेड था काफ़ी देर रुका है वहाँ पर प्राइस। अब यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला, कहीं भी मूव कर सकता है, अपर साइड, डाउन साइड, वी डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली। सो अपना एसएल थोड़ा या तो सिस्टम पे रख लो या फिर कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हो। डोंट टेक द रिस्क। अननेसेसरी कोई बड़ी कैंडल बन गई अगेंस्ट तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। फेवर में बनती है तो कोई इशू नहीं है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी स्लोली स्टडी आ ही रहा है नीचे। अगर पुल बैक आया है तो भी चलेगा, यहाँ से वापस सेल कर देंगे नहीं तो। Minute, 7 minute, 7 minute is left, guys. US market is going to open. ग्रो एड से मुक्ति दे दो। ग्रो के ऐड आ रहे हैं, धन के नहीं आ रहे क्या? ग्रो को प्रमोट नहीं करता यार मैं। धन में अगर अकाउंट नहीं है तो लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में दिया हुआ है, कमेंट बॉक्स में भी है, वहां से ओपन कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, धन में भी एक नया फीचर और आ गया है न्यू ईयर में। आई होप आप लोगों को पता चल गया होगा। साल ही बहुत सारे नए फीचर्स लॉन्च करने वाला है धन। जो जो नए फीचर आ रहे हैं वैसे मैं बता देता हूँ आप लोगों को। बट इस साल भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा नए फीचर एक्सपेक्टेड हैं। लास्ट ईयर के काफ़ी अच्छे फीचर्स थे। उनमें से एक था, आप डायरेक्टली चार्ट में ऐसे चार्ट लगा के ऊपर इंटरेस्ट देख सकते हो। यहाँ पर लिखा आ जाएगा चार्ट में ही आपके किस लेवल पे कितना ऊपर इंटरेस्ट है, अलग से देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। वो एक सबसे अच्छा था। उसके अलावा इंडिकेटर है, उसमें आप फ्री में आप जो भी चार्ट पैटर्न्स या कैंडलस्टिक पैटर्न बनते हैं वो देख सकते हो स्क्रीन पे इंडिकेटर लगा के। बिड और आस्क जो आप देखते हो नॉर्मली 5 बाइंग साइड 5 सेलिंग साइड, वो 20 तक देख सकते हो किस किस के ऑर्डर लगे हुए हैं, कितनी क्वांटिटी में। और भी बहुत सारे फीचर्स दिए थे। टेक्निकल अलर्ट्स चार्ट में भी आप लगा सकते हो, अब धन के चार्ट में जैसे आप ट्रेडिंग व्यू में लगाते हो। जो भी टेक्निकल इंडिकेटर कंडीशन आप फिल करके या मैट करके रख दोगे, वो अगर फिल होगी तो आपको ऑटोमेटिकली अलर्ट के थ्रू पता चल जाएगा, चाहे वो ब्रेकआउट हो, ब्रेकडाउन हो, क्रॉस ओवर हो एंड ऑल। बाकी ओ एफ एस भी आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, वहाँ पर ओ एफ एस का भी अब ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है। शेयर बायबैक एंड ओ एफ एस ऑफर फॉर सेल यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज इन धन। एपीआई पहले भी था ऑप्शन चेन के लिए ग्रीक्स के साथ, वो अब भी है अवेलेबल। वॉच लिस्ट भी है, वो तो खैर नॉर्मली है। कैंडलस्टिक पैटर्न हो गए वो तो मैंने बता ही दिया आपको, ऑटोमेटिकली डिटेक्ट कर देगा आपके चार्ट में, आपको दिखा देगा जैसे ही वो आपका कैंडलस्टिक पैटर्न बनेगा स्क्रीन पे। ओपन इंटरेस्ट इंडिकेटर आ गया है स्क्रीन पे, देख सकते हो। तो ये सारे मेजर फीचर्स थे। लेट्स सी इस साल एक वो जो फीचर मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि डायरेक्टली ड्रैग करके ऊपर नीचे हो जाए, वो भी लॉन्च कर दें। ओके गाइस, 4 मिनट लेफ्ट, 4 मिनट ही रह गए यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे। अगेन किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन है कुछ भी कहीं पर भी, एसएल सिस्टम पे रख लो। नीड टू सी किस तरह से मूव करता है यूएस मार्केट पे। वन मिनट लेफ्ट, 1 मिनट और है। लगाता तो बेटर रहता क्रूड में, या फिर ये साइडवेज जाए, डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट ना हो तो बेटर है, क्योंकि उतना ऊपर टारगेट मिलेगा नहीं डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट पे। यहाँ से आता है, यहाँ से बाई करते, फिर वापस ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे और बाई करते, सीधा ही निकल जा रहा है। सेकेंड्स। सेकेंड्स। बाकी कल क्रूड ऑयल का जो चार्ट में देख रहा था, मंथली टाइम फ्रेम का एमसीएक्स का, उसने ना ऑलरेडी आई थिंक मंथली टाइम फ्रेम पे वो ब्रेकआउट दे चुका है ऑलरेडी, मतलब कैंडल क्लोज होगी तो ब्रेकआउट कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा उसमें, तो काफ़ी क्रूशियल लेवल है। इस मंथ की कैंडल कहाँ क्लोज होती है, वापस सेल ऑफ आ जाता है मंथ होते होते बिल्कुल, या फिर ऊपर ही क्लोज होता है एक सर्टेन लेवल के ऊपर, नहीं तो फिर वो मंथली ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा, ऊपर के कई लेवल खुल जाएंगे उस केस में। मार्केट ओपन गाइस, रेडी फॉर द वॉलेटिलिटी इन द मार्केट। एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी हो नाउ इस पर्टिकुलर कैंडल पे। एक 8:30 का डेटा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, वही फोकस में रहेगा, वो भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए है इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा सिर्फ। ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया क्रूड ऑयल। देखो ब्रेकआउट तो अच्छा ही हुआ था, मैंने कल भी बताया था, कल किसी ने पूछा था, और लास्ट जब हम फ्राइडे के दिन न्यू ईयर से पहले ट्रेड कर रहे थे, मैंने उस दिन भी बताया था, उस दिन भी ब्रेकआउट हुआ नहीं था, 30 को ब्रेकआउट हुआ ना मंडे के दिन, उस दिन लाइव नहीं थी हमारी। जिस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन बनाया उस हिसाब से तो कम्प्लीटली बुलिश ही है प्राइस। यहाँ पर जो प्राइस एक्शन बना है उस हिसाब से कम्प्लीटली ऊपर ही जाना है उसको, नीचे तो नहीं आना चाहिए। बट क्या ये कंप्लीट 400 पॉइंट दे देगा, वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट बात है, बिकॉज ये पैटर्न मैंने बताया था उस दिन, ये 30 का चार्ट है, 27 फ्राइडे का याद होगा, यहाँ पर 2-3 बार सेलिंग आई थी, मार्केट वहीं पर क्लोज हुआ था, अगले दिन ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करके सीधा चला गया। तो नॉर्मली ये जो पैटर्न बना हुआ है इसके अकॉर्डिंग अगर सक्सेसफुल ब्रेकआउट हो जाता है तो हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं ये इतना मूव कर जाए ब्रेकआउट के बाद प्राइस, तो इसको देखोगे तो ये 400 पॉइंट है अप्रोक्सीमेटली, अप्रोक्सीमेटली बता रहा हूँ, 398 400 पॉइंट कह सकते हो। तो इसको अगर यहाँ से काउंट करोगे इस लेवल से तो अप्रोक्सीमेटली ये 6400 टू 450 के अराउंड ही, 450 के अराउंड ही दिखाता है, 6400 टू 450 इस टारगेट को कंप्लीट करने के लिए। अभी चेकआउट करें तो ऑलमोस्ट कल 200 पॉइंट मूव किया था, ऑलमोस्ट 300 पॉइंट मूव कर चुका है। बाकी ऊपर 6404 पर एक अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है 15 मिनट में एमसीएक्स में। इन्वेंट्री इम्पैक्ट होता नहीं क्रूड ऑयल में, होता तो है, कल हुआ तो सही, नेगेटिव आई थी कल इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की, यहाँ पर था प्राइस है, थोड़ा ऊपर गया फिर आया नीचे, इन्वेंट्री का इम्पैक्ट है, लेटर ऑन हुआ था, ऑन द स्पॉट नहीं। आज नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री देखते हैं, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग मूव करता है नहीं करता है, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी काफ़ी फॉल कर चुका है। फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग देखेंगे तो बुलिश ही एक्सपेक्टेड है प्राइस के लिए। 930 पे है ना इन्वेंट्री, 930। 330 आने पर स्टॉप लॉस ले लें क्या? क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग में है, रख लो वहाँ पर अपना, हिट हो जाएगा निकल जाना, फिर से री एंट्री मिलेगी तो फिर से कर सकते हो। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ऊपर जाना तो नहीं चाहिए। देखो अगर अब मुझसे पूछोगे ना ब्रेकआउट हो भी गया तो मैं इंटरेस्टेड फिर बाइंग में तो बिल्कुल नहीं रहूँगा। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग इसको नीचे आना चाहिए यहाँ तक। यहाँ से बाइंग बन जाए अलग बात है, यहाँ से बाइंग बनती है तो फिर भी इंटरेस्टेड रहेंगे बाइंग के लिए, कि प्राइस ऊपर जाए और फिर इसका ब्रेकआउट हो जाए। होगा नहीं होगा अलग बात है, बट अगर यहाँ से डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस चांसेस यही लगते हैं कि वो फेक ही हो, बस एसएल लेने जाए और फिर नीचे आ जाए। बाकी इसके नीचे जाने के चांसेस भी कम ही है अभी, तो ये रेंज मुझे लग रही है। बाकी देखो अगर जल्दी नीचे नहीं आया है, ज़्यादा देर यहाँ पर रुक गया तो फिर अगर डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट हुआ फिर तो सीधा ही चला जाएगा। कंसोलिडेशन के बाद ब्रेकआउट होता है तो फिर वो रुकता नहीं है, उसमें फिर रीटेस्ट की ज़रूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी। बट ये टारगेट कोई छोटा नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा टारगेट हो जाएगा एक्चुअली में 80 पॉइंट का। तो थोड़ा रेस्ट लेके नीचे आ जाए लाइक इस तरीके से और फिर जाए तो एसएल रख लो। वैसे भी 10 पॉइंट का ही एसएल है, वो कोई बहुत बड़ा एसएल नहीं है, या क्वांटिटी कम कर लो, ओनली 10 पॉइंट एसएल। प्रॉब्लम यही है कि अगर जल्दी नहीं आया तो ऑप्शन ट्रेडर्स को प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी, फ्यूचर वालों को तो कोई खैर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। डेटा भी नहीं है अभी कि यूएस मार्केट की, यूएस की कैंडल चल रही है। लेवल पे भी ऐसे टाइम पे आता है ना जब मार्केट कोई ना कोई न्यूज आ रही हो, या फिर यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो रहा हो, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो रहा हो, वहाँ पर कैंडल का कुछ कह ही नहीं सकते। इसीलिए कह रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर भी वही हुआ था, यहाँ पर भी किसी ने अगर कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया होगा नीचे, ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि लग तो रहा है वो टारगेट हिट हो गया, बट वो कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि 1 मिनट में पहुँच गया, 15 मिनट में पहुँच गया। वो लेवल पे आया था अराउंड 2:30 या 3 PM के अराउंड, और उसका टारगेट हिट हुआ है शाम को 7 बजे। तो फ्यूचर बाई किया, या फिर अगर ऑप्शन थोड़ा सा एट दी मनी या फिर इन दी मनी का बाई किया होगा तभी ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा। ऑप्शन वाले में थोड़ा सा थीटा डी के जल्दी हो जाता है बाइंग में, फास्ट मूव ना आए तो। मैं चार्ट लगा नहीं सकता बिकॉज 1 मिनट के चार्ट में फिर वो कैंडल इतनी दूर दूर बनती हैं कि उसमें लेवल ही आइडेंटिफाई करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। यूएस मार्केट ओपन है, 8 PM ऑलरेडी ओपन हो चुका है, इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ जो करंट कैंडल है थोड़ी सी वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है। कभी कोई न्यूज आने वाली हो, मार्केट ओपनिंग का टाइम हो, यूएस मार्केट का, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन का, लंदन सेशन का, इंडियन मार्केट का, उस समय थोड़ा सा वेट करना चाहिए। उस समय थोड़ा रिस्क ज़्यादा होता है क्योंकि उस समय नए नए सेलर आते हैं ट्रेड करने के लिए, बड़े प्लेयर्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। अब उनका मूड कहाँ को है कह नहीं सकते उस समय एग्जैक्टली कहीं भी बड़ी कैंडल बन जाती है, फिर इन्वेंट्री आ रही हो। नोन है, अब कोई सडनली न्यूज आ गई कहीं कुछ हो गया वॉर वगैरह, वो तो खैर किसी को नहीं पता चलता। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे थोड़ा 5 जनवरी के बाद, मंडे के बाद आई थिंक थोड़ा और प्रॉपर मोमेंटम हो, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा प्रॉपरली फॉलो हो जाए, वैकेशन भी एंड हो जाएंगे उस समय। नहीं क्या कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट देखो, अगर यूएस मार्केट के टाइम पे भी ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो, सबसे बेस्ट वही रहता है। मैं बार बार कहता हूँ, जब कोई न्यूज आ रही हो, मार्केट ओपन हो रहा हो, उस समय ट्रेड मत किया करो। कोई ओपन पोजीशन है तो सिस्टम पे एसएल रख लो, वो बेस्ट रहता है। या फिर जितना भी लगा के रखा है वो लगा के छोड़ दो फिर, क्योंकि वहाँ पर 50-50 चांसेस है, कुछ भी हो सकता है बड़ी कैंडल नीचे को बन जाए अभी इसी वक्त, हो सकता है ऊपर ही चला जाए। डोंट टेक द रिस्क अराउंड एनी न्यूज़ और मार्केट ओपनिंग, उसके बाद ट्रेड कर लो, ज़्यादा सेफ रहता है। तो 15 मिनट की जो कैंडल्स होती हैं स्पेशली न्यूज़ के अराउंड, वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा अवॉइड किया करो ट्रेडिंग। अब यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग हो गई, इन्वेंट्री हो गई, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो गया, लंदन सेशन में तो खैर इतना इम्पैक्ट होता नहीं है। और उस कॉमोडिटी से रिलेटेड कोई अगर न्यूज आने वाली हो जो कि नोन हो, करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। आज और कोई डेटा नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री के अलावा नहीं है, एक बार नेक्स्ट वीक का भी देख लेते हैं। नेक्स्ट वीक कोई स्पेसिफिक डेटा है या फिर नॉर्मली है मंडे? सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा, 8:30 जॉब ओपनिंग का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा, क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, एडीपी नॉन फॉर्म एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेंज गोल्ड सिल्वर, एफओएमसी मीटिंग मिनट्स रिलीज होंगे, ओके, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स इंपॉर्टेंट गोल्ड सिल्वर, ये सारा भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए है डेटा। नॉर्मली डेटा है, कुछ खास नहीं, ये दो डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेंगे, एक अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का और एक एफओएमसी मिनट्स क्या रिलीज हो रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं एफओएमसी के मेंबर, क्या सोच रहे हैं आने वाले समय में वो फिर से रेट कट करेंगे अगले महीने या फिर नहीं जनवरी में। कैंडल मान लो यहीं पर क्लोज आती है और फिर क्योंकि यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग की कैंडल है, वापस प्राइस फिर से नीचे आया तो फिर से ट्राई कर सकते हो एंट्री के लिए। अभी मत करना, अभी यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है, अवॉइड। ठीक है, देखो क्लोज हो गई है कैंडल, ना ऊपर गई ना नीचे गई, फिर से अगर नीचे आता है प्राइस तो ट्राई कर सकते हो ये पर्पल कलर की लाइन के नीचे 6312 के नीचे। कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हुआ नहीं यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में क्रूड ऑयल में स्पेसिफिकली। ठीक है, जो लोग अगर निकल गए थे कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे ही, वो लोग फिर से अगर री एंट्री करना चाहें तो सेलिंग साइड पे से पर्पल लकी लाइन के नीचे ही करना, उसके ऊपर नहीं। एसएल ऊपर का ही रहेगा 6323 के अराउंड। वन टू थ्री फोर, 1 घंटा हो चुका है इस लेवल पे प्राइस को। के एफईजी से बाय करेंगे। अरे एफईजी गया वो एफईजी अब नहीं है काम का। वो एफईजी बहुत पहले हुआ करता था, उसका ब्रेकडाउन ब्रेकआउट सब हो चुका है, उसको हटा दो अगर चाहते हो तो। ये कोई लेवल नहीं है। सेम एफईजी दो तीन बार ऊपर नीचे ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन कर चुका है। फिलहाल अभी क्रूड में ही कर सकते हो ट्रेड। नेचुरल गैस में करना है तो ऊपर यहाँ रेजिस्टेंस पे आएगा तो सेल करेंगे, या फिर नीचे आता है तो कहीं बाइंग देखते हैं। बीच में और कोई लेवल तो नहीं है, एक एफईजी था, रुक भी नहीं रहा है प्राइस वहाँ पे। अभी आने वाला है, ध्यान रखना गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, ठीक है। 8:30 का डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है। 8:30 डेटा इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। गोल्ड के लेवल और टेस्ला के लेवल, टेस्ला के लेवल तो कल वाली ही हैं। गोल्ड के दिखा देता हूँ, वो गोल्ड का बनाए भी तो नहीं है, लेट्स सी। ऊपर देखो 2654 क्या, 265354 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस है। 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। नीचे 263839 के अराउंड एक सपोर्ट है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। ठीक है, तो ये फिलहाल 15 मिनट में एक सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, इनको प्लान कर सकते हो। न्यूज़ भी आने वाली है वैसे, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। रेजिस्टेंस तो अभी लिया है इसने, सपोर्ट पे एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, दूसरी बार आएगा। रेजिस्टेंस जस्ट अभी लिया। स्क्रीन नॉट विजिबल, विजिबल है स्क्रीन। एक डेटा भी है, ध्यान रखना, वो डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है काफ़ी। कैंडल कहीं बड़ी ना बना दे उस केस में। 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। ऊपर आएगा तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो रेजिस्टेंस पे। सपोर्ट पे थोड़ा ध्यान रखना क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है डीप लेवल पे। ये कुछ है भी तो नहीं लेवल इसमें, तो करें क्या जाए। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को अभी तक। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। सब्सक्राइब भी करते रहो सभी लोग। थोड़ा ऊपर आ जाए तो बेटर रहता ना, एक बार और डीप लेवल पे करेक्शन मिल जाएगा। इसका क्या this level? सपोर्ट है हाँ। उस 1.5 घंटा होने वाला है क्रूड ऑयल को सेम लेवल पे, नॉट मूविंग एनीवेयर। Natural gas price fall despite forecast for continuing cold weather in eastern state. कुछ अपडेट न्यूज का डेटा भी आने वाला है 8:30, डेटा के लिए भी रेडी रहो। 8:30 पर एक डेटा है इंपॉर्टेंट। सर्जन जनरल अर्जेस कैंसर वार्निंग फॉर अल्कोहलिक ड्रिंक्स। भैया जो लोग ड्रिंक करते हैं ना करें, नहीं तो कैंसर भी हो सकता है। Alcoholic drinks should carry a warning about cancer risk on their label, the US Surgeon General said in a move that could signal a shift toward more aggressive tobacco style regulation for the sector. सकते हैं आर्टिकल को राउटर्स की वेबसाइट में मिल जाएगा आपको। बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है अगर ऐसा होना लग गया तो। जितने भी ड्रिंक्स की बॉटल्स होंगी शायद उसमें भी वार्निंग लिखी होगी, दिस may cause कैंसर। Look at the crude oil candle is open equal to low. गायब हो गए क्रूड ऑयल के। डेटा रिलीज्ड, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए जो डेटा था वो आ चुका है, पॉजिटिव है डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। ISM मैन्युफैक्चरिंग PMI डेटा is positive for US dollar, negative for gold and for the silver। थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग तो आ रही है सिल्वर में, देखते हैं कितनी आती है। डिफरेंस थोड़ा सा कम है, उतना नहीं है जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था, बट फिर भी है तो वी कैन कंसिडर एज पर द डेटा। अब सिर्फ नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है विच इज़ अराउंड 9 PM। ठीक है, गोल्ड अच्छा फॉल किया है, सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं। थोड़ा बहुत आया नीचे या फिर वापस। सिल्वर भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, इतना नहीं गिरा है जितना गोल्ड गिरा है नीचे। कुछ खास सेलिंग आ नहीं रही सिल्वर में रेजिस्टेंस जोन से। गोल्ड को देखोगे, गोल्ड फिर भी ठीक ठाक आ गया नीचे। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल भी लग रहा है शायद ब्रेकआउट के लिए जाने वाला है। कैंडल ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू लो है अभी फिलहाल के लिए, क्लोज हुई नहीं है, तो हम रेजिस्टेंस को अभी नेगलेक्ट नहीं करेंगे। स्टिल दिस इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। वन टू थ्री फोर फाइव सिक्स सेवन, ऑलमोस्ट 2 घंटे हो जाएंगे इसी लेवल पे प्राइस को। थोड़ा पुल बैक दे देता तो बेटर ही रहता। 32।
Nippon Steel's proposed takeover of U.S. Steel. In a statement, the president saying the following: "We need
News when
major
you
U.S.
want it
companies
with
representing
Bloomberg
the
News
major
Now.
share
I'm Nathan
of U.S.
Hager.
steel-making capacity."
The first Friday of 2025 is officially underway on Wall Street. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and stocks are higher at the open. The S&P 500 is up about 0.5%, trading close to 5,900 now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opens with a 0.5% gain, trading at about 42,600, and the Nasdaq Composite opens with a 0.6% gain. 10-year Treasury yield little changed at 4.55%, but stocks are looking to snap a 5-day losing streak that's gotten 2025 off to a rough start. Mike Wilson is Chief U.S. Equity Strategist at Morgan Stanley.
We've had a little bit of a bad stretch here since the beginning of December, which doesn't really surprise me, given the run that we had, post-election. There's just a lot of euphoria. So we're having a bit of correction here.
Mike Wilson at Morgan Stanley says the first half of this new year could be rough, but stocks should recover if in the second half, if the economy holds up. We get our latest look at the manufacturing economy from the Institute for Supply Management this morning. A once dominant name in American manufacturing will not be sold to an overseas buyer. President Biden has formally blocked Nippon Steel's takeover of U.S. Steel, saying the company will remain, quote, American-owned, American-operated by American unions, steelworkers, the best in the world, end quote. Bloomberg's Bill Ferries has more.
Now, we signaled all along that he was likely opposed to this deal, this $14 billion deal. It's been hanging out there for, I think it's been more than a year now. But this will mean that he kind of puts a final nail in the coffin of it.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferry says both companies have signaled they would challenge this in court, but President-elect Donald Trump has also said he would block the transaction. Checking U.S. Steel shares at the open, they are sinking by 7.5%. President Biden has just announced he will head to New Orleans this Monday. In a statement from the White House, the president and first lady will, quote, grieve with the families and community members impacted by the tragic attack on January 1st and meet with officials on the ground. 14 people were killed on Bourbon Street, along with the driver of the truck that plowed into the crowd, Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar. This man survived the attack but had both his legs broken.
I've been through a lot in my life, man. I was paralyzed. I was in a car wreck. I feel lucky right now, man.
Now, the FBI has said the driver posted videos declaring support for Islamic State, though there is no evidence the group directed the attack. Investigators also say they have found no credible link between New Orleans and the Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. That attack killed the driver, an Army Green Beret, who rented his vehicle from the same app that the New Orleans attacker used. New Jersey is going to court today in a last-ditch bid to block New York from charging a toll to let drivers into downtown Manhattan. The congestion pricing plan is set to take effect Sunday unless a federal judge stops it. It would charge most drivers $9 to enter the city and raise $15 billion for New York's aging transit system. New Jersey says it's a brazen money grab and would only add to traffic on its highways. President-elect Trump is wishing House Speaker Mike Johnson good luck as Congress gets ready to meet today and vote for new leaders. Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene is urging fellow conservatives to give Johnson another go.
I cannot wait to get started. I'll be voting for Mike Johnson. I will be looking ahead in complete hopefulness and working as hard as possible.
Marjorie Taylor Greene posted that video on X. On Truth Social, President-elect Trump said Johnson has almost 100% support. One Republican, Thomas Massey, has said he will not vote for Johnson. The Louisiana Republican can't afford to lose any more of his fellow members if all Democrats vote against him. Back on Wall Street, we're keeping an eye on Tesla shares this morning. They are up more than 1%. That's after the EV giant posted its first annual sales decline in more than a decade. Numbers this morning out of China also showed a downswing. David Welch is Bloomberg's Detroit bureau chief.
Tesla's just hitting a point where their market for selling EVs, and I'm talking globally, is very mature, and they've got a lot of competition.
Bloomberg's David Welch in Detroit. JetBlue is lower by about 0.5% at the open after the airline was hit with a first-of-its-kind $2 million fine from the Transportation Department for routinely delaying some flights and setting what the agency calls unrealistic schedules. And we're watching beverage stocks this morning after Surgeon General Vivek Murthy put out an advisory calling for cancer warning labels on beer and wine. He says alcohol has been linked to at least 7 types of cancer, including 16% of breast cancers. At the open, Molson Coors shares are lower by more than 2%. Constellation Brands is down nearly 1%. And Boston Beer Company, the parent of Samuel Adams, is down more than 4%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Not everybody.
नेचुरल गैस भी आ गया नीचे। इसमें देखो यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान है, इस एरिया से एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। टारगेट देखते हैं कहाँ तक मिलता है। ऊपर तो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस 304 अब बनी गया है, बीच में भी देखेंगे कुछ अगर एफईजी होगा, दैट इज द टारगेट फर्स्ट। क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे अभी भी इन्हों की थोड़ा नीचे आए, पुल बैक दे। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में एक बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हो नीचे से। मुझे लग रहा है इसमें डबल सर्किट भी लग सकता है। 7% ऑलमोस्ट डाउन है, 2% और गिरा तो गया। 2% बट गिरेगा नहीं इतना शायद। लोअर सर्किट लगना मुश्किल है। नीचे सपोर्ट ठीक ही है, अगर होल्ड किया तो नहीं लगेगा।
At the same time,
We don't believe there's a connection, but again, with the fog of war early in the investigation, that may change over time. As of now, no connection that we know of.
All right, Jamil, thanks so much for joining us on that breaking news and for the breakdown there. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Madison.
Coming up, we're looking at Yahoo Finance's trending tickers. We'll give you the news behind all those stock moves next, right here on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time.
Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Set up, manage, or clean up even the most complex workflow with easy.
Boeing releasing an updated safety and quality plan nearly 1 year after that door plug blew out on an Alaskan Airlines flight. Boeing's plan focuses on 4 areas: investing in workforce training, simplifying plans and processes, eliminating defects, and elevating safety and quality culture. Boeing says it continues to cooperate with the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA and their investigations of that Alaska Airlines flight, which again we are approaching the 1-year anniversary of. You can see off the back of this news, the stock down just about 0.4%. I think it's really interesting to point to some of these quality checks that Boeing is announcing today, Brad, because this is something that obviously was at the top of Kelly Ortberg's to-do list when he came in as the new CEO. And the culture around flagging safety concerns is something he talked about as a key importance early on, and the idea of not creating a culture of punishment for whistleblowers that do come forward. I'm going to be interested to see how successful they can be in changing that culture. That's a really big shift that has to happen when he's kind of new to the job.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that's going to be a massive shift that needs to take place here, considering some of those whistleblowers, unfortunately, have been found, some of them dead, after they were ready to come forward with some of the complaints here, whether that it's, at certain points in the production. At the end of the day, this is, and one of the things that I was thinking about more broadly coming into this and the anniversary of this is that it's now what's old is new again, and that when the Boeing 737 MAX first had its issues, Trump was in office, and Trump was very, very vocal about what Boeing would need to do thereafter. He even talked about, hey, just scrapping the name entirely and rebranding it. We'll see what Boeing has to do ultimately to make sure that they're able to not just get back in the good graces of the manufacturing and making sure that they're also bringing on Spirit Aerosystems and integrating that are necessary by bringing that back under their own manufacturing realm, but also that the airline customers are confident enough to place large orders for years out from now that won't be delivered upon for several years, maybe even a decade, because of the backlog that is now stacked up as well here. So it's both on the airline purchaser side, but also on the customer and the flying public side too, because the airlines are going to take perhaps some of their cues from those customers. And we've had, of course, some of the CEOs who have a more outsized exposure to the Boeing 737 MAX, like a Bob Jordan over at Southwest Airlines. We've had them on to discuss, and many of them are confident in Kelly Ortberg. So this is going to be a critical, I think, next 2 quarters here are key for Boeing and really telling the street and analysts, but also their core customers, that there's been a major shift here.
Really great point too, Brad, in terms of the executive search story there. That was such a huge thing that we were looking at, and I know that you've talked to a lot of the airline CEOs, so hearing them echo that confidence is really key here as we take a look at Boeing and they start to kind of measure out the quality check success moving forward in their factories.
Powered by Atlassian. Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Set up, manage, or clean up even the most complex workflow with easy.
Bitcoin reached new highs in 2024, hitting the $100,000 mark in mid-December. It's since pulled back from its highs. BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF saw record outflows on Thursday. So what's ahead for Bitcoin and crypto in the year to come? We've got Andy Baer, who is the CoinDesk Indices Managing Director, joining us in studio. Great to see you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
All right, so coming off of an all-time high that we saw set in 2024, at the very end here, what lies ahead for crypto? What's going to be the major, dare I say, catalyst that really takes this market by storm?
Let's remember how 2024
blockbuster year. Got so much done. The ETFs, the interest rate cycle beginning to
halving happened,
back, and then the election. So, but all that performance came in two clumps. In the first quarter, we had the ETF mania, and that drove performance. We had a really slow summer. And then we had between September 18th and December 18th, between the two Fed meetings, that's when everything returned. The election was during that period. So the first thing that, looking ahead, performance like that's going to come in clumps again, right? Crypto tends to move in these kind of momentum cycles. And so we have to be patient during the quiet times. We have to get excited. So for most investors, you have to think really long term. But let's just remember there's going to be some great periods and there's going to be some quiet periods coming ahead. We just have to be prepared for that.
Talk to me about this question of froth in the market, and I know you're already laughing, but so many of the investors we talk to say once Bitcoin hits 150, 200K, that's an indication that we're about to have a market sell-off because there's just way too much risk appetite. How do you rate that call?
Today is the 16th anniversary of the Genesis block. So January 3rd, 2009. So we have a very young asset class here. And we have these four areas of adoption momentum that started to get traction last year. We have sovereign, right, for strategic reserves. Yeah. We have corporate, right, with pitches being made to Microsoft. We have institutional. We still don't have a broad pension fund or insurance company holdings, of Bitcoin. We have an advisory and retail, which we've had some retail, but advisory is still early stages. Mm-hmm. So the adoption momentum, when you think ahead, is just getting off to a start. And the dialogue change between this time last year and today has been huge. So you can't really look at Bitcoin and think of it as something that has a valuation cycle like a 500-year-old asset. It's still brand new. Mm-hmm. Adoption momentum for Bitcoin is going to do two things. It's going to continue to support a medium to long-term price. And it'll also, over time, we believe, help to dampen volatility.
What are the keys to regulation that need to come forward, even after we saw the broader crypto landscape really kind of cheer some of the cabinet picks from President Trump, President-elect Trump? So for Bitcoin, doesn't really need that much more, right? We have pretty solid CFTC regulatory framework, futures, ETFs, options on ETFs. Really all you need more is for people to get on board and to get educated. For the rest of the market, think about stable coins, right? There's 200 billion of stable coins right now in total, value locked. Some are predicting that might double this year. Isn't that a net knock, though, to Bitcoin, to Ethereum, if it's stable coins that get more of the regulation? Where do those stable coins trade? They need a blockchain, right? Tether, Circle, they're not blockchains. They're tokens that sit on Ethereum. They may sit on Solana. They need blockchains, right? One of the reasons we think we saw Ethereum rise so much after the election is the use cases are going to come in. If stablecoin legislation gets passed this year, which many think it will, those stablecoins have to trade and settle somewhere. So this is the beginning of the kind of smart contract platform rally. Now, many people think a lot of that's going to remain on Ethereum, and that's a safe place to be. But there's a bunch of layer ones, right? And so investors aren't really sure. Solana was really popular over the past couple of years for ETFs and for meme coins. That did a lot better. So investors have to think about where all of these things are going to trade, what kind of tokens and projects are going to support them, what's going to happen in DeFi with Uniswap and Chainlink. There's just a lot of things. And the last time we were on, we were talking about how Ripple and Stellar were taking off after the election. So right now, investors have a conundrum. I'm sure you're getting the same questions I was getting over the holidays. What crypto should I buy? Everybody.
Right? Everybody. Not just Bitcoin anymore. People should, look into Bitcoin and have it as a macro asset. The rest, it's a pretty complicated picture. We just know growth is ahead. As an indexer, of course, we like CoinDesk 20, which was up 88% last year, over 20 tokens. But the top winners there were ones that very few people had on their bingo cards, right? Very few people thought that Ripple would be the #1 performer last year. So it's going to be hard to plot exactly. Token picking and timing are going to be difficult. But with the regulatory tailwinds and the adoption momentum, we think the whole space is going to do super well.
Final 30 seconds. These outflows in the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF, 300 million pulled on Thursday, the most since the launch. Much ado about nothing?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of these are very big and very liquid ETFs. So I think inflows and outflows are easy to look at. Might have been tax related. Might have been profit taking in the beginning of January. Who knows? And a lot of these ETFs are used in arbitrage strategies versus futures. They're not just necessarily buy and hold. I tend maybe to get a little bit nervous about day-to-day inflows and outflows. Our trend indicators are neutral for Bitcoin and Ether right now, but we're just not in one of these big rally periods, right? We're kind of taking a break since December 18th. During the next momentum rally, we'll see what happens, but we're pretty sure it's going to be a broad rally.
All right, Andy, optimism. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. We appreciate it.
Mr. Saik, crude oil previous candle open equal to low बनाया एसएल ले लूं कैसा कर उसमें निकलना चाहो तो निकल जाओ यार अगर थीटा डी के हो रहा है एसएल ऐसे जा चुका है फिर से री एंट्री मिलेगी तो फिर से कर लेना मार्केट साइडवे चला गया क्रूड ऑयल का 2 घंटे हो गए वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस कोई ब्रेकआउट हुआ नहीं है तो अभी भी स्टिल उसी को कंसीडर करेंगे और नीचे अगर यहाँ तक आता तो बेटर रहता यहीं पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड एक्सपेक्टेड था ठीक ठाक चला गया नेचुरल गैस में भी एक सपोर्ट है लेट्स सी नेचुरल गैस रुकता है तो तो रुक सकते हो थोड़ा सा और उसमें थीटा डिके तो हो नहीं रहा होगा तो बेटर ही है पर कोई बहुत बड़ा एसएल मत लेना बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी देखो यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान है यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना टारगेट 298 का रहेगा फिलहाल के लिए आ गया ठीक ठाक नीचे सिल्वर कुछ खास नहीं आया रेजिस्टेंस पर ही रुका था थोड़ा सा नीचे जरूर आया है बट नॉट दैट मच एमसीएक्स में देखोगे 500 पॉइंट दिख जाएगा ये बट इसका टारगेट नीचे तक है 29.45 वहाँ तक आ जाए तो ऑलमोस्ट 1000 पॉइंट ये एमसीएक्स में है 500 पॉइंट गिरा है बस गोल्ड थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है ज़्यादा मूव किया एज कम्पेयर टू सिल्वर ये ऑलमोस्ट सपोर्ट रेंज के आसपास ही पहुंचने वाला है वापस से गोल्ड एक बार ले चुका है सपोर्ट सेकंड टाइम है लेट्स सी होल्ड करता है या नहीं रेजिस्टेंस पेंडिंग है नेचुरल गैस डायरेक्टली गैप डाउन ही ओपन हो गया, कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा। लुक एट द कैंडल, देखो ये लास्ट 3 सपोर्ट है, इसके नीचे तो देखना भी नहीं पड़ रहा है। एफईजी का भी 50% लेवल है, सीधा 2 पॉइंट गैप डाउन ही ओपन हुआ है। शायद कोई न्यूज आई है पक्का, डेफिनेटली देयर इज सम न्यूज। 15 मिनट कैंडल डायरेक्टली गैप डाउन ओपन, कोई तो न्यूज है पक्का। लेट्स सी, 15 मिनट। क्रूड ऑयल में यस, ओपन इक्वल टू लो है क्रूड ऑयल में कैंडल अगेन। होल्ड मत करना ज़्यादा, ठीक है। जो लोगों ने शॉर्ट कर रखा है ज़्यादा होल्ड मत करना, एसएल जाएगा तो निकल जाना, वापस री एंट्री मिलेगी तो वापस कर लेंगे। वैसे 10 पॉइंट का एसएल था, जा चुका है एसएल। बार बार ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनता रहेगा तो होल्ड करना सही नहीं है, तो डू द री एंट्री। देखो नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट पे है, थोड़ा रुक के, अभी डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना। रुक रहा है प्राइस, बट इतना बड़ा गैप डाउन हुआ है, डेफिनेटली शायद कुछ न्यूज आई है। ऑलमोस्ट कैंडल देखोगे 1.5 से 2 पॉइंट गैप डाउन ही ओपन हुआ है डायरेक्टली। डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना, कैंडल क्लोज होने देना, लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज होगी तभी एंट्री करना। की इन्वेंट्री अभी नहीं है, नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9:30 पर आएगी। ओ सॉरी, नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9 PM पर है ना, मैं 9:30 सोच रहा हूँ। ओके सॉरी, रियली सॉरी, नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री आ चुकी है। इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस, -127 बुलियन एक्सपेक्टेड थी, मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में थोड़ा ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेड थी, कम आ गई है -116, सो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव। -120, ओके -93 है ना, रियली सॉरी, -93 लास्ट वीक आई थी, उसके कंपैरिजन में -127 और कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, बट ये ज़्यादा आ गई है 116 बुलियन, सो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। इन्वेंट्री है, कैंडल का वेट करना, डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना सपोर्ट पे। इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस, लोअर सर्किट लगा नहीं होगा अभी आई थिंक। लेट्स सी, अगर ये लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज करती है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे, वैसे इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव ही है, लेट्स होप होल्ड कर जाए। नहीं करता है अगर होल्ड तो दो ऑप्शन हो सकते हैं, या तो ये फेक ब्रेकडाउन करके रिकवर करे, या थोड़ा साइडवेज चला जाए, क्योंकि कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग आई है। ऊपर जाएगा तो ये 298 तक का टारगेट देखेंगे। डोंट टेक द डायरेक्ट एंट्री, ओके। इन्वेंट्री है, इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही आई है। एक बार इसके नीचे के लेवल भी देख लेते हैं अगर होल्ड नहीं कर पाया तो। एंट्री मत करना, इन्वेंट्री है अभी करंट कैंडल पे, ओके। लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज होगा तभी देखेंगे, नहीं तो फिर लेट इट गो। हाँ, ओके। नेगेटिव ही आई है, इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। ये तो काफी नीचे है। 1.60. देखते हैं 8 मिनट और हैं, अगर नहीं आई क्लोजिंग 295 के ऊपर तो फिर थोड़ा और गिरने का वेट करेंगे। एट मिनट है अभी, लेट्स सी। क्रूड ऑयल भी ब्रेकआउट पर ही जा रहा है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के। तो अगर ये कैंडल नीचे क्लोज हो गई 293 के नीचे, तो फिर इसको कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते। दो केस हो सकते हैं उस केस में, या तो नीचे आ जाए डायरेक्टली, यहाँ बाइंग कर लेंगे क्योंकि अब कोई डेटा नहीं है, या फिर नेक्स्ट कैंडल रिकवर कर ले इस तरीके से फेक ब्रेकडाउन देके, तो भी एक बाइंग हो सकती है। बट अगर ये ऊपर क्लोज नहीं हुई 290 जो येलो कलर के बॉक्स के ऊपर, तो डायरेक्ट बाइंग नहीं बनेगी। इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है, लेट्स होप रिकवर करता है तो। लग रहा है यहाँ तक अगर आता है तो ये लोअर सर्किट लगा देगा सेकंड। 1.5% और डाउन हो जाएगा, विच इज़ ऑलरेडी 8% डाउन। 9% पे लोअर सर्किट लग जाता है। ऊपर क्लोजिंग आएगी, 5 मिनट और है। ब्रेकडाउन निकलता है क्रूड ऑयल में तो फिर लेवल रिमूव कर देंगे, ठीक है, फिर ये मेन सपोर्ट हो जाएगा हमारा, क्योंकि ब्रेकआउट तो इसका अब हो चुका है। दो ही चीज़ हो सकती है, या तो रिटेस्ट करके जाए ऊपर या फिर वापस फेक ब्रेकडाउन करके नीचे आ जाए। देखो हो गई कैंडल क्लोज नीचे, इसमें डायरेक्टली बाइंग बनी नहीं। अब देखो दो चीज़ होंगी, या तो ये रिकवर करना चाहिए या फिर नीचे आना चाहिए। ये लेवल अब रिमूव कर सकते हो, इस पे बाई नहीं कर सकते। इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई थी, सपोर्ट डायरेक्टली ब्रेक कर दिया। नीचे आता है तो यहाँ एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, अगर नीचे नहीं आया ऊपर गया तो ऊपर भी सेल कर सकते हो। दोनों ही लेवल अब प्रॉपर बन चुके हैं, कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे एक ट्रेड बन जाए। नेचुरल गैस में ट्रेड भी नहीं बन रहा है। बाकी याद रखना, अगर ये नीचे आया थोड़ा सा और तो लोअर सर्किट एक और लग जाएगा इसमें, नेचुरल गैस में, ठीक है। ये सपोर्ट जोन है, ऊपर जाएगा तो ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन रहेगा। दोनों में जहाँ भी आ जाए बाइंग या सेलिंग ट्रेड बन सकता है। क्रूड में ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, या तो रीटेस्ट करेगा तो देखेंगे। वैसे तो मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ इसमें रीटेस्ट में बाई करने के लिए, बट अगर ये फेक ब्रेकडाउन में वापस नीचे आता है तो फिर यहाँ कहीं एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे। बीच का लेवल रिमूव कर देना, फिर सीधा रेजिस्टेंस ही है। कोई नया बीच में रेजिस्टेंस बन जाएगा तो अलग बात है। बाकी इसका एसएल जा चुका है, सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना। दिस एसएल इज ऑलरेडी गॉन। बिल्कुल ऊपर भी जाएगा तो ऊपर भी सेलिंग का ट्रेड बन सकता है। यहाँ जाएगा तो यहाँ से सेलिंग का भी प्लान कर सकते हैं इस जोन से। दोनों में जहाँ पहले आ जाए। क्रूड मुझे ट्रेड एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है, नेचुरल गैस में ही शायद बने ज़्यादा बेटर।
Capacity of existing nuclear plants. Again, companies like Constellation have talked about that publicly. So we do see opportunities, but when we think about new large-scale nuclear facilities or materialize in a big way, and which of the utilities are serving those markets that can benefit from that need for increase in
for 2025 in the months since we got that election result?
Yeah, thanks, Madison. Great to see you, and thanks for that reminder. That was a tough night. But look, as we see.
It's such a fascinating view on the end of some of that global weakness that we have been seeing, Jay. Do you think that that also comes alongside a waning of the U.S. exceptionalism that's seen the likes of record-breaking U.S. equity ETF inflows in 2024?
Yeah.
Deep Gunji my health is not good actually, that's why. उस वजह से मैं अवेलेबल नहीं था. न्यू ईयर आप लोगों ने शायद अच्छे से एंजॉय किया होगा. मैं तो हॉस्पिटल में रह गया न्यू ईयर में. फर्स्ट और फर्स्ट ऑफ जनवरी को मुझे वहाँ से डिस्चार्ज मिला था एक्चुअली. तो ऑलमोस्ट 28, 29, 30, 31 फर्स्ट पूरा न्यू ईयर हॉस्पिटल में बनाया. दैट्स वाई, इसलिए लाइव भी नहीं थे. इसलिए अभी भी जो लाइव है वो मैं थोड़ा कंटिन्यूसली बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ. फुली रिकवर हो जाएंगे तो फिर चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल सकते हैं वैसे, बट नॉट राइट नाउ. मार्केट तो क्लोज लेट होगा अभी 11:55. लेकिन नेचुरल गैस में बता चुका हूँ, इन्वेंट्री आ चुकी है. बीच में सपोर्ट था, इन्वेंट्री में ब्रेक कर दिया, वहाँ पर बाइंग बनी नहीं, रिकवरी किया नहीं मार्केट ने. नीचे एक और सपोर्ट है, यहाँ से देखते हैं कि यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हो. यहाँ नहीं आया तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से यहाँ से भी सेल कर सकते हो, जोन से आसपास. मोमेंटम मुझे लग रहा है होने के चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं अब. बाकी थोड़ा नीचे और आएगा तो एक डबल लोअर सर्किट जरूर लग जाएगा इसमें, तो ध्यान रखना फ्यूचर ट्रेडर्स. ऑप्शन में तो खैर कुछ प्रीमियम ज़्यादा मूव करता नहीं है. इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई थी नेचुरल गैस की.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the...
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. President Biden plans to visit New Orleans on Monday in the aftermath of the New Year's morning attack that killed 14 people on Bourbon Street. In a statement, the White House says the president and First Lady will grieve with the families and community members and meet with officials on the ground. That's as investigators continue learning more about the suspect who died in a police shootout, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Bloomberg's Bill Ferries has more.
An Army veteran who rented his vehicle on the app Turo, and had served at what was known as Fort Bragg at one point and had been in Afghanistan.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferry says Jabbar had pledged allegiance to Islamic State, though the FBI says there's no evidence he was directed by the group. Investigators also say there's no direct link between New Orleans and the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas that killed another Army veteran, Matthew Livelsberger. He also rented his vehicle from the same app Jabbar used. President Biden also says he is blocking Japan's Nippon Steel from buying U.S. steel. This White House statement says the $14.1 billion deal would have placed one of America's largest steel producers under foreign control, putting national security and supply chains at risk. Bloomberg's Joe Doe has more.
This thing is finally dead. Joe Biden finally followed through with what he's been saying, which was going to keep the company an American company. And listen, again, Donald Trump has said throughout the campaign and again stated after the election that he would kill this deal. He did not want U.S. Steel to be a Japanese company.
Bloomberg's Joe Doe says both companies have said they would challenge this decision in court, but right now U.S. Steel shares are sinking. They are down more than 6%. We just got to look at the overall manufacturing picture in the U.S. The Institute for Supply Management's main manufacturing index hit a 9-month high in December, 49.3. That's still just shy of expansion territory, but it is higher than the median of economists surveyed by Bloomberg. The market reaction? Stock Stocks are up. S&P 500's up 0.6%. The Dow 0.33% higher, and the Nasdaq Composite is higher by 0.8%. Treasuries are giving back some of their gains. Right now, the 10-year yield is up about a basis point to 4.57%. President-elect Donald Trump is wishing good luck on his Truth Social account to House Speaker Mike Johnson as he faces a fight for his political future. Congress convenes this afternoon. First order of business, elect new leaders. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is on Capitol Hill.
It is by no means a done deal for House Speaker Mike Johnson. We know he's been strategizing with President-elect Donald Trump, who's thrown his weight behind Johnson's bid, even going as far as offering to call holdout Republicans if that's what it would take to get their vote over the finish line. I know one of the first things I'm going to be asking undecided Republicans as they start to trickle in here to Capitol Hill is whether or not they received a call from Mar-a-Lago.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington. Now, one Republican who has decided against Johnson is Kentucky's Thomas Massie. The speaker can't afford to lose any more of his fellow Republicans if all Democrats line up against him. New Jersey is going to court today in a last-ditch bid to block New York from charging tolls to drive into downtown Manhattan. The congestion pricing plan set to take effect Sunday unless a federal judge blocks it. It would charge most drivers $9 to enter the city at 60th Street or below. The goal is to raise $15 billion for New York's aging transit system. They've been on cigarette packs for decades. Now, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy is calling for cancer warning labels on beer cans and wine bottles. A new Surgeon General's advisory says alcohol causes 20,000 cancer-related deaths each year, more than the 13,500 from traffic crashes. Murthy says alcohol is linked to at least 7 types of cancer, including throat, liver, and breast. The advisory has beverage stocks falling. Molson Coors is down more than 2%. Constellation Brands down more than 1%. Sam Adams' parent, Boston Beer Company, is down more than 3%. Tesla shares are up about 1% a day after Elon Musk's electric vehicle giant posted its first annual sales decline in more than a decade. Bloomberg Detroit bureau chief David Welch has more.
Tesla's lineup has had 4 of the same vehicles for, going back a decade now with the Model S that kind of look the same, haven't had major overhauls in design or styling. The cabins aren't super luxurious or nice. They haven't changed much there. The technology's gotten better. But the lineup hasn't been freshened, so you kind of get a leveling off in sales at a time when the competition is tougher.
Bloomberg's David Welch in Detroit. One of those competitors, Rivian, is surging this morning. Those shares are up about 16%. The electric truck maker posted fourth quarter deliveries that beat the average analyst estimate. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral
on M&A
crusade.
heading into next year?
I would say that probably falls right into what the Trump administration would or has kind of proposed, right? It's a foreign buyer looking at a U.S. product that is, kind of against what the, much of the election race was run on. So I don't think that throws too much cold water on the proposed or the hopefulness of the M&A market from a U.S. company to U.S. company. I do think, large mega cap tech stocks, Amazons, Apples of the world are not going to see the loose regulations that many would probably hope. They have obviously been a target from the past few administrations, but I don't think the steel blockage today is going to be an indicator that M&A is not going to come back like we all are hoping.
All right, Kyle, great stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we've got Wealth dedicated to all of your personal finance needs. Brad Smith coming back. He'll be with you for the next hour. Stick around for more.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith, and this is Yahoo Finance's guide to building your financial footprint. Our community of experts will give you the resources, the tools, the tips, and the tricks that you need to grow your money. Hey, on today's show, can investors still bet on mega cap tech stocks outperforming in 2025? I speak to a strategist who still sees room to run in the space in just a few moments. And we're heading into the first weekend of 2025. Before you hit up those open houses, check out the tips that we'll be getting later on in the hour from a real estate advisor. Plus, high prices for certain foods may not be a thing of the past. An economist lays out the 3 breakfast foods that you may want to keep your eye on this year. All that and much more coming up during today's show. But first, we take a look at some of the market action. We're 90 minutes into the trading day here on this Friday. Stocks rising today, looking to snap the longest losing streak since, let me check, April 2024. Joining me now, we've got Keith Gangle, Gradient Investments Portfolio Manager here. And Keith, you're bullish on large cap tech. You see it continuing to accelerate this year. Why is that?
We like it. I mean, the fundamentals are still solid. The growth rates are there. Valuations are very reasonable. If you go back in December, the Mag 7s were up almost 4%. The market S&P was down about 2.5%. So you're starting to see that shift back towards some of these mega cap names. And I think you have to be selective within the group, but we like the fundamentals. Again, the growth rates are, 15, 20%, where the overall market's growing 10%. Valuation slightly above market multiples. So we think it's a space you still want to own. But again, you have to be selective within them. Okay. And so if you are being selective, which ones then are the top picks? Amazon's our favorite by far. Valuation is very reasonable at about 34, times PE multiple, which sounds a little bit high relative to the market, but the growth rate's a lot better. We like the fact that it's a half consumer business with, obviously the retail side of things, but we also like the AWS business, which is their big tech. That's a play on AI as well. They're improving their margins. They had a big CapEx spend a couple years ago. That's actually starting to flow through right now, and the margins are increasing. So that would be our favorite of the group. Our least on the other end of the spectrum would be Tesla. It's a name we don't own. Valuation's very extreme. It's had a nice run since the election, but we think that's actually due for a slight pullback. Again, we want to be selective within the group. Amazon would be our top pick. Tesla's a name we don't own. Apple's a name, again, one of the Mag 7s that we actually own, but it's one of our least favorite as well. We think valuation stretch on this name for the growth rate that you're getting.
You know, I have a note in my inbox here that I was looking at before the show from UBS, and their chief investment officer for the Americas saying that the AI rally is far from over. Within the names that you were mentioning, and one of the core kind of features in the thesis of that Mag 7 trade has really been around artificial intelligence as well. How do you believe that continues to transpire here in 2025?
Sure. I think we're still in the very early innings. I think we're starting to shift from the semiconductors, NVIDIA, which is obviously a leader in the AI space. It's going to go more into the software space. And that's going to be names like AWS with their platform with Amazon. You got Meta, you got Google. Those are all plays in the software side of things. And again, even Microsoft with Copilot. And there's other things like that. So we think it's going to shift from NVIDIA's massive outperformance the last 2 years to names like Amazon outperforming, Google, Meta. Those are names we like to be more on the software side of things. But we do think AI is in the very early innings of it.
You know, I was looking at your notes that you sent over, and it was particularly interesting, especially as a lot of investors are trying to grapple with the fact that we've had this period, this 7-day period, 5 trading days, 5 final trading days in 2024 and the first 2 here in 2025, where it looks like we're looking at a reality sans Santa Claus rally. What does that tee up for the rest of this year?
Well, it shouldn't be a big surprise. If you go back 2 years, you know, in 2023, markets are up 25%. Even with the pullback end of last year, the markets almost finished up 25%. So again, back-to-back years of 25%. So it should be no surprise that we actually see a little bit of a period of a correction. It's a minor correction. We're, you know, down 3-4% off the highs. Again, if we look out through the full year, we think fundamentals are in place for a strong year performance. You know, earnings are expected to grow 15%. In this group I just talked about, earnings are expected to grow faster than that. So if earnings grow 15% for the overall market, we think the market can grind higher. It won't be a straight line. We'll see a little pullbacks like we've seen, but it's not unusual to see that at all.
What do you think the reason is that Santa didn't deliver this time around?
I just think we pulled a little bit forward. You know, we've seen a lot of gains earlier in the year. Again, we were almost up 29, 30%. So we finished the year up 25%. Is 25% that bad? No, it's a fantastic year. The markets don't move in a straight line. We, as investment professionals and investors, we love it. You know, if the markets were consistently up, 1% every month, that would be great. It's not realistic. And I think it's just a little bit of a pullback. Markets got a little bit extended. Valuations getting a little bit full. And now we'll wait again. We got a new administration coming in. We got earnings coming around the corner. So those are some of the key metrics investors will be watching over the next couple of weeks to determine the direction of the overall market.
I've been getting a bit of a roundup of comments on this. Is it realistic to expect what FactSet has looked for and a lot of other strategists are seeming to be in alignment with, which is S&P 500 earnings growth for the year, calendar year 2025, of 15%?
Yeah, we think that's too high. I mean, last year was at 10, 11. I think we're finishing around 9%. We're starting this year at about 15%. We think that's too high. But again, historical average for the earnings for the S&P 500 have been about 8%. So even if we do that 8 to 10 to 12, we think we're more like that 10 to 12. We think that'd be a fantastic backdrop for the overall stock market. 15, I think, is too high. I think as we go throughout the year, that gets dialed back.
What do you think the deep value play is for 2025 here, Keith?
That's a good question. Deep value, I think, names like of the Mag 7, I think would actually have to be Alphabet. That name's at a market multiple, growing faster than the overall market. That's a name that's got a lot of different issues going on, whether AI is real or not for them. Are they behind? When Microsoft launched, they seem to be behind. We think they're catching up, and they have all that search query data from all their history. I think that's, kind of the value play of the group.
Really interesting. Keith, great to have you on here with us. Happy New Year to you. Appreciate the time.
You as well.
With the new president, lower interest rates, and potential tax changes coming up, it's the perfect time to start financial planning for 2025. And here to help, we've got Rob Williams, Schwab Center for Financial Research, Managing Director of Financial Planning here. Great to have you here with us. Let's just dive right in because it's already the second that we got into the new year. A lot of the friends that I was around looked at me and said, all right, well, I guess it's time to start working on our taxes, huh? So If people are trying to start getting ahead of the curve of filers that are out there and also getting ready to submit all of their paperwork into the IRS, how can they set themselves up for early success?
Well, you're right. It's the beginning of the year, and tax is kind of a year-round activity, but it really picks up now. And clearly, just for the year in general, we're looking at the new policy, the new sort of administration, and what may sort of be coming for taxes, over the next year as we look at the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. But as you're getting into tax season and preparing for it, it's really getting all your paperwork and things together. Taxes ends for the most part at the end of the year, so now it's really the filing and reporting. There's a few actions you can still take, like contributing to IRAs and Roth IRAs and a few other actions, but for the most part, 12/31 is that drop dead date in terms of most of the actions you can take to 2024. Now we're starting to look into 2025 and beyond.
Certainly. So, Rob, all these things kind of considered and what's been the status quo for filers for the past 4 years essentially here, or plus, I should say. Now, as we get towards the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act renewal and how that's going to be talked about in Washington, D.C., what are some of the changes that could or should be anticipated by tax filers?
Well, with the election, which obviously we're all watching to see how that worked out in the Republican majority, it probably clears up things a little bit. For those of you who haven't been following it, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which was passed in 2017, was really a major tax cut across the board, and mostly for individual taxpayers. That expires officially at the end of 2025. But now with the new administration, I think all bets are on likely extending, major parts of it. That can include lower income tax rates, keeping them where they are. Includes removal potentially of the SALT deduction. And so overall, this makes the picture a little bit clearer. Now, that doesn't mean that all of the campaign promises and everything will go through. There's been a lot of proposals, but this still has to go through Congress, and we know that proposals don't always work out in terms of the fine print. We do think it'll probably happen a little bit faster if a lot of these tax laws, they pass kind of December, right at the end of the year. But with the majority, it's possible Congress can move a little bit more quickly using budget reconciliation and some other actions. So it doesn't suggest any major changes for investors that we work with, but just we continue to watch for tax opportunities when it comes to sort of year-round tax planning, as we move into those tax changes in 2025. I just add none of them would take place until 2026.
Right.
There are tax law changes, so that's helpful to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, certainly. And I like that we began the conversation here because this is one of the major themes, one of the three themes, actually, that you're looking out for here. It is part of your 2025 financial planning outlook here. What are the other two major themes?
Yeah, overall, it's shifting gears, but you could say that almost every year. But it's a gradual shift. New administration, interest rates, inflation. So tax was the first. That's a theme we're watching. But the other is higher prices and inflation, but also in the financial planning space as well as wealth management, rising risk management costs. So those are two themes we're talking about and providing some thoughts to investors on how to manage them.
To what extent do you expect that we'll continue to see disinflation or at least moderating inflation to the point where there can be some comfortable financial planning that takes place going into and at the start of the year versus having to, and everybody's going to continually adjust to their financial planning perhaps, but the hope is that you don't have to do so drastically because of an inflation spike due to tariffs or due to immigration policy or what have you that may come.
Our view is that tariffs at this point aren't likely to be a major catalyst for rising prices. We'll see. But more generally, I think in the planning space, inflation is both a mathematical issue and it's also an emotional issue. We feel it. We hear investors, it's one of the top concerns we hear. 77% of people we ask tell us it's one of their major concerns. Over a quarter tell us it might change their retirement. So the question is what you do about it. I think one major point is disinflation. You use that term. We're not seeing that. Disinflation would be a negative. That would be prices falling. So I think that's really something we talk about in planning and then really in investing too. Prices are permanently higher. Certainly some things may drop, but the pace of inflation in November was almost 3% year over year. So that's still, a pace that the Fed is looking for. We're not seeing prices fall. So how do you plan for it? There's a number of steps. One is to stay invested. Diversified portfolio of stocks is really the best way to outpace inflation over time if you have the right time horizon. We're also talking, as often you do with inflation treasury, inflation protected securities. They look fairly attractively priced now. But the last is just a planning point. Don't overreact. It's an emotional issue, but it shouldn't really, hopefully, change wholesale your planning or your investment strategy.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm referring to disinflation as a change in the pace of the increase. So versus deflation, which would be the prices actually falling.
That's a good clarification. Disinflation is a slowing of the pace. Deflation is what we wouldn't want. So, Brad, correct. Good point. Deflation is what would be a bad sign.
Just last.
Disinflation is actually more positive.
Certainly. And so where inflation has been stickiest here, and I want to end on this point because we've seen a lot of planning around shelter here. Where are you anticipating and where are you recommending to your clients that are looking across what to do with their home, where to purchase a new home, and how to get the most equity out of their home? How are you advising clients in this climate right now?
Yeah, and the rising housing prices, like you say, has been one of the most pervasive places where we've seen rising costs. Housing costs have certainly continued to rise. We mentioned risk management costs. The cost of home insurance has jumped 30% over the last since 2020. So this is clearly a concern. In terms of planning, equity is an asset. It's part of your plan. However, you have to live somewhere too. So when we're talking to people about how to treat that equity in your retirement plans, it's important to think about where are you going to live? Is that part of your savings, part of your equity? If so, are you going to be downsizing, et cetera? And that's certainly something to keep into account with your planning. There's more and less expensive places in the country, and certainly, thinking through that as part of a comprehensive wealth plan. In terms of the housing market overall, it doesn't seem like there's a major drop on the way. So we're also often talking to people if they're trying to get into the housing market. Saving, planning, all of those things to save the down payment. It isn't easy, but that is certainly one of the areas in the market where we're seeing the most sticky sort of rise in costs.
Certainly. We're going to continue that conversation on the housing front just a little bit later on in the show. Rob, thank you so much for taking the time here with us today. Happy New Year to you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Certainly. Coming up on Wealth, we're breaking down the top housing trends for 2025. But first, a deeper dive into a frequent stock on Yahoo Finance's trending ticker page. MicroStrategy and its chairman, Michael Saylor, are practically synonymous with Bitcoin nowadays, but the business intelligence company has been around since 1989. Beyond the Ticker takes a look at the company's biggest moments.
MicroStrategy and its chairman, Michael Saylor, are practically synonymous with Bitcoin these days. But the business intelligence company has been around since 1989. Back then, it was all about data analytics, and Saylor, fresh out of MIT, was a rising tech star. In 1998, with the dot-com boom well underway, MicroStrategy went public under the familiar MSTR ticker, $12 per share. It rocketed to $333 as the dot-com boom peaked. Saylor became a paper billionaire practically overnight and wasn't afraid to spend his wealth on legendary parties and a yacht, capturing the flashy spirit of the era. But when the bubble burst in 2000, MicroStrategy stock plummeted to just 42 cents, a stunning 99.9% drop. The company had to restate its financials, and the SEC slapped the company with fines. Still, he held on, shifting MicroStrategy's focus back to enterprise software and slowly dug the company out of its hole. By 2010, MicroStrategy was moving into mobile analytics, and Saylor wrote a prescient book about the coming smartphone revolution called The Mobile Wave. But in 2014, facing stiff competition, MicroStrategy laid off more than 700 workers, and Saylor cut his own salary to just $1. The pandemic, however, would bring new opportunities. Saylor pivoted MicroStrategy again, this time to Bitcoin, arguing that it was a better store of value than cash. He poured billions of corporate dollars into it, and today MicroStrategy holds around 439,000 Bitcoin with an average purchase price of just over $60,000. With Bitcoin trading around 100 grand per coin, MicroStrategy's crypto stash is now worth $44 billion. Investors, however, are placing a significant premium on the company, pushing its market capitalization to $89 billion, enough to secure its admission to the NASDAQ 100 index on December 23rd, replacing Supermicrocomputer.
नेचुरल गैस में गाइस थोड़ा बहुत ट्रेल भी करते रहना. 10 PM हो गया ऑलरेडी. 2 घंटे और बचे हैं. अगर मोमेंटम कंटिन्यूसली आ जाता है तो वेल एंड गुड. अगर साइडवेज गया तो फिर ये सपोर्ट पर ही चला जाएगा और फिर फॉरेक्स में शायद कहीं मूव करे. तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना इस चीज़ का. क्रूड में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है.
Mortgage rates for the week ending January 2nd are out. Yahoo Finance's Claire Boston joins me now with the numbers. Hey, Claire, what do we know?
Hey, Brad. So this week, the 30-year mortgage rate is at 6.91%. That's up from 6.85% last week. 15-year mortgage rates also rose to 6.13% versus 6%. So that is the third straight week of gains. And we are starting
एप्पल 15 मिनट लेवल एप्पल ने बनाया ही नहीं है. सर लेवल बनाने पड़ेंगे. अभी थोड़ा टाइम लग जाएगा. नेचुरल गैस ट्रेड कर लो. नेचुरल गैस में सपोर्ट पर ही है. प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत मूव कर गया. देख लेता हूँ फिर भी एक बार लेवल नहीं तो. कितने पे बाई किया एप्पल को? बाई किया तो सपोर्ट ही है. डेलो सपोर्ट ही है आपका. डे लो इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया, ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट ले चुका है ये। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस देख लेते हैं एक बार। डे लो के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट होगा तो और गिरेगा, नहीं तो इट इज़ ऑन सपोर्ट। ये पहली जो कैंडल थी 8 PM की एग्जैक्टली वो सपोर्ट एरिया से सपोर्ट लेके ही गई है। रेजिस्टेंस कहाँ पर है वो भी देख लेते हैं एक बार। लेट्स सी इन 15 मिनट। 243 पे लिया है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करो। 243 पे लिया है, 243 पे डे हाई पे लिया है क्या? 243 थोड़ा सा नीचे और ले सकते थे, अराउंड 242.62 के अराउंड। ऐसा ना थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट पे रख लो, क्योंकि 242.60 से 241.88 एक सपोर्ट था, वहीं पर बाइंग बनी है। फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल देखोगे, वो जो विक बना के ऊपर गई है। एक बार रेजिस्टेंस देख लेते हैं पहले, रेजिस्टेंस कहाँ पर है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी है मार्केट के पास, तो कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट तो नहीं है। फ्रॉम 244.50 इज रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, वहाँ पर एक एफईजी भी है तो थोड़ा सा पहले ही रुक रहा है, नहीं तो 244.60 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाएगा 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। ठीक है, 15 मिनट का चार्ट है, थोड़ा मोमेंटम देख लेना किस तरह से आता है इसमें।
Around 3.6%. Now, if you look at March, that number was around 6.5%. So you're seeing that more modest pace of appreciation, and I think that that's something that.
लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 70 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा ठीक ठाक मूव आ गया है, लेट्स होप डायरेक्टली चला जाए, मार्केट क्लोज से पहले साइडवेज ना जाए। साइडवेज गया तो फिर कुछ मोमेंटम ही नहीं आएगा इंडियन मार्केट में। थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा है 10 पॉइंट का, तो डायरेक्टली उतना बड़ा मत रखना, 5 पॉइंट डिवाइड कर सकते हो।
2022, and now they're going to have to adjust their expectations. And I think if their homes are staying on the market for quite a while, which is something that we're seeing more stale inventory, more homes sitting longer on the market. These are areas where buyers can really get into. There are opportunities for buyers.
And you mentioned something that we're going to come back to, which is these stale listings. But while we're thinking about this, the mental checklist that sellers should be working through as they're looking to list their home, put their home on the market.
Sellers have to price correctly in this market. Again, as I've just been speaking about, with inventory levels picking up, things have shifted. And because buyers have so many affordability constraints, obviously that slows down demand. So what a seller must do is they really have to know their market. They have to know their value. You've got to price it right, or else your home is going to sit on the market.
Jenna, you're an agent in Key West, Florida. We were just talking about in the break how warm it is probably down there, how cold it is up here. What housing trends are you observing in your own market right now?
So I'm seeing exactly what we're seeing on a national level, something that we're seeing in the Keys where I'm based. We're seeing our inventory levels pick up, and that has slowed some sales. We're seeing affordability constraints, of course, in my market. We're seeing insurance challenges. I would say that my market's really driven by insurance challenges, inventory challenges, of course, inflation. You can kind of say it's all these eyes, right? That's what's driving my market in the Keys.
And so as we're thinking about it, and we were just discussing this a moment ago, I wanted to come back to it, stale listings that are on the market. And this is usually identified by homes that are typically on the market or listed and are perhaps not getting bids that come online. Perhaps they're priced inappropriately. And so they stay listed for longer, and we see them exceeding what is typically the average here. What are you seeing in listings right now, and how they're being bid into, where the buyers are coming from, and the entire dynamic right there, especially as that staleness has started to become a little bit more of the mode right now across markets too?
Well, there's a lot of pent-up demand from buyers. So you've had a lot of buyers you have to look back on these past 2 years that they've been waiting for something to happen in the market, right? They've been waiting for prices to drop. They've been waiting for interest rates to drop. They've been waiting for that perfect moment. Well, now I think buyers are accepting current conditions. So these are the people that are buying. They're the ones who have had this pent up demand, and they're kind of saying, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to make a move. I'm going to try to get into the housing market. So these are some of the buyers that we're definitely seeing in the market right now.
What do you make of the generational dynamic? Because, even as I'm kind of scanning through the analysis from multiple home, the inputs of data that exist, whether it's a larger firm or whether it's some of the agents out there, it seems like there's this dynamic among some of the baby boomer generation that might be sitting on a lot of the single family homes that might not even need that much space, but are also unwilling to list as of right now. I wonder what you make among some of the generational dynamics that you're seeing play out, especially as millennials are looking to get into many of those homes too.
Well, a lot of these baby boomers, why they're not selling is because they're probably locked into a very low mortgage rate right now. So remember, mortgage holders right now, you have around 60% of them, they have a rate under 4%. You have 23% of mortgage holders that have a rate under 3%. Nobody's really incentivized to let go of that mortgage rate and then enter a very challenging housing market, a very expensive housing market that was also driven by inventory constraints, so there wasn't a lot to choose from. So I believe that's why a lot of these baby boomers are staying put. And what this has really done too, what we've witnessed in the housing market is created such a divide between the haves, the have-nots, right? It's really worsened income inequality. Now on the flip side though, you'll have people that are shut out of the market, but you're still having these individuals that have been able to really reap substantial gains in the housing market. And those will be the people that will be purchasing homes and also making moves in 2025.
All right, I took a look at some of your listings before the show. I got to save up just a little bit more to be in that ballpark here. Jenna, thanks so much for taking the time here. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Brad.
Absolutely. Coming up, everyone, your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Focus on the trends, focus on those earnings reports. We're seeing earnings growth. Block out the noise.
Don't let emotions drive your investment decisions. Really important. Things like FOMO. You want to try to avoid that.
We're still bullish on stocks and would suggest to stay invested. Pay attention to both their equity portfolios and their fixed income portfolios. Constantly reevaluate, are trades working, what's good out there, what should they be involved in.
Don't make any outsized bets based on potential policy or based on anything specifically coming out from Washington. Having a disciplined process over time across asset classes, within asset classes, is really important.
One thing we think is incredibly important in 2025 is that investors do not become too complacent. There has been a lot of optimism, a lot of good news heading into this year, but we don't want to turn a blind eye to potential risks that are out there.
We're 2 hours into the trading day, and it's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Stocks looking to snap 5 consecutive days of losses, with the Nasdaq leading gains boosted by Nvidia shares. General Motors' fourth quarter sales rose 21% from the year earlier. Sales of its electric vehicles jumping 50% for the quarter and 125% for the year. And Rivian stock surging after beating the street's expectations for fourth quarter deliveries. The strong quarter helped the EV maker meet its full-year delivery goal in 2024. Plus, Adobe's price target lowered at UBS as analysts note fierce competition in the creative AI space. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute to keep you on track with the news you need to make smart decisions about your investments. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the day. More wealth when we come back.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Food prices coming down in December thanks to cheaper sugar, dairy products, and vegetable oils, according to a new report from the UN. Still, prices remain near 19-month highs overall, and some staples are near records, including breakfast favorites, coffee, and orange juice. Joining me now, Ricky Volpe, who is the former USDA economist and Cal Poly professor of agribusiness. Great to have you back on the program. Let's start with food overall. Average prices for food at home rose in November by the largest annual pace in a year. Where, to your best estimation, do you believe that they'll continue to move from here?
I do think that they will continue to trend up. And that is the normal pace of things. And it's also worth pointing out that the pace of inflation has picked up from the projections that we were running, or that the USDA was running earlier in the year. So we're still on track for food price inflation to come in lower than normal. We're used to grocery prices increasing maybe 2.5% per year. That's about the average over the last 20 years. We're looking to come in under that. There was a period of time where we were looking at maybe flat food prices in 2025, but there are a few problem spots that I'm sure we'll talk about today, which are pushing that up. So we're looking at maybe a point and a half at 2025 right now, assuming no more unpleasant surprises.
Certainly. Want to give folks some actionable tips before we get to those problem areas as well here. What are some actionable tips? How can consumers save money, even if we do continue to see some moderate and slightly below average food price inflation in 2025?
Well, so right now, the real problem spots, or most of the real problem spots, have to do with meat, dairy, and eggs, even though we have seen that recent dip in dairy prices, like you mentioned. But that's where we're still seeing the strongest price inflation. Those are the only categories where we're seeing food price inflation sort of beating that historical average. So if consumers are sort of willing to ride out the storm and sort of go light on those foods for the next few months, that's going to be one way to sort of see their grocery bill stay flat or even come down a little bit in the coming year. And it's still the case, regardless of what, may be coming out in some other media sources that I've seen. It is still the case that it is cheaper to purchase food and prepare it and consume it at home. It is not the case that eating away from home has become cheaper than eating at home. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And food price inflation for restaurant foods, even fast food, is still way above normal. And finally, I would just say, I think I say this every time you have me on, private labels, store brands, they are still an actionable way for consumers to save an easy 15-20% across the board in most spending categories.
Yeah, and so Ricky, with all of this in mind, some of the challenges that we've seen over the past couple of years, I mean, we've had egg CEOs on talking about the avian flu multiple times over, and now how that continues to trickle and play out through the prices in eggs, and how that was at least one of perhaps the thought processes that some consumers were thinking about going into the election. So even post-election now, and now in 2025, where is that ranking among the priority for consumers, and what are they set to continue to see, as it doesn't seem like the avian flu has just gone away and vanished?
No, eggs have been hit harder than any other supply chain in all of food, maybe in all consumer spending in the last couple of years. We've seen egg prices flirt with all-time record highs. And, it's important for me to stress, when I say that food prices have reached record highs, I mean adjusting for inflation. So it's common to see headlines that say, food prices are at record highs. Usually people are talking about nominal prices, the sticker prices that you see in the store. Mm-hmm. But even controlling for the value of the US dollar, eggs were cheaper in the 70s and 80s when we had runaway food price inflation. So eggs, and just in general, that whole chicken, poultry, broiler, egg-laying hen supply chain, really problematic. And we sort of keep on seeing, like you said, these CEOs and these executives coming out and saying, well, if avian flu cools off, then we should see a return to normal. And that's true, because it's such an elastic supply chain. These animals, these chickens, they only take 5-6 weeks until they're market ready, or they're producing eggs every day. And that's the good news. But the bad news is that avian flu just sort of keeps on popping up. I mean, it's an overdone analogy, but it's kind of like whack-a-mole. The industry has gotten much better at sort of targeting and identifying these breakouts and, sort of eliminating the minimum amount of inventory to contain and prevent the spread, but it keeps on popping up in all the major egg producing states in the U.S.
Yeah, Ricky, this gets to something else too. And if I'm thinking even about the point of origination, as we're talking about the avian flu, we've talked for decades now, it seems like, how much climate change could impact the spread of viruses or illnesses. That also impacts livestock, that impacts the food that we eat as well, and considerations for sourcing and harvesting there. How does that play into other categories that could continue to be impacted at the kitchen table?
Yeah, I mean, climate change either is or should be at the forefront of the concerns for, pretty much every major decision maker in the food supply chain. I will say the industry is adapting. The industry is adapting, and is adapting quickly. Is it going to adapt to the point where, we're going to see sort of improvements before we see things get worse. I'm not sold on that. But I will say we're seeing some really, really promising trends in all of the food industry in terms of renewable energies and using controlled environment agriculture, which sort of, protects crops and animals from the vagaries of weather and extreme weather events and all of that. So we're seeing some really important changes in sourcing, changing in how things are grown and where they're grown, reducing the burden on transportation. Because, when we talk about eggs and dairy and those products, what's being under discussed in my view is the role of truck transportation, because these are such transportation heavy categories where they're heavy and they require temperature control and they have to be moved as quickly as possible. And we're having, major issues with truck shortages. So it's not necessarily climate change, but seeing technological advances in terms of, automated trucks and so on and so forth. So these things are happening. In many cases, they're being implemented. I'm of the opinion that we're going to see the road get bumpier before it smooths out. But by and large, I think the industry is aware of this and is working to sort of get ahead of it and protect the supply chain from the impacts of the changing weather and warming temperatures.
Ricky, definitely want to check back in the future. Thanks for hopping on the program with us again. Always great to get some insights.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Let's get a check on the markets. As of right now, we're just a little 2 hours into today's trading activity and taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. We've added on to some of the gains that we saw at the beginning of today's trading session, where we were up by about 0.5%. Right now, we've added on just a smidge there, if you will. We're up by about 0.6%, but not quite at today's intraday session highs that happened within about the first 30 minutes of trade, as you can see there. But taking a look at the Dow, that's up fractionally. The NASDAQ composite, that's added on to its gains that we saw at the opening cross here. Right now, you're seeing gains of about 1.4% on the day. And the S&P 500 also at some intraday session highs. It's up by about 1% here. Also, I want to take a quick look at some of the sector activity. We started off the day positive across the board. Let me just navigate on over to our 11 S&P 500 sectors here, so you don't have to go load them up at home. We've got them preloaded here for you in our Wi-Fi Interactive. We started off, as I mentioned, the day positive across the board. 11 of the sectors loaded up here for you on the screen, and we're still positive for all 11 sectors, but we've had some change in leadership. Utilities right now, that's moving up by about 1.6%. Technology and some of the consumer discretionary names not too far behind, though, as of right now. We've got much more on wealth after the break, but first, Costco set the precedent for membership-only models back in 1983. What drove success for the more than 40-year-old retailer? Good question, you ask. Beyond the Ticker takes the deep dive into the company's biggest moments.
.91 stores across the globe.
programming note. On this week's episode of Warrior Money, they're going to take a look at what could be the next big driver of the global economy. Quantum computing. CrowdPoint Technologies founder and CEO Sean Brem joins Yahoo Finance's Warrior Money, hosted by Patrick Murphy and Dan Coons, to discuss his own work in quantum innovation. Take a listen.
The world is changing so fast. The country that dominates quantum computing will dominate the global economy for the next 100 years, at least 50 years. And so what investors need to look at is they need to start understanding where quantum is, spend a little bit of time on understanding what it isn't, and then start looking at how to get involved in that environment. Because the chances, let me make it even more simple. It's 1994 already, but I'm not Brian Gumble trying to figure out what the @ symbol means for the internet. And for those of you that remember that, it's going to be the same. Overnight, things are going to change. You know, it's history's repeating itself, and we're blessed. The three of us are blessed enough to be in a position where, you know, like the telegraph got changed by the telephone. Well, we just saw just 30-something years ago the internet come out, and here we are at quantum and all those guys. God, I wish I got into Yahoo Finance back in the day, right? Well, now's your chance, because no matter what, whether you just need to get into quantum, you need to spend some time understanding it. And if you don't, here's the good news. If you don't understand what the current classical systems are, you got a chance to leapfrog ahead and learn a little bit about quantum and not have to worry about going back and reading over again.
And you can catch episodes of Warrior Money Fridays at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcasts. We're starting the year looking at the best ways to optimize your retirement, whether you're a young person saving up or you're nearing retirement age and want the best withdrawal strategies. Joining me now, we've got Robert Powell, host of the Decoding Retirement podcast. Bob, great to see you here. Happy New Year. I haven't seen you since the turning of the new year here. So how can we maximize tax efficiency when saving for retirement?
Yeah, so I think if you're lucky enough to have a health savings account at work, start there. It's triple tax advantage. Contributions reduce taxable income. The investments grow tax-free, and withdrawals for qualified medical expenses are tax-free as well. And then the next thing I would think about is look at your 401k. Is it a traditional or a Roth? If you have both options available, think about your tax rates now and what they'll be later. If you're in a low tax bracket now and you'll be in a high tax bracket later, contribute to your Roth first. And if you're a high tax bracket now and a low tax bracket later on, think about contributing to your traditional. The one caveat I would add to that, Brad, is this. Even if you're in a high tax bracket now and the bulk of your retirement money is in a pre-tax 401k, consider the Roth, because what you want to do is have what's called account diversification, money in your pre-tax account, money in your post-tax account, and money in your taxable accounts along the way.
Certainly. So for those approaching retirement, how can they withdraw safely without getting hit by a big tax bill?
Yeah, so this is a great question. Again, you have to be strategic about it. You have to think about your tax rates, not only now, but what they'll be over the course of your retirement. The traditional rule of thumb, Brad, is that you would take money from your taxable accounts first, then from your traditional pre-tax accounts like a 401k or an IRA, and then lastly from your post-tax account, your Roth IRA. And then along the way, if you have the opportunity, if the bulk of your money is, say, in a IRA, traditional IRA, start thinking about doing Roth conversions, because what you want to do is remove the taxable income from later in your retirement years when you could be pushed up into the 24% bracket or even higher. And then the last thing I'll mention, I mentioned taxable accounts. Married couples filing jointly can now realize up to $94,050 in long-term capital gains in this new year and pay no federal income tax on those gains. And that strategy can help, instead of tapping your Roth IRA account, it allows that Roth IRA to continue growing tax-free.
Really interesting. Bob, great retirement updates there. We appreciate it. And you can get much more of Bob on the Decoding Retirement podcast every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's do a quick check of the markets here as we're taking a look at the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. You've got green across the screen right now. The NASDAQ in the ballpark of some of those intraday highs that we've been tracking here this hour, up by about 1.5%. The S&P 500 also adding on 1% on the day. That's up by about 1.1%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average fractional gains there. You're seeing that in the green by 0.6%. That does it for Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith. Thank you so much for watching. You could stay tuned for Market Domination with Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton. Guess what? That comes up 3 p.m. Eastern Time. They will count you down to and through the market close. You don't want to miss it.
Jam-packed hour focusing on the biggest movers and shakers on Wall Street.
This is Market Domination, and here, every day is game day.
We have 1 hour left until the market close.
It's game time for investors to make their final plays.
The clock is ticking, and we've got you covered with our quarter-by-quarter playbook.
We're bringing you in on all the market action.
With step-by-step analysis of our biggest trending tickers.
And expert insight into the day's biggest headlines.
We'll bring you the closing bell and get you to the finish line.
This is
Market Domination. Tune in daily from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern.
You're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Decoding Retirement. Hi, I'm your host, Bob Powell, and today we're going to go behind the headlines and behind the scenes with Ed Slott, who is America's IRA expert and author of The Retirement Savings Time Bomb Ticks Louder. Ed, welcome.
Great to be here. That's an ominous title, huh?
It's a great title, and we're going to go through this whole book today.
Okay, good. Start reading.
Yeah. We only have, unfortunately, 24 minutes. So let's start here.
So you want me to explain the tax code in 24 minutes?
Well, we could start there.
I could do it in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't want to lose my audience just yet. Okay, we're just getting going. Let's wait a little bit. But let's start with IRAs. That you're an expert in America on IRAs, and I often think, why would anyone want to own an IRA, given how complicated it is when you think about how to get money out and who owns an IRA after I die? So.
Right. Well, when they were created, the idea was good. You got a tax deduction and beneficiaries could do what we used to call the stretch IRA. So it had some good qualities. IRAs were always tough to work with because it was always this minefield of rules. It was like an obstacle course just to get your money out, your own money. Right. It was ridiculous. But we put up with it because the benefits on the back end, mainly the beneficiaries going out 30, 40, 50 years, was a good deal. But now those are gone in the Secure Act. It's kind of like, let's say you have a baseball team, right? And you got a guy that hits lots of home runs, but he's a pain in the neck. He causes all kinds of problems. Nobody likes him. He's involved in every scam, but you put up with him because he can hit home runs.
All right, fine, we keep him.
But what if he can't hit home runs anymore?
He's gone.
Right, because he has no more redeeming qualities. That's an IRA now. Now, you're right. It has no more. It's been stripped of all its redeeming qualities. The ability to go out, it has been ended and replaced with a 10-year rule. So that means all of a lifetime's worth of savings has to come into a shorter window, ballooning and blowing it up with taxes. That's why I call my book The Retirement Saving Time Bomb Ticks Louder, because I'm worried about the future taxes hitting these accounts. So to answer your question, there's no reason to have an IRA anymore, but everybody's got them. IRAs are probably the worst possible asset to leave to beneficiaries for wealth transfer or estate planning, or even to get your own money out of.
Right.
There's so many traps and penalties, but we have to deal with it.
Right. So one of the traps from my perspective is how complicated the language is around IRA. So let me just go to the
news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. The House of Representatives is voting on a Speaker of the House today. Current House Speaker Mike Johnson's political future remains uncertain as he faces a narrow Republican majority and opposition from ultra-conservatives. President-elect Donald Trump's endorsement could help him, but he still needs to navigate factions within his own party, particularly those opposed to his deal-making with Democrats. Johnson needs at least 218 votes to win the speakership. President Biden has blocked the $14.1 billion sale of United States Steel to Nippon Steel, killing a high-profile deal that sparked a political firestorm and tensions between the U.S. and Japan. Now Nippon Steel says it plans to sue. Ed Yardeni is president of Yardeni Research. He says the move marks another shift away from the economic thinking that dominated the Biden and Obama years.
We had a lot of globalization, the idea that America's interests were identical to global interests, and we all had to work together, kind of a kumbaya kind of approach. Now we have, everybody pursues their own national interests.
Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. U.S. Steel shares are now down 6.5%. You've seen them on cigarette packs for decades. Now the Surgeon General is calling for cancer warning labels on beer and wine bottles. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager explains from Washington.
The call comes in an advisory from outgoing Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. He says alcohol causes about 100,000 cancer cases each year and 20,000 related deaths. Far more, he says, than the 13,500 alcohol-related traffic crashes in a given year. Murthy says there are direct links to alcohol and at least 7 types of cancer, including throat, mouth, and liver, and more than 16% of breast cancers. The Surgeon General's advisory says evidence of the alcohol cancer connection has been rising for decades, but less than half of Americans recognize the risk. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin says he believes the central bank's current level of interest rates remains restrictive enough to lower inflation in 2025. Barkin said in remarks to the Maryland Bankers Association, inflation is not yet back to target, so there's more work to do. Barkin says strong spending, consumer pushback on high prices, and higher productivity from the labor force has, quote, landed the economy in a good place. And there's evidence U.S. manufacturing may be on the verge of recovery after months of contraction. Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice with that part of the story.
December's ISM factory index rose to the highest since March, but it remained shy of 50, the benchmark for expansion. Factory orders reached the highest since early 2024, and production increased, though more manufacturers reported reduced staffing. Inflation persists, with the ISM's gauge of prices paid up last month. The best performing sectors: metals, electrical equipment, and appliances. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Markets could break a 5-day losing streak as we check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.9%. NASDAQ up 1.2%. The Dow is up 0.6%. The Russell 2000 index up 0.8%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.57%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.24%. JetBlue Airways was fined $2 million by the Transportation Department for delaying flights and setting unrealistic schedules. The airline operated at least 4 chronically delayed flights, affecting thousands of passengers, and was responsible for more than 70% of disruptions. Half of the fine will go toward compensating affected customers. That penalty comes in the final days of the Biden administration, which took a hard line against airlines over consumer protection issues. JetBlue shares are now down 1.4%. And the New York Jets are reportedly set to interview former Tennessee Titans coach Mike Vrabel today for their head coaching vacancy. Vrabel will be the second known coaching candidate to meet with the Jets, who spoke with former Washington and Carolina coach Ron Rivera yesterday. Vrabel is expected to be a highly sought candidate during this hiring cycle. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News now.
Forget it, we still can't figure it out. We're waiving it for 22. In 23, they said, forget it, we still can't figure it out. They waived it for 23. In 24, said, forget it, we still can't figure it out. We waive it for 24, but we think it's going to start up again in 25. So here's the good news. Let me give you the big picture. Ignore everything I just said. RMDs, required minimum distributions. The M in RMD stands for minimum, but it doesn't stand for maximum. Why is anybody just taking the minimum? Right. Take the person, the beneficiary has the 10-year rule. Now, I've heard from some people, they say, good, the IRS waived it in 21, 2, 3, 4, so I got 4 years off. That's like, all right, let me give you another example. You know what that's like? You get your credit card bill in the mail. Yeah. It's $3,000, but it says you only have to pay the minimum, $41. Oh, that's a great deal. I'll just pay $41. Then in 3 months, you owe $100,000. Yeah. So it builds. The problem doesn't go away. If you're not taking it evenly over those 10 years, so those people lost 4 years. Right. They should have been taking it to smooth out the bill over the 10 years, but they thought they were getting a deal. The deal is to use the tax brackets. We have the lowest rates and the biggest tax brackets right now. RMDs, minimums, shouldn't drive the tax planning, the distribution planning. The tax planning should drive the distribution planning, not minimum, maximum. How much can I get out at low rates? Right. And we have incredibly historic low rates now. Right. The amount of money you can get out at 12%, 22%, 24%. Right. You know, when people tell me, sometimes advisors say, oh, I did a great job for my client. I kept them in the 12% bracket. You know what I say? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Right. You wasted the 22%, the 24%. Right. If you don't use it, you don't get it in a future year. Right. The whole key, and this is so simple, but people miss it, to all tax planning is very simple. Always pay taxes at the lowest rates. Right. That's it. And use those brackets every year. Fill up those brackets. So get them out at the lowest rates. So when I say ignore all of that, forget the minimum concept. Minimum isn't good in anything. Who wants, minimum credit card payments? Maybe I'll go to the gym and do the minimum reps. Or maybe I'll get a job and get minimum wage. The only time minimum is good is if you can pay less in tax by paying the minimum. Yep. But you do that by maxing out the brackets. But most people don't catch on to that because they say, why should I take more than I have to? Remember, when you do tax planning, you're looking at the whole picture during your life. And this goes not just for beneficiaries, for IRA owners that are coming up on 73 when RMDs start. They might say, oh, good, I don't have to start till 73. No, start now. Start getting that money out. Use Roth conversions. Get that money out into Roth using today's low rates. That's how you beat this game. That's how you make the tax rules compound in your favor rather than against you.
Right.
But most people don't see the big long-term pictures. What's the least I can do now?
So the good news is you gave us a lot of terms to decode.
Oh, yeah.
So I appreciate
There's no decoding this. This would just blow up the whole.
But all right, so you talked about Secure Act 2.0.
Well, Secure and Secure 2.0.
And, right.
Yeah.
And there are now many provisions that are going into effect in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2033. Are there some things that people need to know about, at least for 2025?
For now, there are provisions all over the place, and it's the wackiest law because it was all done with budget gimmicks. You know, it used to be a time, and you probably remember this, when they enacted a tax law, it was effective on the day of enactment. That was it. That was the law that day. Now we have these tax laws like Secure 2.0. Some of it's effective retroactively. Some was effective in 23, some 24, like you said, some 25, 26. It's crazy to keep track. We keep a cheat sheet in our office when people say, when does this provision take effect? You got to look at the big picture tax planning and start trimming IRA balances. That should be job one, the big picture. And there's another part to them. Go back to your first question. Why would anybody have an IRA? Well, we didn't know then. So we have IRAs. I don't, because I took my own advice. I have everything in Roths. Back in 2010, I'm sure we did interviews back then. I begged people to take that deal the government gave us in 2010. I converted everything in 2010. Because if you remember, before 2010, you couldn't convert if your income exceeded $100,000. They eliminated that. Why did Congress do that? Like always, they needed money. And they got my money and everybody else's, but it was the deal of the century. So we didn't know that then. We knew that then, but we didn't know all the years we built up IRAs and 401ks. Now they're a problem. So the idea is to trim the balances by taking distributions before they're required, using the low brackets, get Roth conversions done, move it to tax-free territory. And there's another part to this, not only trimming the balances, but what I'm going to say now will get some people, the head will turn around like Exorcist, Stop contributing to 401ks and IRAs. Instead, Roth 401ks or Roth IRAs. So the minute I said that, matter of fact, at the program you were at, I said that to a group of seasoned advisors. Stop contributing to 401ks. What do you think they complained about? Why would I do that? What about the match? The match, those rules change.
You'll get
the match goes to the Roth 401k now. That's new. So you get more piling away tax-free. Then other people tell me, but wait a minute, if I don't do the 401k, I lose the deduction. It's not a real deduction. People have to understand that's only a temporary deduction. To me, a real deduction is like when you deduct mortgage interest or charity. You keep that. You never have to give that back. When you take a deduction for, and I don't even like calling it a deduction, it's an exclusion from income, but your W-2 is reduced by the amount you put into the 401k. But when you take that so-called deduction, you know what that really is? That's a loan you're taking from the government to be repaid at the worst possible time in retirement when you don't even know how high the rates might go. So that's a trap.
I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. Dozens of police vehicles moving into the centre of Seoul and lining up outside the compound to arrest impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. But the attempt failed after a tense 6-hour standoff when presidential guards and military troops prevented them from getting inside. Yoon is under criminal investigation for insurrection over his bid to impose martial law at the start of December. But he's defied the arrest warrant, and hundreds of Yoon supporters have vowed to block the arrest. Some of the protesters carried Stop the Steal banners, waved American flags, and even sung the Star-Spangled Banner, calling on incoming US President Donald Trump to help solve South Korea's political crisis. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Ryer of the Counterterrorism Division saying the New Orleans driver, who had pledged allegiance to ISIS, acted alone.
In this attack, except for Shamsa Din Jabbar.
Officials say Jabbar drove from Houston to New Orleans on December 31st and posted 5 videos on Facebook on the morning of the attack.
In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote.
But what caused Jabbar to become radicalized remains unknown. Michael Georgi is Middle East breaking news editor and tells us why ISIS may be regrouping and why US intelligence has warned it could be poised for expansion from regions like Africa.
They haven't claimed the attack, claimed responsibility, but the guy was flying an ISIS flag. So that was what you call a lone wolf attack. And those were quite extensive in the West when ISIS was at its prime. And it ruled huge swaths of Iraq and Syria. But now it's steadily making a comeback.
Are these types of attacks unusual, though?
There have been attacks in the U.S. There have been attacks in Europe. One possible flashpoint for ISIS is Syria. Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, expressed concerns that ISIS would try to make a comeback and the uncertainty in Syria after Assad was toppled. There's a bit of a tricky situation where Syrian Kurds, who are backed by the United States, are holding all of the ISIS prisoners, thousands of people and their family. Now, the fate of those Kurds is unclear. Turkey wants to dismantle them. The new ruler of Syria said he'll take them in the defense ministry, but it's uncertain, and any volatility around that situation, should these prisoners get out, escape, is worrisome.
Law enforcement officials in US cities have beefed up security after the Bourbon Street attack, which killed 15 people, and after an explosion hours later outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas. The FBI says it has so far found no definitive link between the two. Officials say they've positively identified the person found dead inside the Cybertruck that exploded as a US Army soldier from Colorado. Police say Matthew Leivelsberger, 37, acted alone. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Sheriff Kevin McMahill.
We also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
The vehicle and location of the explosion have gained a lot of attention. A close relative of Leivelsberger said he was a supporter of President-elect Trump, adding that, quote, he thought Trump was the greatest thing in the world. US President Joe Biden has decided to officially block Nippon Steel's proposed purchase of US steel, according to a person familiar with the decision. Biden, President-elect Donald Trump, and a politically influential labor union had voiced opposition to the effort by Japan's top steelmaker to acquire the iconic American firm that helped build the Empire State Building and arm Allied forces in World War II. Katya Golubkova is our chief correspondent for Japan Commodities. So, Katya, what does this mean now for Nippon Steel?
Of course, it's unpleasant news for their long-term strategy, because they indeed wanted to add another 20 million tons of steel capacity per year to their production globally. On the other hand, for Nippon Steel shareholders, this, in some sense, in the short term at least, could be some good news, because Nippon Steel was considering to do new share issue to refinance the cash they plan to raise for this deal. A new share issue is not always something you would welcome as a shareholder.
And Japan's a huge investor in the US, right? What does this deal being blocked mean more widely in terms of Japanese-US relations?
This is a very good question, and there are different opinions on this. But overall, analysts thinking that this particular situation will be locked around steel and Nippon Steel in particular, and they don't expect that there will be a big wider implication because the deal from the business perspective, it came during the election time. Also, if we remember just like a week or 2 weeks ago, there was an announcement by SoftBank of $100 billion investment to the U.S. economy. So didn't stop SoftBank of proposing that huge investment to the U.S. economy, which of course is a sign of that business should be continuing as usual.
The German and French foreign ministers will later today become the first top diplomats from the European Union to visit Syria since rebels seized control. Annalena Baerbock and Jean-Noël Barrot will meet Ahmed al-Sharaa, the leader of Syria's new rulers, on a one-day trip. Meanwhile, in Gaza, authorities say Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 68 Palestinians across the Strip on Thursday, including the head of the enclave's Hamas-controlled police force and his deputy. Israel says the deputy was the head of the Palestinian militant group Hamas's security forces in southern Gaza. House Republicans are scheduled to elect a speaker later today, and Mike Johnson is up for re-election for the top job. While he has the thumbs up from Trump, it would only take 2 defections to sink his chances, given the Republicans' narrow majority. Hollywood's awards season kicks off on Sunday at the annual Golden Globes. Comedian Nikki Glaser will be heading the affair for the first time this year. Before her debut, she sat down with Reuters to talk boundaries for her material.
It's like there's definitely jokes that I wanted to make that I had to cut that just are too, critical or too cynical. And this is not a roast. This is a night to celebrate stuff. So I want to set
For who might dominate the evening? That we asked our entertainment reporter, Lisa Richwine.
Well, Wicked is one of the big nominees. That's the musical that was based on the popular Broadway play that is a huge hit in theaters. It has several nominations, including for both Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. Emilia Perez, which is a movie on Netflix, has the most nominations. It is also a musical. It will compete against Wicked in the Best Musical and Comedy category. The Globes do things a little different than the Oscars, where they put the films into musical or comedy and drama. So in the drama category, the leader is The Brutalist, which is a movie that stars Adrian Brody as a man who survives the Holocaust, and he comes to the United States to chase the American dream.
Is it still like a boozy dinner? Is that the format?
Yes, the Globes are known as being more relaxed than the Oscars. It's a dinner. There's open bars. People go and get drinks, and it makes it a little more freewheeling than what you see at the Oscars.
And for today's recommended read, a look at late President Jimmy Carter's Habitat for Humanity legacy. There's a link to the story in the pod description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player, and we'll be back on Monday with our daily headlines show.
You can't ignore the problem. It's not going away. It's almost like your IRA is loaded with termites eating away at it. Like at a house. Imagine you had a house that was full of termites. Would you?
It's time now for our chart of the day. I want to take a look at how the market tends to perform after historic gains. So over the past 2 years, as a reminder, we've seen 50% of a run to the upside in the broader market. Bank of America crunching the numbers, taking a look historically at how the market performs after returns of 40% to 50% gains in 2 years. And if you take a look at the belly of this curve, it looks like what's most likely to happen, if you look at a historic perspective, is a little bit of moderation. You tend to get a moderation after big gains. about 25% of the time you get gains of 0 to 10%, so that wouldn't be too bad after we've already been in such a bull run. The other most likely scenario is a decline, though, of either 10% or just at the flat line. And then you can see there, the next most likely is even more gains to the upside of 10 to 20%, and it goes down from there. I think what's really interesting to note here is this idea that momentum kind of begets momentum. You need some sort of external factor to slow the market down. So what could that be for this year? We're already starting to get a little bit of an indication of that slowdown, right? We had that sell-off heading into the start of this year. Now some analysts saying that that slowdown into year-end indicates a potentially soft January. And then you've got the technical phrase, so goes January, so goes the year. So as you can see, all of these trends kind of build off of one another. The question will be whether we get any external factors that drive the market higher. Do we continue to get more Fed cutting next year if some softness in the labor market starts to come in, or heck, if inflation starts to go down? Wouldn't that be nice? We could also see some of the Trump administration's policies potentially putting pressure on the market with things like tariffs, for example. All of those known unknowns potentially being the deciding factor for where the market falls next year. But more broadly, when you look at history, just given the run-up that we've had, 40 to 50% gains over the last couple of years, that tends to lead to a moderated market moving forward here.
Right. Yeah. Well, good morning, and thank you for having me on. Yeah, essentially, this is it's very interesting from a number of points. I mean, the first point is U.S. Steel is not the largest steel maker in the United States, so it's more so name, and it's been just a very highly politicized process.
Well, it has been politicized, and because of that, I want to pull up the statement we got from President Biden about the blocking of the deal this morning. He said, quote, "The acquisition would place one of America's largest steel producers under foreign control and create risk for our national security and our critical supply chains." And here you can see he talks about the commitment to national security in the executive branch on your screen. Is this about national security? Is it about foreign investment?
No, it's more so. It's just been highly politicized. So you have the potential. You had the potential for Nippon Steel, one of the largest steelmakers in the world, the most technologically advanced steelmaker in the world, was going to invest billions of dollars in the United States. And now, what if this truly is blocked? And this is the final chapter. You have U.S. Steel, as previously said, as they bring on new capacity in Arkansas, which is starting to ramp up here already, they would shut down another facility. So very likely this ends up to cut out some union jobs instead of investing in them.
That's exactly where I wanted to go, Josh. How many jobs could potentially be impacted by this, and when might we see that in that key non-farm payrolls report?
Well, it's potentially thousands of jobs, and we very well may see a warn notice from U.S. Steel as soon as today. I would imagine it takes a little longer, but you would have the warn notice. There's probably a period before they actually happen. So it could be the first quarter. It may more likely be the second quarter.
Josh, I wonder from your examination, especially as we're just weeks away from the changing of the guards in Washington, D.C., when we think about some of the investments in this industry that President Biden was talking about within their statement, and really looking through some of the what they call record investments in manufacturing, more than 100 new steel and iron mills opened since Biden took office, where now we may see more investments in the same industry, but also with some other perhaps inclinations or ramifications from those countries and entities making those investments, as Trump has President-elect Trump has essentially kind of greenlit fast-tracking some of those approvals once we do see other entities and nations start to make their own investments towards the infrastructure within the U.S.?
Right. That's where this may not be the full end of the chapter, where, because we're almost between administrations, you have President Trump just a couple of weeks ago said that anybody investing $1 billion will get expedited. So it just gets a little bit odd when the government's invested billions of dollars in foreign chip producers to come to the United States to bring their technology here, that we're not doing that same for steel. So I think there's the opportunity that under, when President Trump comes back into office, he seems more attuned to making deals, and he's been very visible to encourage investment in the United States. So we may see some opportunity come for Nippon to come back into the U.S. So they're already here with a number of facilities, but potentially they could come with a new deal here for U.S. Steel, or potentially even a JV for some of their assets.
Well, in that case, if you were seeing even more of their own capacity that comes online in the U.S., would that then further weaken U.S. Steel?
Well, U.S. Steel is actually in a really good position. They have billions in cash. They've been profitable the last few years. Prices in the U.S., though, for steel have fallen throughout all of 2024. Profits at steel mills have slowed. I think only Cleveland-Cliffs is the one that has seen negative earnings every quarter. But U.S. Steel is still is doing well, and they're actually set to do even better as this Big River 2 steel mill comes on. It's a 3 million ton mill that is much more variable cost based. So it's an electric arc furnace, and allows them to be much more flexible in the market and very profitable still at today's price levels versus what their typical assets are, being a blast furnace mill.
If this deal does still have potential, as you say, what could that timeline potentially look like?
Certainly, there's the immediate effect of Nippon previously talked about legal action. So that would be very immediate. But more likely it's under a President Trump, and it would be over the next couple of months to get this type of investment deal and negotiations in the works.
Josh, thanks so much for taking the time here with us this morning on this breaking news, giving us some of the insights and analysis. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Certainly.
About what's coming. And in the next few days, I'm going to be making an announcement. I wish it
has been all morning off the back of reporting that President Biden would block this deal. Getting confirmation, Biden blocking Nippon Steel's proposed takeover of U.S. Steel. In a statement, the president saying the following: we need major U.S. companies representing the major share of U.S. steel-making capacity. That is why I'm taking action to block this deal. He goes on to say U.S. Steel will remain a proud American company, one that's American-owned, American-operated by American union steel workers, the best in the world.
This raises the question of how this will be interpreted next year. This seems to be in line with what President-elect Donald Trump was talking about, that he also would block this deal. But it comes at a time where everyone is expecting a whole host of mergers and acquisitions as a result of a loosening in some of those parameters. And it raises a question: what's national security, what becomes political, and what will get through at a time when ostensibly this is going to be an administration more amenable to mergers.
That stock is down in the pre-market by around about 8%. Ed, to bring you back into the conversation, to build on what Lisa was saying, what's the signal you take away from this?
From the steel announcement?
Blocking the deal. To
Well,
Lisa's
look,
point, what can get done, what can't get done?
I guess we have to conclude that the Biden administration is still in business. They haven't closed the shop yet. But it is consistent with what Trump's been pushing for, as you said. And it's also consistent with a regime change. In the Biden years and Obama years, I think you could kind of combine those years together. We had a lot of globalization, the idea that America's interests were identical to global interests, and we all had to work together, kind of a kumbaya kind of approach. Now we have, no, everybody pursues their own national interests, and we can talk about it and negotiate and work things out, but we're going to push for our national interests. You push for your national interests. We'll use our economic power to get what we want and to try to cut back what we have to give in return. And that's kind of the environment we're in right now.
So much data around the world today that we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know what questions to ask. When you get into the quantum space, you'll be able to have a conversation with the data and be able to get your answers sooner, faster, and more intelligible.
Yeah, there's so much FUD in the world as it relates to data, information, its impact on the global economy. I really like to segment on national security for a second, though, just because I think when we think about the Department of Defense and we think about adopting new technologies, or even if you brought it out and say U.S. government or the broader national security apparatus, what does emerging technology like quantum computing mean? How does the DoD have to infrastructure themselves to support it? And like, what are they missing, and what do they need to go do?
So what the Department of Defense, or those, if you're sitting right now and you're 05, 06, and you're starting to get handed this thing by some staffing officer, some general officer, the thing you need to understand, first of all, is that the existing classical compute systems will not survive a query from a quantum computer, not an attack, just a query, because the volume of things coming at you to speed it up. It's like Star Trek. Something's going to come out of the Stargate instantly, stand right in front of you, ask you a million questions, and bring your systems down. So the first thing that you have to prioritize, just like we learned a long time ago as cadets even, which is a reserve is a reserve is a reserve. So unless the Department of Defense is not looking at how they can secure data more efficiently offline and how to provide post-quantum security today, then they can't advance beyond the defensive position. They have to focus on, let's really get good at post-quantum security yesterday. And if you're not, you're already behind.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of talk around Elon Musk and this Doge concept and this Doge principle. And sometimes they think about it as like a cost reduction basis. What it sounds to me like is, how do we re-engineer the infrastructure to support modernization at scale? And then what do we get rid of to be able to support in the future? So that's what it sounds like to me. Probably not an easy task, but I think that's for all of the national security apparatus. Do you have any opinions about that? Or like, what do you think on that topic?
I'm kind of the contrarian in that space,
Yeah, please.
Because I think, honestly, like when you see the Google announcement recently,
yeah,
it's interesting, but it's not important. And let me explain why. And you're not going to hear this from anybody else, but this is 11 Bravo simple. At the end of the day, you've got an issue right now where you're building these quantum computers. But if you really understand what's going on, is these quantum computers need a special way to compute. In other words, the data has to be prepared in a special way. And so what that means is it's a lot like going all the way back to the 60s with the space race. And if you don't have a punch card, you're not going to compute something. So right now, the problem is 99.99999% of the world is on a classical compute system. And none of those classical compute systems speak with the quantum systems. So Google's sitting there probably doing a Jabuki dance. That's awesome. But guess what? Unless you're solving the problem of bridging in a practical manner classical systems with quantum systems, then it's interesting, but it's not important. What's more important is when someone goes on the offense from a quantum system into a classical system. And that's where you need to focus on first, on just understanding post-quantum security. Now, there's some things that are in the pipeline that I wish I could have told you guys that would have been awesome, but there are some emerging technologies that the big guys aren't looking at. And I think that's one of the good things about operating in austere environments is we kind of figure out how to get things to work no matter what, especially when you're with a limited budget. But there are some technologies that are coming out that are really taking a more practical approach, kind of a bridge between classical systems and quantum systems. And I'm predicting those companies are going to be the ones that the experts, right, didn't see coming.
Yeah,
It's the guys that sit there, go, look, I don't have unlimited budget. I'm not sitting there leveraging, $1 trillion market cap so I can burn money, like a drunken sailor. I'm going to focus on building something practical that's going to get me to the quantum environment and still support the classical compute systems. And I honestly, whether it's us or someone else out there, I'm sure there's another one out there, they're the ones who are going to win in the long run, because you just can't expect to sit there and go, well, we're just going to play in this quantum world by ourselves and let's just forget the rest of the world operating in classical compute. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, it's like the picks and shovels and bridges that connect one world to the next world. And how do you create an economy or an ecosystem around that, right? And so we think, and you talked about austere environments, and we talk about military service and the things that you learn in military service that translate to your business career. Can you talk a little bit about your service and how that's translating to your business career?
Yeah, keep it 11 Bravo simple, as you said.
I think the biggest thing I learned, especially growing up as, commanding a platoon and eventually moving up to captain and then moving on to some interesting programs, is that what we learn at a very young age is a reserve is a reserve is a reserve. We're always worried about when all heck goes to a handbasket, right? And I think that's the biggest thing that I think is going to steer us well in the quantum areas, especially veterans, because you're now essentially, let me put it in simple terms to all the other combat guys out there. It's a movement to contact, and we don't know really what's out there. And we've got a plan, but no plan survives first contact, and especially quantum. So you've got to be able to respond extremely fast. You've got to get and the hardest part about this is you constantly have to learn because it's evolving so fast. So that means you really got to have your eyes and ears well forward of where you're at to start looking at trends that are going in the marketplace. That's why I think military officers are going to excel in this environment, because it is evolving and we're used to evolving. And quite frankly, we're all comfortable in the evolving environment.
That's right. You always got to look around that corner and see when the next target is going to come. So, hey, Sean, listen, that's awesome. We're going to be right back with you. More from Sean Brem when we come back. Welcome back to Warrior Money. We're joined by Sean Brem. Sean, you're an airborne ranger. Appreciate you. What are some of the advice that you learned when you transitioned out that you give to young soldiers, young entrepreneurs now?
Do not pigeonhole yourself on who you were, but who you want to be. If you're an 11 Bravo, look at me. Like I'm sitting in high tech, right? If you're in IT and working for DISA, or you're inside the Signal Corps, don't be pigeonholed by what you've done, but take it as a chance to leverage what you learned in the military, and take that ability to adapt, take that ability to overcome, and take that ability to innovate, and just run as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we we think about strategy, execution, and vision, and we put strategy and vision together when really we just need to move through and execute our way through the strategy as long as we have a vision. And I think that's a really unique military concept. Can you talk a little bit about your transition into private sector? Like, there's a lot of commonality between you and all our guests, which is like you leave an institution, a big well-known institution, and then you go to a big well-known institution, and then you figure out that you're really an entrepreneur, you're really better off as the entrepreneur mindset. Can you talk about those practical steps that you took from where you were to the IBM world to the smaller, more entrepreneurial world to help folks understand what that transition looks like?
Prices, trying to figure out what we're going to be doing. There's a lot of uncertainty kind of in the market. Do you think that's kind of permeating into people's expectations for what this year is going to look like?
I don't think that's yet kind of feeding into expectations. If we look particularly at earnings expectations in the U.S., I think a consensus theme is that we're going to see this U.S. exceptionalism persist. And looking at earnings expectations, they're roughly about 15% for the U.S. for the full year. That's about double what we typically see from a historical median perspective. And that's largely going to be driven by tech. But we're not seeing signs that, investors are very cautious, certainly heading into the...
How's Laura Cooper feeling about this? What are your expectations for this year? The S&P delivered a 20%, like 30% if you're a euro investor. Is this year going to look as good?
I mean, I guess, whether we can get the same type of magnitude of gains in this backdrop of uncertainty is highly unlikely, I would say. But I think this is going to be a year driven by rates volatility, by FX volatility, and that's going to be driven by divergence of what we're seeing in terms of monetary policy outlooks and as well growth outlooks. We're already seeing this U.S.-European growth growth divergence. Yeah. We're seeing that play out in monetary policy. I think crucially we'll be watching for how central banks respond to that. We're seeing the Bank of England pricing just over 2 cuts, which does not seem to be very prudent in this environment where growth pressures are going to be more acute. So
what do you think is mispriced? So the gilt market, by the sounds of things. Yes. What else is mispriced?
I think the gilt market is one that comes to mind. If you think that we think the 10-year UK yield should be sub 4% by the end of the year, that's based on our assumptions that the Bank of England is likely going to have to cut rates, let's say on a quarterly basis, so 4 times this year. Elsewhere, in terms of market pricing, small caps in the U.S., we've seen those come under pressure to start the year. That's kind of opposite to what we would expect under the Trump 2.0 policy. In this environment where U.S. growth is going to continue to dominate, we're having tax cuts likely coming through. Yep. We're going to have tariffs. That's going to reorient activity domestically in the U.S. That should be a beneficiary for small caps, even if they are trading at a slightly higher valuation to the benchmark. We think there's opportunity still in this equity market.
All our personal data combined really determines the global capital markets. Our commercial purchases are categorized by a global industrial categorization standard called GICS. And that GICS is what is the benchmark of the S&P. So what I thought was, well, gosh, what if we could go back to the Buttonwood Agreement of 1792, provide the ability to secure data to the people who own it, let them determine when to release it, have governance and lineage back to the who owned it to begin with, and figure out how to not only monetize the data, but make more efficient, open, and honest, stable public markets as well. That was the grand vision. And along the way, it was so big, we had to move into quantum just to do the compute.
I love this blend that you're doing between the operational work and the seeing the future as it relates to running a business, and then the juxtaposition with, all right, we're going to invest in the next 10, 15, 20 years, which is your special capital company. That's how I perceive that. Can you talk a little bit more about blending the more here and now, the entrepreneurship that is starts there, and then the venture side, which is like, let's get out in front of these emerging trends, and why you decided to create a capital company?
Yeah, look, I've done a couple great exits, and I'm blessed to have them. And I thought I'd stay a private guy because the first time you take a little bit of your winnings from your money you make at IBM, and then you handle the seed round, and then you bring a few friends and family in, and then you do your Series A and your Series B. When you hit your Series B, like, I'm a rock star because nobody makes it to Series B, so you're really happy. And then you exit and you sit there and go, well, what do I want to do next? Well, I don't want any venture money. I'm just going to do the whole thing over and over again. And while that's interesting, what I discovered is the capital markets, especially in a highly lucrative space, are going to give you a lot more opportunity to take that revenue that you are making and give you the ability and the freedom to maneuver more. I would have never considered myself in the capital markets, but when I built the company and we started focusing on building a distributed quantum ledger database, building decentralized clouds, these were Babe Ruth swings at the fence. And that's when I decided, it makes more sense to go to capital markets.
I have to ask the question because sometimes you hear news or you see the articles like this response to expended hours is because of the advance of Bitcoin and some of the other digital currencies that are out there. So I'm really interested on your perspective, like the traditional capital markets versus the Bitcoin cryptocurrency markets, and how you see that unfolding as these things work out. Because it's inevitable that you have to connect one another. So.
Look, you're asking a rule follower what he thinks about cryptocurrency. Former military officers, like, I do know how to color in the lines, right?
Yeah.
So what blockchain did, despite, my biggest problem with blockchain is it doesn't have any relationship to capital markets. It has no real digital asset value. In many ways, it's the definition of a Ponzi scheme. Some guy didn't have money, so he took money from the first guy to pay off the second guy. But what it did was one thing that was really amazing. What I really admire about the blockchain is it gave us a glimpse into the futures. Wow, this ledger concept of immutability and transparency is pretty cool. Where they missed the mark was that they didn't understand the importance of custodianship. They didn't understand you need to be able to have the data behind it. And unfortunately, this guy in FTX figured out how to run a separate custodial database from the blockchain, and he was able to do a lot of harm. And I think what's going to happen is I think you're going to see a hybridization in the quantum ledgers where you can start looking at, you can still have cryptocurrency transactions, but they're going to be backed by demonstrable and auditable data sets behind them.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a minute to process that one, but the processing is that you've got a more secure or scalable and also attributable basis behind the currencies that you're describing or the transaction you're describing.
Exactly.
Is that a better way to say that, or for me to understand it? Say it back to you.
Let me give you a practical example. If you look at Benjamin Franklin, he's extremely proud that he didn't write a colonial script unless it was backed by silver or backed by hemp, right? Wow, there's an interesting concept. So now all of a sudden you look at the ability to take these new emerging quantum digital assets that are emerging out there, leverage things like the blockchain, but still have a immutable, transparent ledger database that's quantum secure, that it has a connectivity back to a digital asset that's in the cryptocurrency space. Now you've got a really unique way. And I think, honestly, from a strategic perspective, I think if we do this right, we can ho-hum about the emerging BRICS challenge that's out there.
Yeah. And how do you see it, Sean, from your perspective? I think you're calling it from Switzerland right now where we're talking at. But how is the EU handling this versus the United States?
I think when it comes to quantum, there is no difference because there's so few people that are in the mix right now. Everyone's realized that there's got to be kind of a transnational coalition. And then what better to take that transnational coalition and put it on an American market? So that's kind of the way I saw it, is if I'm going to go out and pull the best of the best and the brightest of the world, why not throw it back on the American economy?
Yeah, I mean, usually the United States was the...
Johnson. Amo. Jeffries. Amode of Nevada. Johnson. Ansari. Jeffries. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant. Jeffries. Barr. Johnson. Barragan. Jeffries. Barrett. Barrett. Baumgartner. Barrett Johnson. Barrett. Johnson. Baumgartner. Johnson. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Begich. Johnson. Bell. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Jeffries. Weiss. Johnson. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of South Carolina.
President Trump's endorsed candidate, Mike
Johnson. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bishop. Jeffries. Bobert. Johnson. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Rakeen. Johnson. Bresnahan. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Jeffries. Johnson. Bost. Budzinski. Johnson. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Burchett. Jeffries. Rakeen. Johnson. Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bynum. Johnson. Jeffries. Brown. Calvert. Jeffries. Johnson. Brownlee. Kamick. Jeffries. Johnson. Buchanan. Carbajal. Johnson. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Johnson. Carter of Georgia. Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Johnson. Carbajal. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Carter of Georgia. Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Jeffries. Ani. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clark of Massachusetts. Caston. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Texas. Klein. Shifterless McCormick. Johnson. Cloud. Chu. Cloud. Cisco Mine. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clyde of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Cohen of New York. Jeffries. Cole. Jeffries. Johnson. Klein. Collins. Johnson. Johnson. Cloud. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries. Clyburn. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman for Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Downey.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards.
Mike
Johnson. Alfred. Jeffries. Elsie. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes proudly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Feenstra. Johnson. Fields. Jeffries. Figures. Jeffries. Finstad.
Johnson.
Johnson. Fishbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald. Johnson. Fitzpatrick. Johnson. Flashman. Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Johnson. Fung. Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Friedman. Jeffries. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher. Johnson. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Johnson. Garcia of California. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Gill of Texas. Johnson. Gillen. Jeffries. Jimenez. Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Goldman of Texas. Johnson. Gomez.
He's obviously in the eight.
Tony Gonzalez.
Coming any minute.
Johnson.
The strategy of some of these undecideds.
Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Goodland. Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Graves. Johnson. Gray. Jeffries. Green of Tennessee. Johnson. Green of Texas.
He also wants to take action on agencies in the federal government that he claims
liberty and justice for all, the hope and dream of his great order.
The gentleman may respond by survey.
Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Johnson. Griffith. Johnson. Grijalba. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest. Johnson. Guthrie. Johnson. Hageman. Johnson. Hamadeh of Arizona. Johnson. Carter of California. Jeffries. Paradopoulos. Johnson. Harrigan. Johnson. Harris of Maryland. Harris of Maryland. Harris of North Carolina. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn of Oklahoma. Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Hill of Arkansas. Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Hurd of Colorado. Johnson. Issa.
Speaker of the House, Speaker of Mike
Johnson.
Johnson.
Ivy. Jeffries. Jack.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jackson of Illinois.
Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Johnson of Texas. Jeffries. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Kim Lagerdove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kylie of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Knott. Johnson. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. La Lota.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. La Malfa.
Born on Friday. Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Landsman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latimer. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Letlow.
Johnson.
Johnson. Levin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ricardo.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lou.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Johnson.
Johnson. Lucas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Luna.
MAGA Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Luttrell. Johnson. Lynch.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mace. Johnson. McKenzie.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Magaziner.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Malloy. Johnson. Mann.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mannion.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
Tom Emmer.
Emmer. Mast.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries. Macbeth. Jeffries. McBride. Jeffries. McCall. Johnson. McLean.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McLean Delaney. Jeffries. McClellan.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson. McDonald Rivet. Jeffries. McDowell.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McGarvey.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGovern.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGuire.
President Trump won Africa in the electoral vote. And I'm proud to illustrate Mike
Johnson. McIver.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mang.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Messmer.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Muser.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mfume.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks.
The Honorable Representative and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Molinar. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of North Carolina. Johnson. Moore of Utah. Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moran.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Morelli.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Morrison. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Murphy.
Johnson.
Johnson. Nadler.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Neal.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nagoose.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nails. Johnson. Newhouse.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman.
Jordan.
Jordan. None of Iowa.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Obernolte.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries. Omar. Jeffries. Onder.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Johnson. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Poe. Jeffries. Presley. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Randall. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York. Jeffries. Rivas. Jeffries. Rogers of Alabama.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruley. Johnson. Rutherford. Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon. Simon. Jeffries. Simpson. Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Smarts. Sparts. Johnson. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Johnson. Stutzman. Johnson. Subramaniam. Jeffries. Suozzi. Jeffries. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Taylor. Johnson. Tenney. Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Tiffany. Johnson. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Tran. Jeffries. Turner of Ohio. Johnson. Turner of Texas. Jeffries. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew. Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden.
Johnson.
Johnson. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Vindman. Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg. Johnson. Waltz. Waltz. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
James Michael Johnson, favorite son.
Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson. Westerman. Johnson. Whitesides. Jeffries. Weed.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of Texas. Johnson. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman. Johnson. Womack. Johnson. Yackham. Johnson. Zinke. Johnson.
Congressman Thomas Massey voted for Minnesota Republican Tom Emmer to be the next Speaker of the House. South Carolina Republican Congressman Ralph Norman had voted.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a parliamentary
I asked
inquiry?
why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take...
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are gentlelady's recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem so that these 4 million... But I have a voice, and
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
I'm just going to finish. That was Stacey Plaskett. She represents the Virgin Islands. She does not have the right to vote on the floor of Congress. Virgin Islands
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson.
She doesn't have the right to vote. She stood up to try to vote, making the point in her judgment that it's unfair and not
Carson. Jeffries.
to be a territory of the United States and not have a vote. She was ruled out of order, and that's that.
Cloud. Johnson.
Clyde.
Clyde. Clyde.
Gosar.
Gosar. Gosar.
Harris of Maryland. Johnson.
Harris of Maryland. Johnson.
Roy. Johnson.
Roy. Johnson. Waltz.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Well, there you have it. As you see, as they're trying to call the last Republicans who held their vote.
They may come to the well and vote at this time. If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Clyde.
Just stand right there.
Just say Clyde.
Just say Clyde.
Just
Clyde. Clyde.
Let's ask these last ones come in. Rachel Beto. What's done is done.
Gosar. Johnson.
Look, I think the question right now is, do they move to the vote and try again? Or does Speaker Johnson sort of take it and meet with some of these holdouts and try to move them to the vote? I can tell you that, look, there is opposition to the dominoes are starting to fall right now. Look at the number of holdouts who have
Clyde. Johnson.
people like Andy Harris, the current leader of the House House Freedom Caucus, people like Andy Biggs, who used to lead that group last year and has been a big Johnson critic in the past. Chip Roy, who is quickly making a name for himself as somebody who's not afraid to stand up to Donald Trump and not vote the way he wants, and that he's willing to stand up to Speaker Johnson as well. He's now backing Speaker Johnson, but obviously, as we just saw, he doesn't quite have the votes because of the slim margin. He can only afford to lose one, but now we're down to just a couple people that he's going to have to move, and there are two members, it seems like, at least at this point, who have not voted, and so he's going to need to talk to those folks, find out what is it that he needs to do to get them to the yes column.
Right. And Rachel, I should say that the Democrats are certainly enjoying this. This is, in their view, evidence of dysfunction and disorganization with the Democratic leader of the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, congressman from New York, posting on social media, quote, "The GOP civil war is in full swing, and it's only day one." Rachel, is that fair? Does it feel like, as nasty, you covered the battle over Kevin McCarthy's speakership? He was brought down in votes like this. Does it feel similar to that, or is this something different?
You know, I have to tell you, Terry, this does feel a little different. There isn't a feeling amongst Republicans, both on the Hill and in Trump's movement, that a lot of these conservatives just needed to make a point. They are predicting that they're going to ultimately get there with Speaker Johnson. Now, time will tell if that's correct. But look, in their view, this is going to sort of, there's a hope that this will be wrapped up by the end of the day. This is very different than the very personal sort of concerns and attacks that members had on Kevin McCarthy when they ousted him as Speaker. However, there absolutely is a civil war in the Republican Party right now. We saw it sort of to the surface weeks ago with this debate over government funding. You know, Donald Trump telling Republicans he wanted to raise the debt ceiling without any sort of spending cuts, and a lot of Republicans, several dozen of them, frankly told him no. And so this is the sort of fight that is going to continue. I do think Mike Johnson, from what I'm hearing, is going to get there eventually, but these tensions are going to continue as they try to pass Trump's agenda. And, you know, I just want to bring up one thing, Terry. You just started this question mentioning, you know, Democrats complaining about the chaos they're seeing from Republicans right now. I literally just got a text a few minutes before you came to me from a top Democrat saying, quote, "Now it's parties." The Democrats are loving this. They think Republicans are controlling themselves, and that is going to be the best way to stall Trump's agenda. The Republicans can do it themselves.
And there you see, thank you, Rachel. We're looking at cameras on today. Unlike most days when cameras in the chamber can only focus on the speakers. Today, as the House organizes itself, you can see the back and forth, the conversations that are going on. Mike Johnson trying to pick up some votes. He wants to be speaker. He needs to, at least a couple. He seems to be working already on that project. And Rachel, I just want to ask you about why this is happening, right? Obviously, there are issues, spending, etc. But also, back in the
Congress.